Yo, 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 yo. What is good, guys? What is good? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Please like and sub for the algos. Hope you guys are chilling. Okay. Beans. No, you're good. I figured it out. I've identified a flaw with using Discord more. There's a metric fuck ton of updates, or not updates, notifications. Gotta kind of go through that and like fuck with it. I can turn them up. Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to do that. Fucking NVOS. Crazy shit. More volume coming. Yeah. This just got initiated as a buy. You guys want to see something pretty? I bet you do. Look at SINT. Nice little cup there on the 4. And we are on top of the MACD on the 4 hour. Two hours still on top. Well, kind of through it. What up, John? Scott, what up? Morning, morning, morning. Still on threshold, 25.4 short on AMC. Kazoo. So many tickers in my fucking brain. Kazoo. They had an update. Let's see. What was the update? Not seeing it in the news. Please. They just followed an 8K. Not read it yet, word. CBNA. Back to under $1 billion. Not really interested in that industry, but yeah, I am in Carvana. Sir, yes, sir. 62% short. I don't even know what they do. Oh, it's a British one. Okay. That looks like a nice little cup and handle, doesn't it? Cup. Waiting to handle out. Thinking of short diamond mining companies. What do you have in mind? Do you have any tickers? $16 short on VRM. Alti to 1241. That sucks. Lab diamond going to crush the industry. Okay. Oh yeah, PGY is what I wanted to look at. Totally forgot. PGY. Man, oh fucking man. AI. Wow, 27.5 short on AI. Love it. %60 naked short. Obviously curling back through the 200. Gamble down to 235. Wow. Sticks to 436. Nice price jump this morning on TRK. Yeah. Honestly, everybody's so fucking early in here. It made me feel like we were fucking late. Well, it made me feel like we were getting to, like, you know, it being late. Oh well. Mistrade, what am I going to do? And we have Powell at 10 as well, so everybody knows. Ever hear that Mullen had good news? Followed by bad news. Well, I don't even know if it's bad news. You know that guy who got popped for insider trading? Well, his company had an AK regarding warrants yesterday, which I think is kind of fucked up because the COSM CEO had actually forfeit warrants pretty recently because I don't know, some kind of bullshit with the SEC. However, that guy's company is still like having access to the warrants that they were supposed to, which I think is kind of fucked up. I think that should get wiped because of the insider trading. 10x trying to spin back to the view up. Always something with those guys. Yeah. It's just regarding like 500 million fucking warrants. No big deal. I'm just kidding. It kind of is a big deal. We already knew it though. What does the chart look like anyway? What kind of signals are we giving off today? TRK had 2 squeeze signals, by the way. A type 1 and a type 2. Too long of a holding period. Offering 2 didn't. Here, we could pull the filing instead of just guessing. The selling stockholder says 522 million right there. But this is in regards to the Series D preferred stock and exercising warrants. And then we got to click on this one here. Okay, I know. Mark, give me 1 second, bud. Settle agreement and release the settlement agreement dated January. Between the company and Acutus. See, there's Acutus Capital right here. Acutus Capital pursuant to which Acutus. No, this is just notification that Acutus is exercising their warrants. That's all. At least that's from what I could gather. TRKA. What up, Louie? Welcome to chat. Hope you are having an excellent morning. You're looking at 87.37 short. Louis says hit the like button. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Free float on loan, 127. Ooh, 8 o'clock candles. What's Bitcoin doing? $22.4. Going for gold cross though. Bang. I can't wait for fucking Snapchat to get into the mid-12. It'll be fucking awesome. Snap. Let's see. Only 5. Low utilization, of course. Guys, remember there's a witching day in 2 weeks. So everybody knows. $78.6 short on SI. On threshold as well. Orlando has been following March OPEC's big. I'll try to do some of his old tweets. Thank you. Let's look at HLBZ. I have a tinfoil hat theory. I don't know if everyone's really gonna like it though. But you know how what is his name? Fucking Palella, the CEO of HLBZ. What if he's going ahead and he's pulling like a fucking Dave Mishery with this like fucking dragging shit out thing? You know, they just had that meeting, right? He went with Say Technologies instead of the Share Intel like everybody else. I wonder if he's gonna get fucking Dave Mishery on the Say Technologies board, and then I wonder if they're gonna fucking drag it out together. Like he's almost like he's trying to follow in fucking Mishery's footsteps. And please don't like quote me on that. Just tinfoil hat theory. Oh, yeah, 10x is ripping. Good morning, Mom. I could be so wrong about that. And I hope that I'm not right. Almost like how a meeting on like how he's drug it out so long without, with fucked up plumbing, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense or not. I gotta take a drug test in a few hours, but a drink a detox. Oh boy. Vinegar? Shots of vinegar? I mean, that's what I'd be on. And boss off the highs. Welcome to the Buzz Line.
Coming from someone who just administered 4 drug tests this morning, there's not much you can do being as you're a few hours in.
Yo. Don't fuck with the vibe like that.
I'm just saying, unless you're going with some hard drugs here, or you're down in some glucose, there's not much you can do several hours beforehand.
Yeah, what is the drug test for? Like, is it like
what are you
is it like really important? I mean, usually if you're taking a drug test, it's pretty important, but
but it all depends because so I'm just telling you from being a technician there that these days it all gets sent out to a lab, right? So I can dipstick for anybody.
Unless it's what's it called? Unless it's like a mouth swab or swab.
Correct. Unless it's a mouth swab, but just on that note too, there is new technology out there that my company will be switching to in the next few months that are instant mouth swabs, but they're much more accurate than they used to be.
Kevin called you a piss technician.
Yeah, pretty much. Make some extra money.
That's so funny.
But yeah, so the big thing is like now, we used to have guys that would you hide stuff in latex.
Yeah.
The techs the lab can pull out latex numbers within it. Like
if it's a mouth swab, I accidentally. Well, I didn't accidentally. I fucking smoked before I went in for a drug test once, and I still passed somehow. All I used was mouthwash.
I did that too as a kid.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck I did that.
Mouth swabs used to be worse. Mouth swabs used ShopRite used to do that shit all the time, and not admitting to anything. But yeah, that did the same thing. But yeah, just be careful, Jordy. If I would check. I mean, if it's just THC that you're worried about, I don't know what state you live in, but you can check with the employer. Like I know mine. Unless you're DOT, they don't give a shit about THC because it's legal in New York now. Obviously, you pop for methamphetamines or anything else like that, it's different.
Yeah, then we have to have a talk.
I had a dude pop for that once, and he looked at me. He goes, "Methamphetamine, what?" You need to talk to your boy if you don't know what that means.
That's funny.
But yeah, just be good luck, Jordy. Just be careful. That's all. You don't want to get screwed over on stupid stuff. That's all.
He's hitting that rock. No big deal.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye. Oh man. AMV back off the buck. Got $96 or 96 cents. Excuse me. Coinbase. If it'll load. Just under 20% short. Nice. Is that like the fucked up kind of speed? Is that what you're talking about? It's like over the counter speed, I think, right? I think. I'm glad that we could make you happy, Mark. Again, please don't forget to like and sub if you have not already. Every little bit helps, guys. Push this crap out of your pores. You turn red and it's like crazy. So basically, it's like pre-workout. What's this? Wrong exchange. Ooh, manageable. Manageable. Where are your manners? I know you're new. Welcome to chat. But we have like a manners rule here, and I'll let you slide on this. Just say please when you're asking for a favor, you know? That's all. Please and thanks. Got you. 1 second. But for the future, if you don't say please and thank you, well, if you don't say please when you're asking me to do something, that's a $5 rule, or I won't do it. You're new, and so it's okay. But it just kind of like, I don't like to be talked to like a fucking object. That's all. $85.7 short. Still on threshold. Free float of loan 127. NVOS is falling. Word. I actually didn't pull NVOS's vortex yet. Remember, that has a very nice gap above it. It's only 30% short, though. Cosm to 4? Really? Okay. That could be about that life. It's like no volume, though. I can still be about the life, though. Welcome to chat. Do I think BBBY will squeeze? I think that BBY is a huge gamma play. And just as quick as it goes up, I think just as quick it can come fucking smacking you right in the face. But that's just, my idea. I could be way wrong. New high for VRAX. Bomb. There's no fucking no risk on this. It's insane. I don't know how something could be judged as absolutely no risk in the stock market, you know what I mean? It's fucking odd. Almost too good to be true. Absolutely in 227. You're in BBBY at 227. Oh boy, man. That hurts. If I'm trying to play BBBY, I'm trying to play options on it. In all reality. Gold Springs Resource Corp. What is this? Wow, TRK. Oh yeah, TRK had a type 1 and type 2. So everybody knows. DMS at 3. Oh, Jesus. DMS is spitting signals everywhere. Is it good? DMS. KAVL distribution news, but as usual, it won't hold its gains. Oh, yesterday they were supposed to be. They got news that they weren't being bought out, I guess. Huh. Never mind that. Biden will propose raising the Medicare tax on high earners to keep the federal insurance program solvent as part of his budget to be released on Thursday. I hate that fucking guy. TRK8 if you want. What are you guys seeing? Anything you guys got in mind? Please don't hit me with 80 different tickers, but you know what I mean? A few would be pretty lit. RWLK advancement in rewalk technology achieves FDA clearance as only personal exoskeleton. Oh yeah, ASTS. Need a hot tip, anyone? What do you mean a hot tip? Oh, me asking? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Deal with Fairwinds. Oh, that's cool. So they're gonna market ASTS's shit to the military. It's not saying that they landed a contract or anything. It's just saying that they're going to start marketing to the military. Nice little cup there formed on the 4-hour. Nice larger cup on the daily. Push the 200 on daily as well. Cosm might fly off VRAX news. Okay, I hope so. Fucking God. Good old Cosm, where are you? 3.12 up. No volume, though. 10x pushing VWAP right now. Let's see. RW, okay. Volume's kind of low. Wish I had bought VREX yesterday. Yeah. Shoulda, coulda, wouldas, you know what I mean, man? What are you gonna do? Tax on a roll. GNS 375. Tesla trying to double bottom off 190. What is it? 192.41 ish. Or no, sorry. It's there. This GameStop 30-minute doesn't look too shabby, huh? Malloy, what up? Yeah. Laser had a really, really strong trend yesterday. I think some of us hit that. I think people did. I know that we called that news as soon as it dropped. Nice strong trend though. 5-minute gold cross. If you're playing this though, pay attention to the option flow, just because they were fucking pouring in last week. Absolutely pouring in. $191 ONCS looks interesting. It ripped and then it had a nice little fucking pullback not too long ago. What was it, yesterday? Yeah, Powell's speech at 10. Sir, yes, sir. Uh-oh, Mark. Where's the please? There somewhat. Wait, what? On a 4-hour again. I mean, honestly, there's so many fucking cups like in the market right now. Just cup, cup, cup. I feel like the entire market is a fucking cup. You know? Microcap. And just over 2 million shares on float. And then, as far as short interest goes, 62.3. Look at the cost to borrow average. 757% almost. Pretty wild. Oops. Low volume so far. 10x Bollinger Bands on 4 hour. So tight. She was bound to break up. He's hoping for a small scale. Word. I'm just hoping that that Cosm catches some of that VRAX news. Just because remember they formed that partnership. Four-hour on AI looks kind of nice. I asked for ticker. Oh, okay. That was before. I got confused. I'm just playing with you, dog. Oh, man. Nice little cup right there, though. I love AI. I had 5 small buy orders on TRKA all the way down through 78 cents that just got traded through. What? Oh, okay. Traded through as in they skipped your order, correct? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Sometimes that'll happen. If it's moving too fast, it'll skip your order sometimes. You know what I mean? Robbery. I can't wait for this fucking thing to fly. Just got a death cross on the 30-minute. VREX. 1 minute. Trying to twist off the 48 there. If shares traded at 78 cents, my buys at 84 cents should have sold first. Yeah. Sometimes it'll just fucking fly right past you, though. I don't understand why it does it. It shouldn't with the way the technology is, but what are we going to do, right? Sucks, like I said. Kind of got to deal with it, though. Hopefully we could see some follow-through on GNS today. Market maker games, yeah, probably. Zella. This little cup right there. Ooh. Zella made it. It's a little high there. I still can't believe how much Talal has in fucking Zella. And Mom. Y'all are wildin'. For handle out on NVOS. Shows me that they are market makers, are trying to buy shares at these levels, not sell them. Picked up more cosm this morning. Average down, word. Who's ready to listen to Powell jerk the feds? I don't want to, but we will. No, like, we have to. But listening to him kind of sucks. Can I look at free, please? Yeah, got you. Just because you said please. Consumer staples, food, beverage, tobacco. Alright, we're gonna pull that out and chart it in a minute. What's the data look like though? Low utilization. At the moment, it's probably a little bit more of a fundamental play as opposed to a short squeeze type play. Sean, welcome to Buzzline. What's up, brother?
Hey, I forgot to tell you, I talked a little bit more with Pedro last night, right?
About?
And that 3 green days in a rule.
Yeah,
thing.
gotcha.
He said when you're bored, scroll through a name like 8 for the first day of trading, and then look 3 days up. Use the closing price on day 3 as cost, and use 8, 12, 18, and 25% good to close sell orders. So what he's saying is if we get the 3 days in a row, right?
Mm-hmm.
Use 8 to 12% below that as a mental sell order in case it starts ripping back down.
Okay.
So once you get in a position, like typically $50 on day 3, balance in the next day if it's not running. So say you get in for $50, right? On day 3, if it doesn't break out, what he's saying is then start scaling out 25, 50%, and then 25% again. That way you don't get caught in that Kenny G 8-week death trap.
Yeah.
So for everybody else that's listening, I was talking back and forth with Pedro, one of the guys on Twitter who's been helping out the retail community, and what he says is 3 little soldiers on a daily time frame is a bullish move. So
Thank you very much, Sean. Sean hung up on us. Basically, what he was saying is that if you get 3 green dailies, right, that's pretty vindicative for like the T+2 aspect. And Matt's movement. Ooh. Give me 1 second. I told him that I look at this real quick. Global food company enabling healthier lifestyles, providing access to high quality plant based. I don't really like what they do. They're just, I don't know, they're producing fucking plant-based sweeteners. I don't know. I just feel like there's like a lot of, a lot of competition for that. I mean, you could. I don't know. CWW. I'm kind of like not wanting to pull this off right this second. What is WW? WW. Ooh, hello. Cup. Well, gaps there. Good volume so far. WW. What is WW? I mean, you just want to make sure that it establishes a bottom, you know what I mean? I feel like I'm timing too many bottoms right now, and I don't know. Like, when it booms, it's great. But makes me a little bit of liquid, you know? Consumer discretionary. Coming off the bottom there. I mean, yeah, you have a half-decent risk point. I mean, you could theoretically go ahead and just, like, throw, like, the lows as, like a risk point. Just off. Excuse me. It missed earnings, but it's flying. That makes no fucking sense. I hate some of these movements. Makes the stock a little bit unpredictable, right? Fucking sober still going. Beautiful trend on it yesterday. How bad were the earnings on it? Were they bad? Oh, they just made an acquisition. That makes sense. When did they finish that? Oh, WW's fucking Weight Watchers. That makes sense. That makes sense. I don't know. I mean, I could be fucking way wrong. It's just I can't take money off other plays in order to go ahead and be in some of these plays where I really like don't feel too strongly about the like I don't know the sector. That's just me though. I mean, you might very well catch the bottom. Just watch that it doesn't come down for a double at $3. You know what I mean? In fact, it might even come out like a little bit below 3 in order to go ahead and shake the people that have orders at 3. All right, let's see what Sean was talking about. Let's see if I could make that out. Let's see. Okay, I don't understand what Sean was talking about. He's talking about the third day. I have no idea. I have no idea, Sean. No idea. On it, because if it was 3 days after it started trading, right, it just fucking fell off a cliff. You know what I mean? If that's what you're talking about, then I get it. And then also, look at this. 1, 2, 3, up, and then right back down. I don't know, man. It's an interesting theory. Fucking WW. $48 is coming up to view up on 10x. Is it 9:30 yet? Snapchat trying to move? Maybe. Snap reaches analyst price target. Ooh, look at that. Look at that on Snapchat. Ooh, pretty chart. Hopefully we fucking get a handle off that. Break that trend. BBIG. Oh, the motive, what's it called? I believe that they got released 2 patents yesterday. Could be mistaken. That could be a big deal. I don't know why they're not showing up here. Cool stuff, though. Let's Google it. Mine looking at AREB. I got you, dude. Can you tell that I'm like sitting here just trying to like kill time till it open? AREB. Honestly, you kind of want to move off this. Tops of this shit, bottom of this, bottom of that. You're still trying to catch a bottom, though. I don't know if you're quite there yet. I mean, honestly, you just need some good price pressure. Oh, wait, I'm at a weekly. I'm sorry. Ooh. I mean, I like the risk reward on it. I mean, even if you did like the all time low here as like your risk reward, you know what I mean? Well, didn't they buy like a safe company not too long ago? Yeah, Liberty Safe. Okay. What do they even do? Ooh, they have till June 26th to regain compliance. Guys who make safes to store your weed. Oh boy, this sounds like a sector I'm not going to be a fan of. Fuck, where's the investor page? Fuck. They are. Target market has to be dispensaries, I would think, for the weed. Yeah, probably. I would assume. Micro cap at 3.5 mil. Float is only 16.38. It's only 2% short on 60% utilization, 66% utilization. It is a micro cap though, so that could vary. State Street. No BlackRock or Vanguard, but they do have State Street, excuse me. Let's see, analysts. Not like I really care what analysts say. Analysts have it at 150. See price targets. Not price targets, fundamentals, excuse me. I mean, that's good growth for 2021. Oof. EBITDA margin is negative 335. I don't know. Just because the micro cap, it can move, though. You know what I mean? So who's to know? Like, who's to say, like, if it's not gonna fucking just take off just because of the float or the cap and the float? I just don't know if I really like that sector, though. You know what I mean? Like, we're in a point right now where there's so many fucking companies that could just move because they're so beat down. Like, I don't know. I'm just being very, very careful about what I'm in, what I'm not. Because last thing I want is something to absolutely, like, fucking rip and me not be in it after I did, like, a shit ton of DD on it. You know what I mean? Like, say that Cosm just took off to fucking $10, I'd be so pissed if I wasn't in it. I got you. Like some of these, like I mean that because like some of these like fucking like plays throughout the days, like I can't be in all of them, obviously, you know what I mean. But those don't sting as bad as the ones that you've done a shit ton of fucking DD on. ALBT, please. Got you. Oof, 10. Low turnover. It does have low average volume though, as well. You have a cup here. Nice little cup. I think that a lot of the market relies on what the fuck Powell says at 10 o'clock. I think a lot of the market's going to be like that. Huh. Still have 22.4 on Bitcoin. 10x to 31.2. 10x trying to push. I'm back. Have I missed anything? I don't think so. I love energy. I love me some energy. Currently, I really like nat gas. I like energy. I like energy. I like technology. I like things with low overheads and aren't controlled by the fucking FDA. I like some crypto stuff, depending on like it. Crypto investments to me are well, not crypto, but stock that are based off of crypto prices. They're situational for me. And then I really, really, really like things like SOXL. You guys know I like Boyle, but like SOXL, I play the Qs back and forth. I don't know, just like sectors that are situational for me. You know, I might like this one, BRN, and boss up TRK down. BRN. What is BRN? Ooh. Trying to catch the bottom on an energy stock. Failed cup and handle. Right there. Watch out that this doesn't have more room to come to the bottom. Yeah. I would watch out for about 230 on this. I mean, it could catch... No. Huh. Battle chop at BRN. Making good money into low cap. Good morning, muln. Okay, hold on one second. Let me look this up real quick. BRN. Oh, wrong button. Stop loss right into your... Hold on, I gotta look at BRN real quick. Why do I keep fucking clicking on this? Jesus Christ. BRN. There we go. Okay. Small cap for sure. Only 54% of the companies for sale. I do like that. That chart's fucking ugly, Jesus. What up, Tim? Welcome to chat. Let me catch up to you guys. Yep, they give dividends. Vanguard. BlackRock. State Street. Alright, so they have the big three, quote unquote. Let's see. How are we looking on EPS? And margin percent. I mean, they're increasing on margin percent. I do like that. I do like EBITDA margin percent. And they are getting better on EPS. Sorry. I mean, they're still green on EPS. I'm not really the biggest fan of the chart, though. It's just flat. You know? Just, its entire history is just flat. I mean, there might be some, you know, some range in there to make some money, but yeah. Adil. A-D-I-L for Tim. No volume. Adil, again, low cap. $24.5 mil. Float. Is it short? Do you know what they make, Tim? Like what kind of drugs they make or no? 8.48 short. No, sorry, 8.48 Cosmara, 1.63 short. And I'm already late 52%. I mean, your daily EMAs are in line. You just have to take out the 200, obviously. Oh, nice little cup there for him. Let's see what they make real quick. I typically don't like pharmaceuticals just because of the FDA. So, you know how crooked the stock market is, right? the the health sector is also like just as crooked. Therefore, like the FDA like approvals and this, that, and the third, like they just seem very, very fucking timely on some things. You know what I mean? I just want to stay away from as many fucking FDA plays as possible, just because I don't want to deal with that kind of shit. Pipeline. You got something here. Oh boy, alcohol use disorder. This is gonna be a no from me, dog. All right, so alcohol use disorder is their top drug, all right, and that's in phase 3. It's not passed by the FDA yet. How many alcoholics do you know that take medicine for alcohol use rather than, I don't know, drinking another 12 to their face? And I'm not busting your balls or anything, because like you said, you just found it. I'm just like trying to like reason with you guys and level with these. That's all. I personally like, I don't know, I like the used car sector. We covered this yesterday for anybody that's new. So Mason found he found a video that somebody did, and they broke down all of like the like basically like loan payments and shit like that, right? The average new car is $47,000 right now. Therefore, the average loan with no down payment on 5 years is over $900. Under 1,000, but it's like nine. I think it was like 920 something, 927. Like that's too expensive for a fucking used car or a new car, excuse me. And in my opinion, that's gonna go ahead and that's gonna drive used car sales, which is why I'm as heavy as I am in Carvana, Vroom. I like SFT, but I'm not in them right this second. Maybe I should actually look at SFT. I made money on them prior, but I needed the money for something else. And you don't go broke taking profit. Just saying. SFT on the 4 hour. In between the bottom fib and the second fib. Trying to spin back up towards the MACD though on the 4. On top of the MACD with the 1. And going through on the 2. But yeah, I like SFT. They just completed a merger with car lots as well. I got you. But like I don't know. There's no fucking way that people can afford new cars though. Think about it. Do you think that everybody could afford, almost $1,000 car payment after everything's all said and done with taxes and shit like that? Like $1,000 a month? I don't know. Income didn't go up that much, you know what I mean? So that's a sector I like. I like energy, I like technology, and like I said, crypto, and then I like moving on the indices, of course. And basically wherever the shorts go. Yes, sir, they have. VRX trying to pop. I already played them off the lows once. Let's look at the short on it real quick. It's been a minute since in all fairness, it's been like a minute since I looked at SFT. So let me just throw that out there. Under 20 million cap, about 18. 48 million shares on flow, that's 56%. %30 short on 69% utilization. What do we got here? What's 40 days ago? January 26th. What the fuck? January 26th. Ooh, that's getting close, actually. So shorts are going to be underwater approximately at 20.75. And it's at 21. So shorts are technically underwater, in theory. And it's 29.5 short. VRAX and WW on VS, thank you. Vanguard owns 6%. BlackRock owns 3%. Where's the homie State Street? State Street's in there too. So it has the big 3 as well. I mean, I don't know. Something to think about, right? WW's trying to get some lift there. Ah. All right, so for anybody new, the blue are fib lines. Red are just normal support and resistance lines. But blue are or green, whatever the fuck they are. Those are fib lines. Might be trying to come off the bottom, though. Today might be kind of important for that third green, you know? I would also add VRM. Just saying. I kind of like VRM a little bit more than I like SFT. VRM is just a larger company, you know? That's a short. The shorts are run away. Alan, you're funny. Yeah, I like VRM more than I like SFT. And I'm trying to use this as a, you know, obviously a risk reward. Look at the history on this, though. But I mean, it did some decent volume here in 2021, around 43 bucks, and it's currently trading at 94 bucks or 94 cents, excuse me. Just under the MACD there. Hold on one second. I gotta let Bella out. Alright, my bad. It's snowing out, and Bella loves snow. Uh-oh, Boyle's trending up. Mullen is to unveil first 2 EV commercial products at NTA. Yeah, Chad's been talking about that. Thank you, thank you. What up, Talal? That's funny. Chad just said it as well. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. People are just going to put off buying a new car, or they're going to buy used cars because they're going to be cheaper. People will pay for fucking cheap and convenient. Remember that. Good morning, Mr. Allen. How are you, buddy? Bollinger will have B1 there as well. Good shit. Again, guys, please like and sub. It's free to help me out. I appreciate it. Sorry to be repetitive. Y'all just don't do it, so. You know. You're looking at 15% short on 100% utilization. You're just off all-time lows. The all-time low the other day was like 69 cents, if I'm not mistaken. Holders. Let's see. Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. Got backing. Remember that you have a lot of deals as well. You have a deal with Walmart, U.S. Army. There's another big one too. I forget the name of it though. I got you. Only 72.45% of the float is for sale. Well, no, sorry. Of the outstanding shares are for sale. Excuse me. Just under 318 mil. Nice little cup there on muln. There's fucking cups everywhere, guys. I keep saying that, oh, there's a cup here, there's a cup there, but, like, there's a fucking cup everywhere. It's fucked up, and I keep forgetting. So, goev. ASTS is currently building the first and only space-based cellular broadband network. Oh, that's kind of cool. And that's ASTS. Thank you, Mom. By the way, that's not EVGO. Wait, what about EVGO? Oh, gotcha. You just fucked me up there. EVGO is actually the number one short squeeze score on Ortex at the moment. It's been actually for maybe like a month. Oh, I lied. The low was 67 cents there. I thought it was 69 cents. I mean, you could use that as a risk reward though. Still under MACD though. Pretty good. Someone was looking for TRKA dip. I think that was it. Oh yeah, let me pull the TRKA. Oh. Yeah, maybe. It looks spicy. I think so too, Alan. I think so too. TRKA trying to handle out. Little double bottom there on TRKA. Bang, bang. All right, almost 9:30. Wow, BLPH is up again. Yo, congrats on this play, Alan. That was a fucking homer yesterday, bro. TRKA trying to lift off here with the handle. Maybe. No problem, dude. Well deserved. Go ahead. We want 94 cents. 94, 95. Remember, over 1150, the warrants on Rumble might get interesting. What the warrants at? They were overpriced yesterday, though. And they're overpriced again. They're trading at $2. They should be theoretically 1150 cheaper than the underlying. And they're obviously much higher than that. And that's just because like the whole exercise price and everything. Now, on warrants though, they won't go ahead and they won't be like directly 1150, like underneath, but like they will be lagging and they'll stay in that area. I saw your insurrection post. Did you listen to the space call with last night? No, I didn't. I did see that video though. We'll have my earbuds in back and forth, so I'll miss most of chat. Yell at me if it gets nutty. It's been nutty though, Trish. It's been. The wild world of the fucking New York Stock Exchange. Don't forget, y'all, join our Discord. I'm adding new features daily. Yeah, our Discord is fucking dope as fuck. Let me go ahead and let me tag that to chat. So many tools to do DD. Welcome to the Buzzline. What's up, brother?
What's happening, my brother?
I'm chilling. What's up with you?
So, I just want to put this out there because it was way too much for me to type.
Okay, what's up?
But goev did $52 million offering.
Yeah, that was like in February, though, right? February 10th?
6th.
Okay.
Yeah, and they did warrants too, so at $1.05. I just wanted people to be aware of that. That's what made their price crash through the floor. So,
do you know how many warrants, though? I thought they had warrants.
I don't know how you look up the warrants. The warrants is something that's way outside of my understanding. So I'll go back to watching. So if you look it up, I can see it.
Okay. All right. We'll do that real quick.
Bye.
Bye. goev. 12 U.S. senators back giving Commerce, SEC new powers to ban TikTok. Oh, that'd be fucking dope. About to bail on 10x if she doesn't behave properly. No, these are old warrants, buddy. I think. Issued on December 31st. And the exercise is 115 a share as well. And it's 34 million shares. So it's a good amount of shares. TRKA busting. Christ. Wow, the regret is fucking real here, to be quite honest. Let me see if Bella's ready to come in. Come on. I know it's snowing. Hurry up. Come. Stop. No, look, you're not allowed. Scoop. Thank you. Oh, man. Alan messaged me. Give me a second. Oh, okay, so together it's 50 million. Oh, 105. So Seeking Alpha has it 105, but the paperwork has it 110. I mean, it's 5 cents. What up, Anthony? Oh, TRK just released earnings, really? Whoo! Is that better than expectations? I don't know what they were expecting. Does anyone know what they were expecting? Bitcoin danger, danger. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Hold up. We them boys. No. Let me log into this account over here. Okay. Press release, TRKA reports record revenue. Ooh. Record revenue. What's their EPS? Does it say or no? Fucking busting. VXX, damn son. Word. Successful completion of restructuring of operations and cost optimizations following the acquisition of Converge. Word. Word. I just want to know what their EPS was. They announced financial results for the 6 months ended last year. So EBITDA positive, huh? What's up, Sean? Yep.
Hey, Canon news is out on Cosm as well.
Oh boy, here we go. Well, that was out last night, yeah.
Was it? I just got a notification on it. That's all. That was 9:17 a.m. Cosmos Health enters into a material definitive agreement with Canon Laboratories pursuant to the binding letter of intent. Next phase was execution.
They dropped an 8K last night.
Huh?
They dropped an 8K last night.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
Yes, sir. Ooh, over $4 here though on Cosm.
The stock purchase agreement can be concluded no later than March 31st.
Ooh, interesting.
Yes, sir.
Cool. All right.
Cool.
Thanks, buddy.
Welcome.
Bye. I got a sell order at 125 on TRK. Okay. MH, what ticker? He's talking about TRKA. So they had 1,125%. Wow. Nice cup there, though. Give me 1 second. Inside. Oh, I thought I heard a big ass truck. I just wonder what the fuck that was. So earnings better than? I mean, he just said that it's an increase of 1,100%. 1,125%. Nice little cup there, too. The only thing that I'm thinking of could be, what if it's buy the rumor, sell the news on it, basically, and they just drop off TRKA because a lot of people fucking just bought it. Now, keep in mind, I do not have a position. I want you guys to fucking do great. I'm just trying to, obviously brainstorm it. Like, what if they just drop it off because of that news? You know what I mean? Like, obviously, like, you guys knew that it was going to have good earnings, right? What if they, what if they use that to their advantage? That's the only thing that I'd be worried about. Oh, keep in mind, I've been, like, playing pretty fucking conservative. Just saying. I've been trying to stay very, very, very conservative. So I could be wrong. The short's whole premise for shorting the other one. Yeah, okay, so think about how debilitating that would be if they dropped the shit out of it. See what I'm saying? They say that they just shorted the ever-living piss out of it. People would be like, well, what the fuck? They just had good earnings. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, WW is up on bad earnings. Like, odd, right? Bite your tongue. I don't want to, I'm sorry. I don't want to, like, guys, even trades I'm in, I fucking look at, like, I look at the fucking positives and negatives of it. Like, I don't know. Yeah, the RSI is fucking way too hot, in my opinion. I would want it to cool down a little bit. goev looks like very high short volume. Let me stick the dogs upside or upstairs. I don't know. I just said upside or yeah. I don't even know. I fucking butchered that. Let me stick them upstairs. Oh, come on, babe. Lucky, come here, bud. Up. Oh, man. Alright. Back in the saddle. Let's fucking do it. Alan sent me a photo. What is it? goev short volume. Okay. Yeah, they've been beating the fuck out of goev for a little while. I got it, Alan. Thank you. On top of the MACD. I'm ready to go vertical. I like goev. I've been liking goev. I like how they have deals with Walmart and the U.S. Army. I think that's a big deal. Boy, I'll try and back up. Heads up on that gas, guys. All right. I get so fucking anxious. Where do you think the line in the sand will be? 398, 400, or 403? Hopefully 403. I don't want to dip below 403, because if we dip below 403, then we're probably going to lose 300 on the Qs. James Harrison, what's up, buddy? EPAS OTC drop patent. Oh, yeah, that's the one you were talking about. Thank you for making a second account. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, we gotta watch Powell at, what's it called, at 10 too. We're gonna have to find that. Vana popped? Ooh, wait, where? CVNA? Hello. Okay. goev, a mobility company, said it signed an agreement for sale. Okay, so goev is gonna be in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much, Alan. All right. Last minute. All right. You guys know I'm not a financial advisor. Be careful. Make sure that you know what the fuck you're doing. TRKA is about to pop. Look at that. It's forming like a little pennant right there. Yeah. Cool, calm, collected. Ice fucking cold, guys. And please like, sub, all that cool shit. And don't be afraid to shout shit out either. Please. That's how, you know, obviously this channel fucking makes its way around. You guys shouting shit out. Some bitch got my finger on the sell button. My 10x word. All right. I'm having cosm blocks over 304, so. And we're on. Let's get it. Let's see. Vana, 914, barely up. Hard down on TRKA. WW to 489, 26 up. And Vana still has 25 up. Coinbase red. UNC up another 14% after running like 160% yesterday. SLXL green. Let's look at Carvana's back to red. Ooh, Cosm. Go ahead, you fuck. Good volume for Cosm. Cosm's always really, really light on volume, guys. Snapchat. I'm having a tough time pulling off Cosm right now for how much Cosm my account holds. It's only at 5%, and like it just, you know, it's refreshing. Let's look at Vana. Vana, hard down. Oop, wrong one. Bitcoin hard down. VIX green. MMat up 1.6. tblt. I believe tblt has their earnings coming up, guys. Snap to 12. Let's do it. What up, Kyle? Long time no see, buddy. Kelita says 96 cents on TRKA. Snapchat, nice little tear, just off 12. Remember, guys, above 12.26, we get into a danger zone where there have been gap ups. It's like back-to-back gap ups, and then there's a gap up even higher. It's at like $80. That's probably going to take a minute to get to. And remember that 15% of Snapchat is owned by China. Snapchat with that rip. Kyle, thanks, buddy. Every penny helps. I appreciate that. Every penny helps. Yeah, I'll throw money like it's nothing. Oh, shit. Big ball in the house. I'm going to pull snap again. I didn't mean to pull off that. Oh, shit, Snapchat. Please, God, get up into that gap. Please, God. Carvana back to green. VRAX, 140% up. 10x down. Boyle, percent up. GNLX, another 11% up. GNS down at 367. AI green. AI rip. Beautiful. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Glad to see you back. I feel like when you were here, it was a fucking party. TRKA, hard down. Carvana with that boom, too. Jesus. Again, guys, please don't forget to like and sub. It is free to help me the fuck out. Yeah, gas, what are you doing, you whore? Anybody see any rips anywhere? goev hard down. You're just off at an all-time low, Alan. That might be a nice entry, or at least getting to one. Your risk-reward is looking kind of nice here. NVOS? Okay. TRK trying back up. NVOS? GNLX? Yeah. Wow. Fucking NVOS. Crazy shit. WW, 28% up. Right there. 25 cents. Uh-oh, danger zone. Come on, baby. BSFC's ripping. Hold on a second. We're getting to an important level here. I want to take this. The NSCs too. All right, thank you, Fred. All right, so BSFC and ENSC are going right this second. I want to see what happens here, though. Honestly, you know what? I could probably pull it right back. WW on its way up. All right, BSFC, Blue Star Foods. Nice little push there for sure. You're saying what? ENSC? Trying to come back with another one? Why is this moving like this? Maybe. Oh, no, never mind. I don't know why that's moving like that. NVOS still going? Sorry. NVOS is trying to push up here. BNGO. What is BNGO? Nitro Basic. Snapchat to the danger zone. Let's fucking get it. Snapchat. Go ahead, you fuck. Pay daddy. Go ahead. Twenty minutes of Powell. Okay, thank you. AI above that fib line. Cosm, sell 499. TRKA under 20%. In between the 48 and the 2. 10x again? Okay. Boom. Like, there's a little bit of a gap here. I'd expect it to fill that gap. I mean, it doesn't have to fill that gap, as you guys know, but... Look at fucking Snapchat. Let's go, guys. Fucking dubs. Fuck yeah, guys. TRKA under the 200. Carvana up 3. Remember what I said about used cars, guys? Well, new cars, excuse me. Wait, what? What are you talking about, Kyle? Gift? Okay, I'll take your gift. Hold on a second. If it'll accept. Hold on a second. Let's see. Pull up NVOS real quick. NVOS. Watch that try to handle up. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what my what's called is. I forget what my Discord login is. Dots on NRBO. That's a pharmaceutical, right? Look at Snap. Snap is just a fucking mission. Honestly, my money's accounted for right now. I'm not taking any new plays. I like what's called. I like energy. I like used cars. I like EVs. I like technology. I like some crypto assets. well, obviously I like crypto, but I like some like stock assets that are, you know, relevant to crypto. I do not like pharmaceuticals right now, but like that's not saying that you can't hit on them. You know what I mean? TRKA 40 on the RSI. Q's back over that neckline. Shine, listen to yourself. You have 400%. You're being greedy. Out to... out to... I thought you said I'm into... Oh, I'm sorry. I lied. I thought you said I was in it. ADIL trying to twist. VRAX off of its highs, trying to twist though. Here's NRBO. GNS went green. I'll take it. We're about to go hard bearish, in my opinion. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Cosm back over 4. TRKA to 10. TRKA down. Mullen's down 4.7 as well. Snap up. 7 up. I want to buy into Vyvanse once companies start producing their own blend. You're trying to get that twist here. You're at VWAP on ADIO. BBIG 48.40. MMAT under 60 cents. SINT red. Lasers down. ASTS penny up. Bitcoin to 22.3. Let's look at this. Uh-oh. Booby red. GNS. Out of all 5 calls for 420. Nice. Good shit, dude. Good shit. Just off $28 on AI. Tesla 191. Down to a potential parabolic line. AMC green. In between the 48 and the 200 on AI or on AMC. Coinbase back to green. ARDX went on a nice little move. Oh, what was it, yesterday? ETAU up. I don't know if you're still in that, Alan. She's up. Wow, UNCI's fucking going again. My God. Remember, this was up 150% yesterday, guys. It was up higher, but then obviously came back down. Nice tear, though. Back up another 40%. Congrats if you guys hit that good. Halt on Lion. $390 on GNS. 30% on WW. At VWAP. Snap. So at 1250. Come on, give me a push, you fuck. Vana trying to stay green, maybe. Cosm. It's 40% under all-time low on UNCI. I think she's going, guys. I could be biased though. Look at that volume today compared to like the last week. NVOS trying to curl up as well. That's already 25% up, though. Snap trying to move off 1250. ADIL 37 up to the 48. Ape 177. Ape trying over the 200. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Things are feeling awful bullish. TRKA 12% up. Trying to spin back. Again, guys, please don't forget to like and sub. It's free to help me out. I appreciate y'all. And again, sorry to be repetitive. I just got to keep doing it, or else you guys don't fucking do it for me. GoEV, all-time low. Allen, all-time low on GoEV. God, we needed that up there. The reason why I'm so fucking, on top of Snapchat are just because of the gaps, guys. If you don't know where they are, just pull them up. There's two that are, like, really close, and they go up to, like, 20, and then there's that one from, like, 60 to 80. Some shit like that. NVOS coming up on VWAP here at the 48 and the 200 as well. Cosm 410. Looking for handle. Your 14s for next week that I gotta open are already 180 up. Good shit, dude. Let's see. Snap 1262. What's AI doing? AI now red. What's Coinbase doing? Back down there on Coinbase. How about Tesla? Okay. Let's go through the list. Ah, fuck me. GNS down to red. Maybe between the 48 and the 200 on GNS. SINT 258. Boyle, green. Boyle trying to twist there through VWAP. I like net gas here. I could be biased. Hope is green. Square. Square's going for a gold cross as well. It looks like it's about to move. IonQ over 5. EVgo green. GWH to 151. Novavax to 719. Frig all the way up to 772. AI back to green. Square looking for it. Facebook, Netflix, Google, Amazon, Microsoft green. Apple red. Tesla red. IoT over 20. Snap 1260 still. Carvana 934 2% up. Carvana's trying to twist up as well. Spy push, beautiful, love it. Thank you, Mason. AMC, GameStop, muln, BBIG red. GameStop green. AMC trying to go green. Going for that red-green move. Probably a result of that spy push. So get Bitcoin. Still trying to curl back. Lucid 850. Wouldn't it be great if they dropped the Zip Doctor news too? Cosm enters into material definitive agreement with Canna Laboratories. The next phase is the execution of a stock purchase agreement. So not only do they have the stock purchase agreement, but then they also have the Zip Doctor news coming up too. Just saying. Selling snap at breaks below 220 or 1225. Okay. SINT 258. That's a micro cap, micro float. Boil below 6. Boil hard down. Uh-oh. 10x well off of its highs. NVOS still has 30%. AI back to red. Tesla still red. TRKA, how we doing? You want to get on top of that 200 ASAP. Powell, 8 minutes away. Okay. Let me get that on tap. Does anyone have a link for it that's in Mafia chat? Of curiosity, that'd be dope. If not, I'm sure I could find it, but it'd be a lot easier for me. Hey Sean, is there any way that you could do that for me? Pretty please? Ooh, GNLX up 23. GNLX trying. Thank you, sir. Man, I don't know what we'd do without you, Sean. Ape trying for a gold cross. GNLX new high. All-time high or? Ooh, heads up. That just started trading. I didn't realize that. AQSC to report today. I thought I saw that. Thank you. I'm just holding them. I don't know. I don't have like a shit ton, but like I have some, you know. Good old cup waiting for a handle. Look at that on a 5. Moas time. Ooh, Cosmo 422. Love it. Please stair step higher. That would be fucking ideal. Guys, you might get flushed. Obviously not financial advice, but I don't know. It might be buy the rumor, sell the news, and then they might fucking, you know, obviously load up after it, you know, starts this curly in, you know? And I don't want to be pessimistic. I just want to look at, you know, other options. Oop. Qs are at a important line there. VREX trying to come back up on VREX, excuse me. Boils to 6. Thank you, Sean. Sean, you're the shit. You know that? I'm watching for now. Markets feel weird. Markets feel really weird. But remember, Powell speaks in 6 minutes. Probably explains why the markets feel kind of weird. Market looks like it's going to go red today. Whatever he says could fucking impact the market more than we could even imagine. Fucking Cosm, let's go. Vanna's trying to get it as well. On C as well. Wow. UNC's fucking unreal. Again, this was up, what, like 100 and... I believe it hit 200% at one point, but I believe it closed at like 150 yesterday. It's about to go again. Look at that. RSI is a little bit hot, but the way that trend is looking, it looks like it wants to keep spinning up. Mullen 3.7 down, goev just off the all-time low. ALBT down, AREB down, trying to spin on TRKA. MMat just under 60 cents still. Oil to 603. What is this? Let me pull this up in a different window so that I could actually look at my account as well. Boyle's trying to get it right now. GNLX pushing highs. Fuck. Well, I guess I'm not gonna be able to look at my account the whole time here. Tearing. Bitcoin 22.3. GNS 374 at VWAP the 48, the 13, the 24, and just under 200. There's a little bit of action in order to pop that. Ape trying for that gold cross. Doesn't Carvana usually go off Powell days? There's just so much gamma on Carvana that it just goes fucking insane. Lion unhalted. ENTX. Oof. Back down. BBIO, excellent day yesterday. Looks like she might fucking keep going. Your TRK average is over 70 cents. Word. Valon down 10%. We saw what it did yesterday. MC to 618. FFIE down to... what is this asset doing? Oh, it's coined. Hold on a second. I searched for the wrong fucking thing. CoinDesk. 1 second. CoinDesk. All right. We're waiting. Tesla to 190. She might get flushed. Honestly, really, just the whole market fucking feels like it just has to depend on what pellets say. My humble opinion, at least. TRK to 83 cents. JSPR, please. Got you. JS. That's Jasper Therapeutics, right? Yeah. I have the thing started. I just gotta wait for them to start it. I'm in the queue. Do you know what caused this? Wait, what are you saying? Home data? Hold on a second. ePasgo. I believe that this is a 3 times bull. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, 3 times bull for home builders. What kind of data are we looking at, bro? Today's Tuesday. Where are you seeing home sales data? I don't see what you're talking about. All right, we're starting.
Not making money on social media. Try doing your own thing.
Ah, shit. Hold on a second. Ad is playing. The fuck? It's paused. Bear with me, guys. There we go. They're not talking yet. Begins momentarily, it says. Snap to 1226. Did you cut this, Mason, or no? WW 31 up. Inverted head and shoulders there. Potentially. TRK about to go under 80 cents. Okay. And down to red. Oof. Yeah, 5%. Sold at 1232. That a boy. Yep. As expected, selling off that news. Selling off good news. It's been happening. NVOS 16 up.
I'm going to do my best to enforce 5 minutes today.
goev just off that all-time low.
This hearing will come to order. Welcome, Chair Powell. Thank you for doing your duty and seeming to enjoy it when you come to our committee. Thank you.
Oh.
Seeming to enjoy it.
Excellent.
Today we examine the Fed's actions to combat inflation, whether these actions are actually working, including how those actions affect American jobs and their paychecks. Prices are still too high across many parts of the economy. We know that who feels it the most when the cost of rent and groceries go up? It's not the economic pundits and politicians who lecture us about discipline and stability. It's not the corporate executives who pretend they're making tough choices about prices while reporting record profit increases quarter after quarter
GNS
and
at
doing
359.
more and more stock buybacks. It's the people working hourly jobs to make ends meet. It's seniors on fixed income and Social Security. It's everyone who gets their income from a paycheck each month, not an investment portfolio.
Okay, then stop robbing
It's
them.
those same Americans who stand to lose the most if the Fed's actions to curb inflation go too far. No matter what goes wrong in our economy, a global pandemic, a war in Eastern Europe, weather disasters, profits somehow always manage to go up. Workers are left paying the price. As you've noted, Chair Powell, the Fed's tools are only one element in our fight against inflation. It's a complex problem. Interest rates are a single, we know, blunt tool. Raising interest rates can't rebuild our supply chains and fix demand imbalances from the pandemic. Raising interest rates won't end Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. Raising interest rates won't prevent avian flu from devastating 1/3 of our egg supply.
You're buying
or weather
HKD,
disasters from destroying key crops. And raising interest rates certainly won't stop big corporations from exploiting all of these crises to jack up prices far beyond the increase in their costs. Last year, corporate profits hit a record high. Corporate PR chiefs assure us that these companies just have to raise prices. Their costs are going up. The
Tesla to
workers just
187.
want to be paid too much. They have no other choice, they tell us. Yet when you look at their profits and their executive salaries and their stock buyback plans, it sure doesn't look like corporations have exhausted
It looks
every
like it's
available
getting tight again at
alternative.
200.
It's so brazen. Even global bankers called on the Fed to identify this profiteering as one of the biggest drivers of inflation. Paul Donovan, chief
I hope that they talk
economist
about
of Global
lawsuits.
Wealth
I
Management
doubt
at
that they will,
UBS,
though.
wrote, the Fed should make clear that raising profit margins are spurring inflation. Companies have passed higher costs on to consumers, but they've also taken advantage of circumstances to expand profit margins. The broadening of inflation beyond commodity prices is more profit margin expansion than wage cost pressures. Think
You're about
about
to go
that.
again.
From a chief economist
Oh,
at
watch that handle.
UBS, I'll say it again. They've taken advantage. These companies have taken advantage of circumstances
Okay, Trish.
to expand profit margins. The broadening of inflation beyond commodity prices is more profit margin expansion than
Bitcoin
wage
down.
cost pressures, unquote.
Uh-oh.
The Fed, understandably, the Fed can't force corporations to change their ways or rewrite the Wall Street business model on its own, but the Fed can talk about it. High interest rates, falling wages,
and that's
increasing
back to red.
unemployment
Where
are
are you
all
at?
hallmarks of failed policies
58.50 on
that end up
MMT.
helping Wall Street, the largest corporations in the country, the wealthiest
Hughes
people
down at
in the
297.
country.
Ouch.
Because let's be clear what we're talking about when people use the economic speak that can cloud this conversation.
This isn't even fucking
Cooling
Powell.
the economy means laying off workers. Lowering demand means workers get fewer raises. Of course, there are times when the Fed must act. We can't allow inflation to
Cosm up.
become entrenched. We've seen encouraging trends that isn't happening. And there are other
Good
ways
volume,
we can
guys.
bring
Real good
prices down
volume.
instead of lowering demand. Again, making people poor, laying people off, denying worker raises. We can speed up and strengthen our supply chains. We can bring critical manufacturing back to the U.S. We can rebuild our infrastructure. It's what we're doing with the CHIPS Act, with the Inflation Reduction Act, with the bipartisan infrastructure bill. For the
GNS
first
trying
time
to
in
work its way back
decades,
to
we're
72.
finally recognizing the
Just
damage
tapped,
that I
200.
and many of my colleagues
Ooh,
warned
ape down to
corporate-
172.
the corporate offshoring would do to our economy. Look at East Palestine, Ohio, a community that Senator Vance and I have visited a number of times recently. America learned about this small town last month when a Norfolk Southern train derailed and
Didn't they just
spewed
derail another one?
hazardous material into this community. East Palestine is more than just a disaster headline. Columbiana County was once the center of American ceramics manufacturing, at one time producing
Snap
80%
down,
of ceramics and
back down to the
dishware
fib.
in this country. One county produced 80% of it.
Carvana red.
When I was there last week,
Goev
I was talking to
still
the sheriff
sliding.
at the
All-time low, I
1820
believe.
Candle
Ooh,
Company. He was
TRKA down
talking about
12.
how the last one closed just a few years back. Like so many industries, these jobs moved overseas, and we know why. The same reason Norfolk Southern cuts cost at the expense of safety, eliminating one third of its workforce
Wow, VRM
in
down
the
to
last
91
10 years.
cents.
Then you're surprised with these derailments? It's the same reason corporations now keep prices
Dollar
high,
strong,
even as
ugh.
supply chains stabilize. It's the Wall Street business model. Chair Powell knows that.
Yeah, we're
I
going
know
down
that.
hard.
My
Look at
Republican
Bitcoin,
colleagues and
22,000.
Democratic colleagues know that. It's a Wall Street business
Cosm's
model.
moving
Quarter
nicer,
after
though.
quarter, corporations are expected to cut costs
Hard
at
down on
any
Bitcoin.
cost. They skimp
Down
on
to
safety.
22.
They move production
Ooh, Cosm, let's fucking
overseas
go.
to countries where they can pay workers less because of trade deals that they lobbied for. And Wall Street demands they post profit increases, even in the middle of a global pandemic. That's the problem with our economy. And not only will higher interest rates not solve it, if they're overdone, they'll make it worse. We can't risk undermining one of the successes of our current economy. For the first time in decades,
Cosm's on a
workers are
fucking tear, guys.
finally starting to get a little power in this economy. Unemployment's at a historic low, 3.4%. That's not just a number.
I'm not going to be able to pull
Americans
this down
have
while
more
it's fucking ripping like this. I'm
more
sorry. I'm
options,
warning you
even
guys.
in places that have seen a lot in recent years. It means people have the power to demand raises and retirement security and paid sick days and some control over
wanna
their
clear
schedules.
this,
It means more
potential
Americans
parabolic?
have the dignity that comes with a good job
SPY
that
RSI is at
provides for your
17.
family. We must here ensure that all Americans have the opportunity
Guys,
for that.
Cosm is
dignity
moving
of
like
work.
this,
It's a
and
critical
SPY is
time.
getting
The
beat the fuck
consequences of
down. Think about
missteps
that.
could be severe. Mr. Chairman, two more things that affect your job. It's not just monetary policy that threatens American pocketbooks.
TRK halted
Some
to
of
the
my
downside?
colleagues have threatened the nation's full
Oof.
faith and credit by holding the debt
Oof,
ceiling
oof,
hostage for partisan politics. Instead of paying our bills on time, they're essentially threatening all Americans. The Fifth Circuit's Consumer Financial Protection Bureau ruling could also cause unimaginable instability and chaos for families, for consumers, but also, as the chair knows, for the financial system. The Fifth Circuit is Wall Street's, no doubt about it, the Fifth Circuit is Wall Street's favorite courthouse. It recently ruled the CFPB's independent funding.
Will somebody let me know when cosm on hold, please?
If the Supreme Court upholds the Fifth Circuit's ruling, it will not only devastate CFPB, it will threaten the independent funding
of many
other federal agencies, including the Federal Reserve. I look forward to today's hearing, how the Fed will balance its dual mandate and continue to promote an economy where everyone who wants a good job can find one, an economy that works for everyone. Senator Scott. Sorry.
Fine. Good morning, Chairman Powell.
VRAX might be trying to rip.
Sitting here,
currently have the 200.
Looking at my prepared remarks, thinking about
AM down 22 after the day that it had yesterday, or maybe that's 2 days ago.
I think it's really important for us to make sure that all the information that we need in
on GNS.
Make a good decision on the next nom that we have in a timely
GNS
fashion.
might move, guys.
So I would really implore the chair to make sure that happens. That every question, every questionnaire, that is asked from the person, we get.
On halt.
Every member of this committee has their questions answered in a timely fashion, and that the staff has their answers in a timely fashion. Listening to Chairman Brown, I thought to myself, fascinating, truly fascinating. I concluded that.
goev off the bottom?
Well, I know Chairman Brown pretty well. I am sure he is sincere.
Back to $9 on Vana. Heads up here.
Let me just say this. Spending and printing trillions of dollars. Caving to the radical left in this country. Seeing policies posited and then implemented that led to the worst inflation in 40 years. Seeing our inflation at 9.1%.
On back to green.
Seeing American families struggle because of the weight of the government on their shoulders.
C32 up off the high side.
Seeing the devastation from South Carolina to Ohio.
And Vossard down.
Unbelievable.
Snap, trying to curl back.
That the progressives in this country who caused a 9.1% inflation
as well.
with in turn, somewhere besides in the mirror,
SINT
to
up
see
the bottom.
The absolute devastation caused by their out-of-control spending is remarkable. Remarkable. To stop the out-of-control inflation caused by the out-of-control spending, the Fed steps in.
That's because it's halted.
To cool the economy. Well, the definition of cooling the economy is necessary because we've seen the most radical approach to a problem that was in our rearview mirror being used as a Trojan horse to bring in a level of socialism and spending that our nation has not seen in my lifetime.
Way up on DXY, guys.
Simple.
That's not good.
When you get to 9.1% inflation in this nation,
no bueno.
As a kid who grew up in a single-parent household, mired in poverty, a 40% today, 100% just a year ago increase in the gas prices devastates single mothers around this country. For seniors on fixed income whose savings are being depleted with an average cost just last month of a $433 increase because of inflation. For my friends on the other side of the aisle to look any place besides a mirror, I find stunning. The truth is that when your food prices go up over 20%, when your electricity is up over 20%,
over 12.26 on Snap.
Where in the world are they? They cannot be in this universe. It must be an alternate universe where, in fact, it's okay
838
for us to
on
see prices
611 on AMC. Spider 401.
Economy,
hopefully we
stumble, but fall
there.
into a ditch. Why are we in the ditch?
Still have over 22 on Bitcoin.
Because progressives
under 59 cents on MMat.
The pandemic as a way to usher in.
UVXY does the same thing as Boyle, though. It splits like that. So just heads up on. It's called heads up on UVXY.
That takes the money out of the pockets of everyday Americans and puts it in the coffers.
AGFY to 37 cents.
Of the government.
Rig to 760.
There is is a better way.
GWH down to 143.
The better way is to trust the American people. And when you do so, we don't have to have the Fed come in and raise interest rates so high to quell the challenges in our economy, so that today versus 18 months ago,
square down
the
to
price of the same house
today
for your mortgage payment is twice as high. Why? Because of the runaway spending
172
of our friends on the other side.
Biz under 13 cents.
I'm sure I do not have time for my opening comments. What I will say without any question.
College down 16.2.
As I look around the country,
and Voss also trying to spin. Dollar still ripping.
How devastating is it that today it costs $433 more than it did a year ago? The answer is
sticks 450.
A crisis.
Play
when
volume,
the average family in our country just a couple of years ago didn't have $400 in their savings for an emergency, to have prices go up.
AMV back down to 91 cents. This was at $1 yesterday. I think it
have a conversation about
$1, something like that.
Rents around the country.
GNS 369.
Looking at the inflationary effect up. And the absolute
it's cutting trend right now.
Devastation of a snarling supply chain that we haven't seen in my lifetime, run by my friends in the progressives. Unbelievable. But to get to you, Chairman Powell, one of the comments that you've made that I think is really important in one of the speeches that you gave,
double bottom. Okay.
And I apologize for my rant. I just wanted to make sure my rant
Lunar
was
down to
consistent with my friend
13.22. Up C 140.
It is essential, you said, that we stick to our statutory goals and authorities, and that we resist the temptation to broaden our scope to address other important social issues of the day. Taking on new goals, however worthy, without a clear statutory mandate would undermine the case of our independence. You further noted that,
Snapchat
quote,
here?
without explicit congressional legislation, it would be inappropriate for us to use our monetary policy or supervisory tools to promote a greener economy or to achieve other climate-based goals. We are not and will not be a climate policy maker. Do you still stand by those comments?
I do.
Thank you. Finally, I know we're not in the question yet. I know. I get it. Finally.
You now have 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Yes. I knew the chairman would dock that from my time, and I appreciate you
Fed swaps
so
president
with a great
50 basis points in March versus 25.
Finally, several of my Republican colleagues and I sent a letter to you discussing Vice Chair of Supervision.
I had more TRK in the 50s, you fucking
dog. A holistic review of capital standards. I look forward to discussing those capital standards during my Q&A, and I will thank you for
honestly, I should probably look to fucking get TRK.
That helped illuminate some of the necessary challenges that we face as a nation and your answers to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Speaking of illuminating, thank you, Senator Scott.
Yes, sir.
Thank
you for allowing me to use this.
Today we'll hear from Chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, on monetary policy in the state of our economy. And I don't expect Chair Powell to weigh in on the mini debate we just had, but I think we all know that the debt increase was much larger under President Trump and a Republican Senate than it has been since. Chair Powell, thank you for your service and your testimony today.
77 short on TRK.
Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Scott, and other members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation is causing significant hardship.
One more.
And we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal. Over the past year, we've taken forceful actions to tighten the stance of monetary policy. We have covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our tightening so far are yet to be felt. Even so, we have more work to do. Our policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices. Without price stability, the economy does not work for anyone.
Over 6 on Boyle.
In particular, without
Can somebody let me know if that hits like 59
cents? We will not
cents?
achieve a sustained period
of
labor market
sub one
conditions
or sub
that
60 cents.
All.
Please.
I'll review the current
20 cents on
situation before turning to monetary policy.
Tesla 187.5 at a fib line.
Employment, consumer spending, manufacturing production, and inflation
AI under that fib line.
Softening trends that we'd seen in the data just a month ago.
Trying to catch itself at 26.
Some of this reversal likely reflects the unseasonably warm weather
Ungreen.
in January in much of the country.
Vana,
Still,
880.
the breadth of the reversal, along with revisions to the previous quarter, suggests that inflationary pressures are running higher than expected at the time of our previous
Cosm trying back to the upside.
meeting. From a broader perspective, inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year, but remains well above the FOMC's longer-run objective of 2%.
Fuck.
The 12-month change in total PCE inflation
Back down one more time.
Has slowed from its peak of 7% in June to 5.4% in January, as energy prices have declined and supply chain bottlenecks have eased.
38%.
Over the past 12 months, core PCE inflation, which excludes the volatile food and energy prices, was 4.7%. As supply chain bottlenecks have eased and tighter policy has restrained demand, inflation in the core goods sector has fallen. And while housing
muln danger zone, new low of the day.
High, the flattening out in rents evident in recently signed leases
excellent volume on
points to a deceleration in this component of inflation over the year ahead.
Ooh, muln hard down.
That said, there is little sign of disinflation thus far.
I agree. That's why I was looking to enter, but I missed that.
A category that accounts for more than half of core consumer expenditures. To restore price stability, we'll need to see lower inflation in
excellent
this
scout,
sector,
Mike.
and there will very likely be some softening in the labor market conditions. Although nominal wage gains have slowed somewhat in recent months, they remain above what is consistent with 2% inflation and current trends in productivity. Strong wage growth is good for workers, but only if it's not eroded by inflation.
Mullen's
turning to
almost 8% down.
The U.S. economy has slowed significantly last year, with real GDP rising at a below-trend pace of 0.9%. Although consumer spending appears to be expanding at a solid pace this quarter, other recent indicators point to subdued growth of spending and production. Activity in the housing sector continues to weaken, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Despite the slowdown in growth, the labor market remains extremely tight.
61 cents.
The unemployment rate was 3.4% in January, its lowest level since 1969.
1253 on Snap.
Job
Snap trying to move.
Remained very strong in January, while the supply of labor has continued to lag. As of the end of December, there were 1.9 job openings for
nicely
each
back
unemployed
up.
individual,
I want this to come right back
close
down, though,
to
so
the
I can
all-time
fucking grab
peak
a position.
recorded
I
last
missed that
March.
scout.
While unemployment insurance claims have remained near historical lows. Turning to monetary policy. With inflation well above our longer-run goal of 2%,
Tesla's moving up, as is
Coinbase. Labor
Coinbase.
market remaining extremely tight.
Tesla, nice little cup and handle setup.
Continued to tighten the stance of monetary policy, raising interest rates by 4.5 percentage points
Coinbase.
over the past year.
Coinbase is about to go for a rip, it looks like, guys.
We continue to anticipate
heads up on CONL.
CONL
might be like a fire play.
Will be appropriate in order to obtain a stance of monetary policy.
Maybe this is 1.5 times Coinbase,
to
and it's at 949. Ooh,
in addition,
cosm down.
We are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. We are seeing the effects of
I'm
our
not worried
policy
about this
actions
at all.
on demand in the most interest-sensitive sectors of the economy. It will take the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized.
People are going to buy this
especially
right
on
back.
inflation.
Watch.
In light of the cumulative tightening of monetary policy and the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, the committee slowed the pace of interest rate increases over its past 2 meetings. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting, taking into account the totality of the incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation. Although inflation has been moderating in recent months, the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy. As I mentioned, the latest economic data have come in stronger than expected, which suggests that the ultimate level of interest rates is likely to be higher than previously anticipated. If the totality of the data were to indicate that faster tightening is warranted,
on MMat, 58
we'd be
cents.
prepared to increase the pace of rate hikes.
6 on SINT.
Restoring price stability
Oil over
will
6,
likely require
GNS
that we
366.
maintain a restrictive stance of monetary
8 to
policy
174.
for some time. Our overarching focus is
A little bit
using our
down.
tools
Come on, a
to
little
bring
bit further.
Back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. The historical
I'm gonna have to sell Boyle at a small gain, even though it's too early.
Policy. We will stay the course.
Snap over
until
1250.
the job is done. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses.
Boyle looks like it's about to fucking tear, and I gotta
Everything
fucking sell
we
it
do
for
is in service to
TRK.
our public mission. At the Federal Reserve, we will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 23 of us on this committee.
Jesus.
Almost everyone will be here today. I ask each of us to stay as close to the 5-minute mark as we can.
Carvana
because we have votes
891,
at 11:30,
snap,
so, thank you all for
1250.
your cooperation. Chair Powell, thank you.
TRK.
Job growth is strong as unemployment remains historically low. You might not know that from the opening statements. Many drivers of inflation, corporate greed, rising inequality, supply chain disruptions, Russia's bestiality, if you will, in Ukraine won't get better because of interest rates.
That's a boil early. Fuck. I'm about to grab TRKA.
That the Fed is treating this economic period as it has in the past
Bear with
instead of
me.
reacting differently?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've been aware since the very beginning and have discussed this publicly on many occasions that there are some differences this time. We, in particular, have not seen the kind of supply side collapse that we saw at the very beginning of the inflation outbreak. Also, the outbreak of a war which had significant effects on commodity prices a year ago. So all that is different. There are also those.
I just bought TRKA.
There is a mismatch.
I mean, at 65 cents. Okay.
You can see that in the goods sector still. You saw it in housing prices going up over 40% since before the
Carvana
pandemic.
9.
You see it in the labor market where we have.
I feel like 65 cents is all right entry, hey?
For every unemployed person. So we're well aware that this particular situation involves a mix of cycles of forces, not all of which our tools can affect, but there is a
Chad,
job
I'm a
here for us
firefighter.
to do
Okay, I'm not gonna read
in
that.
better aligning demand.
TRKA
with
trying to
supply.
twist back here.
The understanding you have limited tools to address inflation, in our conversations in the past show my concern about continued rate increases that may not actually address the root cause of inflation.
I like that
They hurt
entry.
workers, and
Thank you.
many of us contend we can't follow the same.
I'm pissed that I'd
playbook.
sell Boyle early.
Next question. Last year, 3 banking regulators issued proposed updates on the Community Reinvestment Act to account for changes in our banking system. My question is, does the Fed remain committed to work
NVAS.
with FDIC
Heads up
and
on NVAS, guys.
OCC to finalize a CRA rule, and when will that rule likely be finalized?
Yes, we do remain committed, and I believe we are in broad agreement with
Unsee
the
up
other two
44.
agencies on
Unsee trying to
the
bust.
revisions to the rule. So now we're in the process of writing all that down, and that'll take some time. And then after that, of course, it will come to the Board of Governors for a vote, and that'll involve
VREX,
briefings
100% up.
and discussions. And I can't give
Blue
you an
B
exact
131.
date,
But as quickly as
Unsee
possible.
trying to go.
yes, but
Double
it will-
bottom
it will
on
be
Unsee,
some
guys.
months.
Thank you. Banks weathered the shock of the
Probably gonna lift again.
COVID-19 shutdowns mostly because of the fiscal response provided by Congress. We now see a spike in loan delinquencies, an increase in overall risk. Banks are again
TRK,
plowing
looking for that cup and handle?
billions, as many other corporate leaders, always defended by people on that side of the aisle, into stock buybacks, which makes me concerned that there's a downturn in the economy. Banks could end up with too little capital. That's why
They already have too little
about
capital,
any
you
potential
jackass.
rollbacks of safeguards or regulations. Can you assure me that the Fed will keep capital requirements strong and exercise more long-term forward thinking
22.2
than corporate
back on Bitcoin?
CEOs that
Off
seem
the
to be
lows?
focused on the short term?
I can assure you as to the
Cup and
first
handle
part,
set up. Ooh, a little double bottom there
that
too.
we'll
Nice
keep
cup.
capital
Looking to
requirements
move.
strong.
I didn't expect you to comment on give me an opinion about you're looking more forward than
Heads up
than
on
companies
GNLX.
that
Looks
at the
excuse
short
me. Looks
term
like she's trying to
benefits
curl.
of stock
RSI might be hot
buybacks.
on this though, guys.
Mr.
360
Chair,
on
when you
GNS,
last
359.
testified, I asked you about the risk posed by crypto assets, stablecoin, the Fed, and other regulated possibilities. How is the Fed evaluating the risks of crypto-related activities by your supervised institutions?
So this is something we've been
Mullen,
quite
9%
active in
down,
this
last
area.
21 cents.
And I'll say that we believe that innovation is very important over time to the economy. We don't want to
This might go into
stifle
fucking
innovation. We
free fall.
don't want regulation to
Hope not.
stifle innovation in a way that just favors incumbents and that kind of thing. But like everyone else,
Tesla,
we're watching what's been happening in
still
the
trying to
crypto
spin,
space.
just underneath that VWAP.
You know, what we see is, you know, quite a lot of turmoil. We see fraud. We see a lack of transparency. We see run
Tesla's
risk.
trying to bust that.
Lots and lots of things like that. And so, what we've been doing is making sure that the regulated financial institutions that we supervise and regulate are careful, are taking great care in the ways that they engage with the, you know,
guys, SINT could get very, very froggy very, very quickly, just so everybody knows. It's on top of the MACD on the 4 hour. Micro cap, micro float.
You know,
350, I think it's like
notices to that effect.
Thank you, and I will
It's
close
low
with this. I
threes.
long push for the Fed to
Low
prioritize
300,000
workers
shares
and for the leaders of
on
the Fed
float.
to reflect the diversity of our country. We've made
Novavax
progress.
all the way down to
Our work is
704.
not done. We have a new opening. Understand, it's not your job to appoint the new Fed member. We have a number of upcoming vacancies at the reserve banks. I support Senator Reid from Rhode Island, Senator Menendez from New Jersey, and other colleagues who are pushing for more diverse voices at the Fed.
Is that bond Novavax off the bottom? Remember, that's 40% short.
Obviously, the chairman and I both have strong passions about the challenges that we face.
See, dollar strength. Hopefully, we get that to push down.
The importance of having a strong capital markets as it relates to making sure that Americans have the ability to continue to grow their businesses.
Need a spin there on that MACD.
Challenges, and frankly, I hope that we get there. Building on the same comment that Chairman had around capital standards is where I'm going to go with my thoughts today. When I think back on these last few years, it's hard not to recognize extraordinary efforts
35.
our financial institutions of all sizes
Heads up here on GNLX. Big difference between muln run and TRK run is the size of the float.
Shutdown of our global economy. I welcome your thoughts.
Also, I don't know exactly, you know,
our banking system
how good of a CEO the TRKA CEO is, but I'm sure he's better than fucking than David Misher. Coinbase just flashed green, back to red.
Every single day.
Beautiful trend there on Coinbase, trying to spin back.
Tesla,
also beautiful trend through the VWAP.
We should be laser focused on our economy and addressing the needs of
I like the data, but they just got a bunch of shitty news from several different crypto exchanges cruising.
As you and I both know,
it might be good, like a nice scalp play or like a nice momentum play, but I don't know if I like it so much as like a long play. Each their own, though, you know.
Capital that is not risk based and appropriately tailored to a bank's size, scope, and activities.
Heads up on
VRM. More harm than good.
See.
At a time of record inflation, where everyday needs
the low on this was like 90 cents as of recent, so everybody knows.
Harmful.
Over 9 on Vana.
Rather,
Vana is trying at VWAP.
The engine of our economy, small businesses. While I remain greatly concerned
about the TRKA,
I am hopeful that you will ensure this review is appropriate, keeping the impacts on our banking system front and center. We must promote and further the growth of our economy,
I didn't get the best fill.
and thereby our people. Anything less should be unacceptable. To that end, will you commit that any ongoing capital review by the Federal Reserve will follow the law, and that any follow-on regulatory proposals will be risk-based and tailored to an institution's activity, size, and complexity, and not a one-size-fits-all?
I don't know what else I'd fucking sell.
Yes.
Tesla to 190, Coinbase back to
very strongly
63.
To tailoring.
Tesla's gone. We have the 200 in front of us, though. Guys, remember to please like and sub. It's free to help me out. I appreciate y'all.
Also now a requirement in the law.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
NVOS back up.
2 weeks ago, I sent a letter with Chairman McKinnon
NVOS to 200 as well.
Gensler regarding the SEC's climate disclosure rule, urging him to rescind his proposal and
SFT just off 20 cents flat.
The SEC is a market regulator, not a
WW moving nicely as well.
Much like Congress designed the SEC to protect investors, to maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and to facilitate capital formation, and not to advance progressive climate change policies, Congress designed the Federal Reserve to promote price stability and maximum employment, not to play politics. To that end, I find worrying the Fed's announcement of recent actions to consider climate-related scenarios, coupled with remarks by the Vice Chair of Supervision, as attempts to incorporate broader ESG policies into the financial services system. Banks have and continue to account for weather-related risks in their risk management, but efforts that attempt to predict climate change far into the future fall outside the scope of their authority.
Yeah, I just saw $27.
The level of speculation required in these models should highlight their arbitrary and capricious nature. At a time when our economy is suffering from historically high inflation, I expect our central bank to focus its time and resources on bringing inflation down, not on policy
or no volume. Okay.
outside of its mandate.
Oh, SNSE.
I noted in my opening statement a recent speech that you've given about
No
the state
volume.
of the Fed and how you should resist the temptation to broaden its scope and to address social issues.
Tesla 191.
Do you agree that the Federal Reserve does not
Plus
have the
200.
authority or statutory direction to use its monetary policy or
Carvana over
supervisory
9.
tools to wade into the ESG or other climate policies?
I do. As you know, there is a
Talal
tightly
telling
focused
Xella in
role that we
Mafia
do have
chat.
that I believe that we have, but I would agree with your statement.
Mr. Chairman, I have 20 seconds left, but I'm going to defer.
Trying to get that wrap, maybe.
Question to my opening statement.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Menendez is close, but not here yet. So, Senator Rounds. It's been a nice try.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
GNS.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, welcome. It's always good to have you in front of our committee.
Guys, watch out. The game
As
on
you
this
know,
get
both
fucking
core
insane, and then obviously you know
headline
what happens
inflation
then.
have remained persistently elevated. And over the past 12 months, real average hourly earnings fell by 1.8%.
GNS 365 starting to
about
curl.
4% since
Heads up on
President
GNS
Biden
as
took
well.
office. To make ends meet
New
as
intelligence
prices
reviewed by
increase,
the
more
U.S.
Americans
official
are leaning
suggests
on
that
credit
pro-Ukrainian group
At the
carried
end of
out attack on Nord
2022,
Stream
credit
pipelines
card
last
debt
year.
hit a record of $930.6 billion, an 18.5% spike from a year earlier. And an average credit card balance rose to $5,805. Over the past year, the Fed has acted
BBIG under 48
aggressively
cents.
to tame inflation, and yet we are still seeing price increases. As we've discussed this several times, but I
VRX, trying back up.
recognize that it's
To
been an
VWAP.
ongoing discussion, but I believe
Bitcoin's
that
moving
this
nicely here,
further
guys.
proves that
Real nice.
we have long been feeling the effects of a policy-induced inflation
VRX might bust here.
resulting from decisions by the Biden administration, primarily cutting off the resources necessary to improve and increase domestic energy production.
I feel like I should buy
continue to be
this.
concerned that if you attempt to use the tools that are available at this time for the Fed, then I believe that we're going to have a challenge of not being able to address specifically the challenges brought out when you have a policy is promoting higher prices with regard to energy, as opposed to what you're trying to do, which is to bring down
I'm buying
the
more
total overall
TRKA.
cost. And I just wanted to ask, I guess, and you're going to think this is something that we've heard before, but do you believe that you currently have the monetary policy tools to actually reduce inflation? And I just put it in this perspective. In January of 2021, the CPI was 1.4%.
Hold up. Wait for me.
When the Biden administration began. In January of 2022, and this is before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, CPI was at 7.5%, 7.5%. Today,
About more
March of
TRK.
2022, CPI is 8.5%. Wouldn't it be fair to assess that a lot of the policy or the inflation that we've seen here may very well be due to policy decisions by this administration?
Senator, not for us to point fingers. Our job is to use our tools. You asked whether we have the tools to get this job done, and we do. Over time, there are some things that we can't affect, but over time we can achieve 2% inflation, and we will.
Back to Red on
In other
Vana.
words, you've got a limited number of tools available to
Use
you.
the 299. Coming back
And
a little bit.
the limited number of tools that you have are designed to impact simply the reduction in prices and so forth. And yet, if there are competing interests out there that are pushing prices higher, you don't have the wherewithal to decide.
Wait,
one
did that order
versus
fill? Hold on
another
a
based
second.
on whether it's policy induced or whether it is a matter of a shortage in supplies from outside or whether it's war
Oh, I
related.
did.
That's right. Our tools essentially work on demand, moderating demand, and so that's what we can do.
So if there were policies
I would've
in
been pissed
place
there if
that
that didn't
actually
fill.
help to reduce inflation,
SINT,
in other
unch,
words, and by that, I'm
micro
just going
cap,
to look at
micro
energy
float,
alone,
guys.
just
If you
as a good
fucking
example.
fly.
If policies were in
SINT,
place that
GNLX,
were
off the
actually
highs.
allowing energy prices to come down in the United States, then
SLND
you
sit is
would
up to
have
980.
less of a
ain't
need
even waiting
to
on that.
use the very
Jimmy,
blunt tools that
1839.
we do have right now with regard to increasing rate increases. Is that a fair statement,
On
sir?
track, 58 cents.
In a sense, it
to
is, but I
140.
would just say on energy,
I'm not trying to get you to a policy discussion with what the president's
Dollar,
doing
let's
on his,
see what this
on
bitch
his
is
energy
looking like.
policy. I just want to make it clear that you
Dollar's
have to
trying to spin
respond
up.
to
We don't
what's
want
in
that.
front of you, and it doesn't matter where the inflation is coming from or what's driving it up. You're simply trying to bring it back down to that 2% number with the only tools that you've really got.
Yes, but I will say on energy, energy has tended over time to fluctuate up and down, and it's not mainly affected by our tools. So the things
My
we
average
look
is now
at
64
are
cents.
really things that are tightly linked to demand in the U.S. economy. Those we can affect.
And I think just the fact that you've been increasing interest rates, and yet inflation continues to ride up, would suggest, just as you've just indicated, that when you have high energy prices, it's tough to impact that part of it
VRAX at
with
VWAP.
the monetary policy that
We
you've
got
got available to
Bitcoin.
you.
Y'all think it's a bull
we
trap
focus
on the market?
everything, but we also focus on core in particular, which doesn't
I mean, it
include
could
energy
be.
prices. And what's happened is core.
We've been pretty
core
hot lately, so
inflation
it's
has
kind of
come
due to
down,
cool
but
down a
nowhere
little
near as
bit.
fast as we
My
might have
humble
hoped,
opinion,
and it
at
has a
least.
long way to go.
Thank you. One last question. Last June, Vice Chairman of
Might be
Supervision
an
Michael
unpopular
Barr
opinion.
testified before this committee that he would defend
A lot of
the
you guys
use
get pissed
of
off
the
if I'm anything
aggregation
but
method as an
bullish.
alternative approach to the
So,
insurance capital standards, the ICS, proposed by the
I don't know. It's
IAIS.
kind of weird.
As the final compatibility criteria set to come out later this year, can you confirm that you share Vice Chair Barr's views on this AM?
TRK to 60 cents.
I will confirm that, but I'll have to get back to you on the status of that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
goev
Thanks,
66 and a
Senator
half
Rounds.
cents.
Senator Menendez of New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to take this moment to remind my colleagues that there are more than 62 million Latinos that call the United States home. We are the largest minority group in the country. We account for nearly 20% of the United States population. We contribute almost $3 trillion in GDP. Yet Latinos have no representation in the Federal Reserve's leadership. In the 109-year history of the Federal Reserve, there has never been a single member of the Board of Governors or regional bank president who has the lived experience of being Latino in the United States. And in practice, that means that the voices of nearly 1/5 of our country's people are repeatedly drowned out when the Fed is making critical decisions on economic policy. Decisions that affect whether a Latino family can afford their first home, find a job that pays a living wage, send their children to college, save for a comfortable retirement, or get a loan to expand their business. Right now, the Biden administration has a clear opportunity to make history with its next nomination to the Board of Governors.
No volume though.
It has identified a number of highly qualified Latino candidates who are dedicated their careers
143 on
to the
GWH.
field
That
of
might be an
economics,
excellent entry.
who are committed
I like
to
this
the Fed's
like
dual mandate,
much
who will
higher.
preserve the
This was just at
independence
5
of the
months
central
ago,
bank.
2 months ago.
The administration has rightly nominated and advocated
EV
for
got
a
a
number of
633,
diverse candidates
IonQ
with
sub
similar
5 now,
qualifications,
492.
both at the Fed and elsewhere. But despite having 5 opportunities over the past 2 years to nominate a qualified Latino economist to serve at the Federal Reserve, this administration has repeatedly chosen not to. Representation, or lack thereof, does not happen by accident.
Just off 13 cents with
It is a
Helbiz.
choice, and I hope the administration makes the right choice with this nomination. Mr. Chairman, would you say that it is
What up, Bob?
A truism that the United States dollar is the reserve of choice?
NVOS heads up. You got the 200 and VWAP.
And that brings us enormous benefits, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Now, 12 years ago, a Republican House brought us to the brink of defaulting on the debt for the first time in history of this country,
to 3.
jeopardizing our credit and the world economy.
SLND
I'm getting a
just up
sense of deja vu
990.
because once again, Republicans are recklessly demanding draconian spending cuts to programs that hardworking U.S. families rely on in exchange for allowing the Treasury Department to pay for spending that Congress, including most of them, have already voted to authorize. If you want to talk about spending cuts, it seems to me that the budget is the time to do that, but not to put the full faith and credit of the United States at risk. Chairman Powell, can you talk about the catastrophic damage
excellent volume, just under 3 million
would inflict on the economy?
So I guess
300 million traded on
TRKA by
TRKA.
saying that these are really matters between the executive branch and
I feel like I got a
Congress.
decent fill.
We do not seek to play a role in these policy issues.
I'm okay with it.
At the end of the day, there's only one solution to this problem, and that is Congress. Whatever else may happen will happen, but Congress really needs to raise the debt ceiling. That's the only way out in a timely way that allows us to pay all of our bills when it has due.
You hear that? Powell's talking about raising the debt ceiling.
I think that the consequences are hard to estimate.
WW up
be extraordinarily
42.5. Crazy.
Adverse, and
they're in the grind.
Harm.
Well,
what up? Welcome to chat.
I think that's a.
It's finally right on Sear $5 puts.
I understand. I didn't ask you to engage in the congressional executive branch roles. I asked you about the abstract question of what happens if you have a debt default.
Mullen still under 21 cents there.
Isn't even
Unsee still rolling, just under $2.
Putting into
Look at that shit.
The possibility
55.5.
that the United States will not honor its full faith and credit have consequences.
Crazy.
In principle, it could. I think.
Involves back to 30% up.
Observers tend to watch this and tend to think that it will work out, and it has in the past worked out. So it needs to work out this time.
Now, seeing your testimony before the committee, is it fair to say that you'll do whatever is necessary to tame inflation?
We serve a dual mandate, and we will do what we can, everything we can to restore price stability while also serving maximum employment.
And primarily that means additional rate increases, would it not?
I don't know, man. I mean, your risk reward's close, but I just like a lot of things right now,
but it's principally rate hikes.
So the question is,
when I'm just not really looking for new plays like myself.
Doing anything necessary to tame to tame inflation, come into conflict with your other mandate of maximum employment.
Unsee's trying to blast.
Not now.
Intraday high.
When we have the lowest unemployment in 54 years, and where we have a labor market that is extremely tight, extremely. So, but in that time could come, but it really isn't now, where we're very far from our price stability mandate, and in effect, the economy is past most estimates of maximum employment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Menendez. Senator Kennedy of Louisiana is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Powell,
thank you for being here.
Nice cup and handle here. Looking to handle up.
To you and your team for helping to save the economy during the pandemic meltdown.
Oh, boy.
For what it's worth, I'm generally supportive of the actions of the Fed right now, and I'm not going to ask you today to blame anybody.
32 up on Invest.
When Congress spends money,
ADIL off the high, still up 11.8.
It stimulates the economy, does it not?
Well, it would depend on whether that's funded by tax increases or not. But
yeah, Boyle's trying.
If there's a spending that's not accompanied by taxes, would have a net at the margin.
Unsee over 2.
Effect.
Well, and when Congress borrows money to spend even more, that stimulates the economy even more, does it not?
At the margin, yeah.
Okay. If Congress reduced the rate of growth in its spending, it's slowing down now too. The rate of growth.
Boyle 606. Boyle. Super trend up.
It would make your job easier.
I've had her whispering to this guy to tell him what to do or what to say.
I don't think fiscal policy right now is a big factor driving inflation at this moment, but it's absolutely essential that we do slow the pace.
I'm now green on my position. Soft green.
All right, let's try to unpack this then. I'm not trying to trick you. You're raising interest rates. You're raising interest rates to slow the economy, are you not?
Under 9 on Vana.
Yes, to cool the economy off.
Wait, this might be big.
And one of the ways you measure your success, other than fluctuation in gross domestic product, is the unemployment rate. Is it not?
Yes, one of the measures.
Okay. So in effect, I'm not being critical. When you're slowing the economy, you're trying to put people out of work. That's your job, is it not?
Not really. We're trying to restore price stability.
No, you're trying to raise
not wages.
You're trying to raise the unemployment rate. That means I know you don't like the phrase, so let me strike it. You're trying to raise the unemployment rate, are you not?
No, we're not trying to raise it. We're trying to realign supply and demand, which could happen through a bunch of channels. Like, for example, just job openings.
All right, let me put it another way, okay? The Economist did a wonderful study.
Hold on a second.
They looked at 10 disinflationary periods in America going all the way back to the 1950s. Disinflation is what you're trying to do. It's a slowing in the rate of inflation.
Still at 21 cents.
Am I right?
Yes.
This is going to get messy.
In other words, prices don't go down. They just don't go up as fast.
Look at fucking unseen. God
Deflation
damn.
is when prices actually go down. You're trying to achieve disinflation, are you not?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Based on history, in the 10 times that we got inflation down, disinflation since the 1950s, in order to reduce inflation by 2%, unemployment had to go up 3.6%. Now that's history, is it not?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but yes, the standard has been that there have been recessions and downturns when the Fed has tried to reduce inflation.
Now, right now, the current inflation rate is 6.4%, and the current unemployment rate is 3.4%.
And Voss,
now, if history is right, I'm not asking
you
to again blame anybody, but if history is right, unless you get some help, in order to get inflation down from 6.4% to, let's say, 4.4%.
Snapchat.
The unemployment rate's got to rise to 7% based on history.
That's what the record would say.
Okay. And to get inflation down to 2.2% based on history, an immutable fact, unemployment would have to go to 10.6%.
Yeah, got you. Heads up on Q's. Q's might double bottom off this.
I wouldn't.
That's what the record shows. That's what the history shows.
I don't think that kind of a number is at all in play here.
I know you're reluctant to admit it, and you don't want to get in the middle of a policy dispute. But I think it's undeniable. It's undeniable that the only way we're going to get this sticky inflation down is to attack it on the monetary side, which you're doing, and on the fiscal side, which means Congress has got to reduce the rate of growth of spending and reduce the rate of growth of debt accumulation. Now,
Q's down.
I get that you don't want to get in the middle of that fight. But the more we help on the fiscal side, the fewer people you're going to have to put out of work. Isn't that a fact? Please answer.
It could work out that way.
Sir?
It could work out that way.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Senator Reid of Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
BLPH starting move.
For being here today. We saw in the wake of COVID,
the Kentucky senator is cracking you up.
Disrupted significantly, and we're in the process, in some respects, of rebuilding a supply chain with emphasis on
ARDX
in the United
48.
States. To what extent did that disruptive supply
Club C starting to move, guys. I know a lot of people were looking at this.
To what extent will the new, if you envision it, the new supply chain that is located in the United States and other friendly countries affect inflation?
So the
Boyle 603,
initial outbreak of
TRK
inflation was all about
38.
Spending on goods where people couldn't spend on services.
Tesla,
so good spending
still
went
off
way up.
190.
The global supply chain, many goods are imported. The
Getting
global
pushed down
supply
at
chain
VWAP?
just collapsed, and that was the source of the original inflation. It has now spread over the last 2 years to housing and also to the rest of the service sector. So to your question, we are seeing goods inflation has been coming down for some time now. It's still too high, but it's coming down.
Gamble 222.
Housing services.
707. Lucid 842.
In the pipeline, you see the new leases that are being signed, and what that tells you
on
is
top
that
of the
in
MACD,
the next 6 to 12 months, we will see that come down.
Good positioning for it.
This big service sector that's everything else, which is financial services, medical services, travel and leisure, all of those things. That's really where that's the source of the inflation.
Tied down to
which had nothing to
1630.
do with the supply, or not much to do with the supply chains. That's where
10X is now red. Sticks up to 463. That's insane.
You can do that would target that service area.
And Voss off of its highs. It's like a dollar strength. Dollar strength up.
Really. You know, our monetary policy tools are,
I can see this call is about inflation, but we'll see. Powell's what's called Powell's testifying.
Probably aware the Fifth Circuit delivered a ruling in the Community Financial Services Association versus CFPB that the CFPB's funding mechanism is
HLBZ,
unconstitutional.
getting tight right there underneath the 48.
Just like the Board of Governors, the CFPB is a bureau of the Federal Reserve. Both the Board of Governors and the CFPB rely on the same source of funds and draw on those funds in virtually identical ways. If the Board of Governors funding structure would be found unconstitutional, what would the implications be for the country and monetary policy?
Well, it would be very significant, but I have to say, we have significant responsibilities, but I would be reluctant to comment on a case that's before the Supreme Court.
Heads up there. You're crossing IT as well.
It is certainly something that you've had people examine for possible ramifications.
Yes, and the central banks tend to be self-funding because of the way they work, and that's a key factor of our independence.
Facebook green. IoT just got 21, GSAT 118, Snaps at 1222.
Rate hikes on workers, and you've indicated
MMT
previously
58 cents,
that wages
almost even.
Have not been spiraling upwards.
Bitcoin off the lows, AMC 610, GME to 1830,
but
BBIG to 47.5 cents.
The impact on increased interest rates is usually felt more by low to moderate income people. Is there any way you can work yourself out of that dilemma?
So where we are right now, of course, is very low unemployment.
Heads up on Hubsy, guys.
Wages have been moderating.
Hubsy on a little rip.
And they've been doing so without softening in the labor market, without rising unemployment, really. And that's a good thing. So we really don't know. The current situation is a combination of
I would consider it.
more typical supply and demand issues, but also just things that we haven't seen before, like the war in Ukraine, like the supply chains.
But why they're not happy with CPI? Hence why
we have many
talking.
unusual factors, and I don't think anybody knows with confidence how this is going to play out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Thanks, Senator Reid.
About him him testifying? I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's great to have you here today. Over the past 2 years, we've seen the highest inflation of my lifetime, driving up costs for American families across the board. According to the U.S. Department of Labor, the annual inflation rate in 2021 was 7%, and in 2022, it was 6.5%. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the cost of food went up 10% in 2022. And the real effects of that is moms and dads across this nation that are working to put food on the table for their kids, for their babies, had a harder time doing that. This has devastated hardworking Americans, causing a kitchen table crisis in every corner of our country, as the price of food, energy, and housing have all skyrocketed. In response, the Federal Reserve has raised the Federal Reserve Fund rate more than 4 percentage points. Being far from transient, inflation has remained persistent, high, and well above the Fed's long-run goal of remaining under 2%. In the coming year, what factors and indicators are you paying attention to as you and the Federal Open Market Committee decide on whether to increase rates?
So I'd say a couple things to that. First, we're going to be looking at inflation in the three sectors that I mentioned: the goods sector, the housing sector, and the broader service sector. And we need the inflation that's already underway in the goods sector to continue, and that's really important. In the housing sector, we just need the time to pass so that
here we go. It's fucking transitory.
It's effectively in the pipeline as long as new leases are being signed at relatively small increases. So we'll be watching very, very carefully, though, at the larger service sector, which is 56% of consumer spending, and more than that of what's currently inflation.
Remember, EVLV is a Bill Gates company, guys.
We'll be watching that very carefully. Also, we raised rates very quickly last year, and we know that monetary policy, tightening policy, has delayed effects. It takes a while for the full effects to be seen in economic activity and inflation. So we're watching carefully to see those effects come into play. So we're aware that we haven't seen the full effects yet, and we're taking that into account as we think about rate hikes.
So when you're looking at this, obviously not to get into a policy discussion, but if there were an increase of energy production in this country, do you feel like that would help drive down inflation?
Well, I think over time, more energy would mean lower energy prices. But we are very focused on what we call core inflation, because that is what is driven by really by demand, and our tools are really aimed at demand.
Right, understood. But I feel like the cost of energy is not just what you pay at the pump. It ends up affecting every good across this great nation. Additionally, I'd like to ask you about labor participation. So when you look at the unemployment rate, and we've heard my colleagues discuss people having to be displaced in order for us to maybe get to the inflation rate that we would like as a nation, I'd like to focus on the labor participation rate. So right now it's 62.4%. If there were an increase in people coming back into the workforce, would that be a positive factor with regards to driving us down to the 2% rate that you would want to achieve?
Cosm bicycle now.
Remember those people coming into jobs. Yes. That would be great, because the economy wants more people than are currently working. Of course, those people would then spend more, so it wouldn't be a zero-sum game. But it would be great for the country.
Watch us fight in these today to make sure they are read.
Amen. I believe that increasing in capital requirements on financial institutions would have a chilling effect on the economy and the availability of financial services. And last week, I joined many of my colleagues in sending you a letter that expressed concerns that if the Federal Reserve decides to conduct a holistic review of capital standards, as we heard Senator Scott talk about earlier. So is the Federal Reserve concerned with the impact to the economy of increasing capital requirements on financial institutions at a time when inflation remains persistently high would cause an issue?
So I think it's always a balance. We know that higher capital makes banks safer and sounder. We also know that you will at the margin provide less credit the more capital you have to have. But I think it's never exactly clear that you're at the perfect
TRKA 62.5
It's a fair question, I think, to look at that.
And I know, out of respect for the chairman and trying to stay in my time, I will just end by saying I heard what you said. Obviously, as you have said, the Federal Reserve is not and will not be a climate policymaker. I just want to thank you for your public statement on that. I agree with you that there's a difference between policymakers and financial regulators, and certainly look forward to working with you in the future.
Thanks, Senator Warner from Virginia is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you again. Let me start by saying, depending on who's asking questions, we're either pounding you for how quickly we're going to drive that inflation back to 2%, or pounding you on making sure that we don't push the economy into a recession and drive up unemployment. I got to tell you, and it's these are maybe not the cheap seats, but I actually think you've done a pretty good job in terms of both ratcheting up rates and then starting to tail off a little bit. I think we all were concerned by the January numbers where it popped up a little bit more. I wish, Mr. Chairman, we were actually having this hearing 2 weeks from now, because we're going to have a lot more data later in this week and next week. But I want to net. We've still got ways to go, and the January numbers were concerning. But I do think
a lot of you guys were liking
your tailored approach. We can all second guess, but I think it has been the right approach. I'm going to commend you on that. I want to get two questions.
NVOS 33.5 up. NVOS looking for the gold cross here.
I am very worried about.
NVOS about to lift. It looks like, guys.
A Bloomberg story here showing we're going to hit a $6 trillion wall this year on refinancing. Where I'm particularly concerned is the issue around commercial real estate.
NVOS getting left.
As we recover from COVID, a lot of things are getting back to normal, but clearly the transformation of where people work is going through a fundamental transition, and I hope people do return more to the office, but lots of folks prefer working.
Anybody knew this line right here is meant to be wrong, just so you guys know.
Market, on the commercial side, and I do believe we're going to hit potentially a cliff here of a totally unexpected problem in terms of commercial real estate. How are you looking at that issue and recognizing there's lots of bumps coming out of COVID? This one
EVLV still trending higher.
More unique in nature, and how are you thinking about that?
365 on GNS.
The first one on commercial debt, business debt generally. It's kind of been moving sideways as a percent of GDP, so you don't see a big spike going on or anything like that. However, of course, there are pockets of concern, and particularly you pointed to refinancing spike that has to happen. And I've seen those come and go before. Generally, markets can absorb them, maybe at a much higher rate this time, but it's something that we were well aware of and watching carefully.
Look at her handle.
In terms of CRE,
cup right there on trend.
I would agree with you. The occupancy of office space in many major
dollar strength
cities
still moving
is just
up.
remarkably low, and you wonder how that can be. Now, over time, some of that's going to be made into condominiums and things like that, since we don't seem to have quite enough housing in some places. But the question is, what's the financial stability risk? It's not great for the largest institutions. Don't tend to have a lot of direct exposure to that. Some smaller banks actually do. Medium and small size banks do. We carefully monitor it. We agree that that's an area that requires a lot of monitoring, and I'd say we're on the case.
Key level on Snapchat, so?
Well, that
Vaughn under 9.
morphed me into my last question. Something we've talked about.
FSP daily, okay.
Have talked about with the large institutions. I mean, I do think even some of the biggest critics of Dodd-Frank, I think, would acknowledge our banking system is a heck of a lot stronger and was able to withstand COVID in a very healthy way.
What do they do?
But what we've also seen evolve is a vast amount of financial institutions move beyond the regulatory perimeter. The fact that we now have way over half of the mortgage origination.
I don't know what they do though.
Non-financing institutions.
Real estate. I like real estate.
The large entities,
risk reward.
hedge funds, other funds that may be doing some of this commercial debt or some of the CRE.
I mean, you're just trying to time the free fall there, man.
I'd like you to talk generally in the last 40 seconds or so of how you think about this regulatory perimeter. I'm a big believer, and I know some of my colleagues are, that that we ought to look less at charter and look at same risk, same regulation, maybe as a guiding principle. And
fighting for $2.
I know Senator Warren's been working on some work. I've been working on some work around crypto around that area. But there's a vast amount of activity that's taking place outside the regulatory perimeter. How should we be thinking about that, and how do we make sure that doesn't create the kind of crisis that happened in 2008 on the non-regulated side of the house?
I think you articulated the principle very well. It's same activity, same regulation. And that covers crypto and all kinds of other activities. People are going to assume when they deal with something that looks like a money market fund that it has
SINT 259.
the same regulation as a money market fund or a bank deposit. And so stable
guys, remember volume or what's called the cap and the floater.
I just think that's the basic principle.
VRAX 117 up off the low side still. Ooh, VRAX trying to curl nice.
Moved away from the regulated banks really for a long period of time.
Heads up on VRAX there.
Thank you, Chair Powell. We can keep looking at.
GNLX at 20.8.
Sorry, Senator Haggerty of Tennessee.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. And,
Sober down.
Ranking Member Scott.
AMC 609.
Chairman, it's great to see you again here. I appreciate your presence, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about an item that I'm particularly
BBIO
concerned
15
about.
up. Great day yesterday as well on BBIO.
Senator Britt just brought up that Vice Chair Bauer is conducting right now. It's generating a sense that higher capital requirements are on the horizon for us. And
Novavax is $7.
In the context of what we've weathered, you think about the situation in 2020. It was an acute, real-life stress.
Watch for a spin on that. That's 40% short as well.
Our financial system navigated that admirably. In the past, Chair Powell,
told
this committee that our financial system has proven resilient through 2020, and that the capital levels at that point in time, and I would note that
guys, heads up,
multi-decade highs, are in aggregate adequate. And I just wanted to follow up on those prior statements and see if you still feel that way.
So I guess I would say it to you this way.
TRK just off
in our system, we have a vice chair for supervision who has statutory responsibilities. And
Cosm, looking like she's about to get it. Super trend on Cosm at the 48.
Vice Chair Quarles did, and that's Dan
Hughes just off 298
on an informal basis, and that's what he did. So it's only natural that someone would come in and take a fresh look.
I can't do that right this second.
That's part of the process.
The market's moving too fast.
To make recommendations on regulation and supervision
to
the full board.
I will.
The role of the board is to consider those when made.
I love you too.
To me, this just comes under that heading.
Well, as the review is underway, and I appreciate that context.
Still looking for that handle.
One aspect of it seems to
us
as
off
an apparent willingness to
muln
undo
still
the
off
tailoring
22
requirements that were enacted as part of S 2155.
$5.99 on Boyle.
Nothing has been finalized
GNLX, okay.
Regulations.
Okay, I gotta
it's
remind
a
you that
concerning
now.
prospect if that's
Make
the
it
case.
2,
The
please.
Fed's General Counsel just yesterday alluded to undoing 2155 by, quote,
Tesla
pushing down the Basel requirements on banks that were intentionally given relief in that bill. So I want to be perfectly clear that the banking regulators themselves can't just simply ignore or selectively enforce the laws. And again, I realize that the details of the study haven't been finalized or made public, but if the proposal put forth by Vice Chair Barr is either unduly aggressive or appears to contradict the spirit of S2155, will you vote for it?
Or the Qs? We pull Qs?
I'd have to, I can't answer that in the abstract, of course, but I would say we're, as an institution, very strongly committed to
Qs,
tailoring.
up to VWAP.
And anything we do is going to reflect, tailoring of institutions according to their risk. And I mean, that's a principle that we'll stick with.
I think it's quite important, again, given the legislative intent
Vana up to 9.
The concerns that we maintain that
Yeah.
in the face of what General Counsel said just yesterday. I appreciate your perspective in terms of keeping that in place. I'd like to come with my next chairman. My next question,
VRAC still trying at VWAP. GNLX cruising.
The importance of the independence of the
Look at
Fed's
that.
monetary policy.
Next level, maybe?
Right now, the economic picture is about as uncertain as I can remember.
Bitcoin,
We've had large
22,
companies in
360.
the private sector who are in the midst of planning layoffs and forecasting serious economic weakness in the quarters to come. Yet on the other hand, the current economic data seems to be robust.
GameStop to 1850-ish.
Inflation showed some signs of softening in the past several releases. So I just hope, Chair Powell, that you could briefly tell us how you synthesize these
14.7 down.
contradictory data.
So, just quickly, at the end of last year,
48
we saw
cosm, TRKA, just under 62 cents
promising,
still.
modest
let me expand
increase,
this.
Modest inflationary readings in November and December, but earlier this year, some of that improvement was revised away. In addition, we got a very strong reading on inflation in January, also a very strong jobs reading, also very strong retail sales. And so, as I pointed out in my testimony, we're looking at a reversal, really, of what we thought we were seeing to some extent, a partial reversal. It's still true. It's still the case that we're seing progress on inflation. We're seeing goods inflation has come down significantly.
We have non-farm employment change tomorrow at 8:15.
There's not a lot of improvement yet to be seen in the largest sector, which is non-housing services. So inflation's running at core inflation's running at 4.7% on a 12-month basis. I think nothing about the data suggests to me that we've tightened too much. Indeed, it suggests that we still have work to do.
In that context, thinking about where the tightening goes and when it might,
Alan, you're looking all right here on SNSC late volume
see
now.
The terminal Fed
Snap,
rate
5 minute.
landing in this cycle.
So we last wrote down our assessments, individual assessments of that
Still
in December, and I think the median range was basically people were clustered between 5 and 5.5. We're going to write down those again as part of we do it 4 times a year. We'll do it around the March meeting, which is on the 21st and 22nd of March. And as I indicated in my testimony, I think the data we've seen so far, and we still have other data to see, we still have significant data to see before the meeting, suggests that the ultimate rate that we're
wow, literally on my fucking line.
may well be higher than what we wrote down in December.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Fed has raised interest rates 8 times over the last year in what has been the most extreme rate hike cycle in 40 years. The Fed's goal is to slow inflation, and your tool, raising interest rates, is designed to slow the economy and throw people out of work. So far, you haven't tipped the economy into recession, but you haven't brought inflation entirely under control either. And maybe the reason for that is that other things are also keeping prices high, things you can't fix with high interest rates, things like price gouging and supply chain kinks and a war in Ukraine. But you are determined to continue to raise interest rates, so I want to take a look at where you're headed. In December, the Fed released its projections on the state of the economy under your monetary policy plan. According to the Fed's own report, if you continue raising interest rates as you plan, unemployment will be 4.6% by the end of the year, more than a full point higher than it is today. Chair Powell, if you hit your projections, do you know how many people who are currently working, going about their lives, will lose their jobs?
I don't I don't have that number in front of me. I will say it's not
just
an
a math
intended
problem.
consequence. It's
Well,
not.
but it is. And
GNS
it's in your
pushing 200?
report, and that would be
I think we're about to move,
2
guys.
million people who
I
would
could be
lose
wrong,
their
but-
jobs. People who are working right now, making their mortgages. So, Chair Powell, if you could speak directly to the 2 million hardworking people
I hate
who
her
have
so much.
decent jobs today, who you're planning to get fired over the next year, what would you say to them? How would you explain your view that they need to lose their jobs?
I would explain to people
Biden
more
did
broadly that inflation is extremely high and it's hurting the working people of this country badly.
AM
All
down
of them,
22.6.
Not just 2 million of them, but all of them are suffering under high inflation, and we are taking the only
1840
measures we
NGMA.
have to bring inflation
Pull it
down.
up.
And
Help is back to
putting
13
2 million
cents.
people out of work is just part of the cost, and they just have to bear it?
Well, will working people be better
She's
off
such a bitch.
if we just walk away from our jobs and inflation remains 5-6%?
Oh,
Let me ask you
he
about
just,
what happens if you do this.
oh.
Since the end of World War II, there have been 12 times in which the
He's getting
unemployment
mad. You
rate
hear
has
that?
increased by 1 percentage point within 1 year. Exactly what you're aiming to do right now.
Yeah, they are,
How
Randy.
many of those times did the U.S. economy avoid falling into a recession?
You know, it's not as black and white as very
Just
very
looking at the
infrequent.
numbers, it actually is pretty black
Alan
and white.
Blinder's written a book on this.
Oh my
There have been
God.
12 times that we've seen a 1 point increase in the unemployment rate in a year. That's exactly what your Fed report has put out as the projection and the plan based on how you're going to keep raising these interest rates. How many times did the economy fail to fall into a recession after doing that? Out of 12 times.
It's getting heated.
Zero.
I think the number is 0. That's exactly right. So then the question becomes, we've got 2 million people out of work. Can you stop it at 2 million people? History suggests that the Fed has a terrible track record of containing
Heads up on
modest
TRKA.
increases in the unemployment rate. Once the economy starts shedding jobs, it's kind of like a runaway train. It is
Yeah, it's
really
called runaway
hard to
inflation, you
stop.
dumb bitch.
In fact, in 11
Ugh.
out of the 12 times that the unemployment rate increased by a full percentage point within 1 year, unemployment went on to rise another full percentage point on top of that. If that's what happens this time, we'd be looking at least 3.5 million people who would lose their jobs. So, Chair Powell, if you reach your goal and 2 million people get laid off by the end of this year, and then, just like in 11 out of 12 times
He's up 9 on Donna.
that unemployment has risen
call
by
it
a
the Powell
point in a
effect.
single
That's
year,
catchy.
it keeps on rising. And then we've got 2.5 million people out of work. We've got 3 million people who get laid off. We've got 3.5 million people who get laid off. What's your plan?
Help is back 13 even.
Right now, the unemployment rate is 3.4%.
Well, that gapped up and came right back down.
Which is the lowest in
Interesting.
54 years. And we actually don't think that we need to see a sharp or enormous increase in unemployment to get inflation under control.
I'm looking at your projections. Do you call laying off 2 million people this year not a sharp increase in
I would say
unemployment?
4.5%.
Explain that to the 2 million families who are going to be out of work.
We're not targeting any of that. But I would say even 4.5% unemployment is well better than most of the time for the last 75 years.
In other words, you don't have a plan to stop a runaway train if it occurs. Chair Powell, you are gambling with people's lives, and there's a pile of data showing that price gouging and supply chain kinks and the war in Ukraine are driving up prices. You cling to the idea
I wasn't even
that
paying
there's
attention to her
only
face.
one
Is
solution,
she like fucking
lay
making
off
fucking
millions
weird ass
of
movements or
workers.
what?
We need a Fed that will fight for families.
TRKA,
If you're not
back
gonna
up?
lead that charge, we need someone
Well,
who's
not back up. Trying back up.
Senator Vance of Ohio. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, thanks so much for being here. I have a question that's slightly far afield, but how often do you get to talk to the Federal Reserve Chairman, so I might as well ask it. So to give some context here, my family comes from Appalachia. Particularly my grandparents grew up in southeastern Kentucky, coal country, and then moved to southern Ohio, where I now have the honor of representing all of Ohio. And, one of the things that you hear a lot
come on,
when
baby.
you study the regional history of Appalachia is it's
Allen,
often
FSP
described
flag.
as possessing a resource curse, right? So there's a lot of coal in central Appalachia that enables a certain amount of consumption. Obviously, consumption is good. People need food and medicine and other things. But there's also a pretty good argument that for a host of reasons, it causes malinvestment in the region, and consequently, you have lower productivity growth, lower innovation, and an economy that's much less diversified and much less dynamic. I'm wondering when I hear about the history, when I think about and read about the history of Appalachia and the resource curse, I'm struck by some of by the idea that you could make a similar argument about the reserve currency status of the United States dollar. Americans have enjoyed one of the greatest privileges of the international economy for the last nearly 8 decades, a strong dollar that acts, of course, as the world's reserve currency. You know that better than I do. Now, this has obviously been great for American purchasing power. We enjoy cheaper imports. Americans, when they travel abroad, benefit from lower costs. But it does come at a cost to American producers. I think in some ways you can argue that the reserve currency status is a massive subsidy to American consumers, but a massive tax on American producers. Now, I know the strong dollar is sort of a sacred cow of the Washington consensus, but when I survey the American economy and I see our mass consumption of mostly useless imports on the one hand and our hollowed out industrial base on the other hand, I wonder if the reserve currency status also has some downsides and not just some upsides as well. And let me just put a final point on this, and I'd love to get your thoughts on that, Chairman Powell. We're, of course, now the main supporter of a massive land war in Europe between the Russians and the Ukrainians. I read recently, and I'm not going to comment on how perfect or precise these estimates are, but I read recently that the United States is trying to ramp up production from 14,000 artillery shells to 20,000 artillery shells. That's per month, while the Russians are firing 20,000 artillery shells in Ukraine per day. And when I look at the American economy, we have a lot of financial engineers and a lot of diversity consultants. We don't have a lot of people making things. And I worry that the reserve currency status and the lack of control we have over our currency is perhaps driving that. I'd love to get your feedback on that. What are the upsides and downsides of the reserve currency?
I want to hear this.
That's a big question.
A very big question.
You have 2 minutes, Chairman Powell, so plenty of time.
I can't even get started on that. So we are the world's reserve currency, of course, and that's because of our democratic institutions. It's because of our control over inflation over many, many, many years. The world trusts the rule of law in the United States, and those are the things. So once you're the world's reserve currency, it's used in all over the world in transactions, and it's the place where people want to be in times of stress is in dollar-denominated assets. Now, so of course we benefit by being able to pay for our goods all over the world, pay for everything anywhere in the world.
Remember, there are gaps above this.
That's an advantage. There is some economic theory around that it also has burdens of various kind, but I can't call it all back to mind. But the other thing is, it's a very stable equilibrium, but it's not a perfect one. It's not a permanent one.
425.
So there isn't any obvious candidate to replace the United States right now, where you can have free flow of capital in and out of the country, where you can really trust the rule of law and democratic institutions, and keeping price stability, which you can here.
Do you think it gives us less control over our own currency, the fact that it's become the world's reserve currency?
Control over our currency. I'm not sure. So essentially,
433 up to VWAP.
Price stability. And no, it doesn't make it harder for us to keep inflation under control. The United States has a smaller external sector than most large economies, where it's only about
goev earnings call today. Are we sure?
Mainly what affects inflation in the United States is domestic supply and demand.
Do you think it makes it harder for us to to fight back against currency manipulation to control the export and import flows in a way that stabilizes our own manufacturing sector?
Well, I mean, what's important there is really the level of the dollar.
Trying to cross MACD.
And when the dollar is stronger, obviously our wares are more expensive abroad and that kind of thing. But we don't have an opinion on matters of the level of the dollar really matters for the Treasury Department and the elected government, not for the Fed.
Thank you, Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Senator Vance. Senator Van Hollen of Maryland's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you for being here and for your service. I know the Fed is experiencing lots of challenges these days. I've got a couple questions that are just, I think, basic yes or no's, and then some longer questions.
Would you agree that changes in the size of corporate profits?
New phone wants to know about positive ENDP news. Rocket Girl.
Yes.
Right. Now, recently we saw that the employment cost index, which, as you know, measures the growth of wages and benefit costs, grew at roughly 4%.
What's the level 2 look like
on an annualized basis in the fourth quarter of 2022? Is that right?
That's my recollection. Yes.
So if corporate profits were to decline from the extremely high levels that we saw recently, would it be possible to sustain the 4% growth rate in the employment cost index for an extended period of time, even as we get inflation down to the target of 2%?
Depends on what you mean by extended period of time. So you would not, without a very large increase in productivity, which would be great, but that we don't expect, you wouldn't be able to sustain 4% wage inflation over the longer term. Over the shorter term, though, yes.
So over the shorter term, that would not be a justification in and of itself for raising rates. Is that right, in the short term?
Do I buy more?
Well, I think wages affect prices and prices affect wages. I think we do think that some softening in labor market conditions will happen as we try to get inflation under control, and will need to happen.
Right, but that's more a prediction about your efforts to fight inflation. Are you saying that simply looking at the current 4% growth rate in the short term is an excuse for jacking up interest rates?
I think what I would say is that the overall, all the data we look at in the labor market, including not just that measure of wages, but others, also unemployment, also participation, also job openings and quits and things like that. All of that, you put that into the picture, and I think you see a labor market that is extremely tight and is probably contributing to inflation.
It didn't even get started
I never said it was the main cause.
Right.
I mean, don't quote me on that, but
the larger point here, based on your response to that first question about growth in profits, is corporations have a decision as to whether or not they're going to pocket more for profit, which they can, or provide higher wages to their employees. And if you actually lowered your profit margins, you could sustain a higher wage increase without violating the 2% inflation. Isn't that right?
Yes. I mean, when I hear profit margins, what we're seeing in the economy is pretty much about shortages and supply chain blockages. And when there's not enough of a product, what happens, and there's a lot of demand, what you see is prices going up as the supply chains get fixed and shortages are alleviated. You will see inflation coming down. You'll see margins coming down, and that will certainly help with inflation.
as well.
Right, but profits are the
double
margin,
bottom,
right? They're going up
or big cup,
beyond what they were before. That means that even with the increase of costs because of supply chains, they're making more profits. Which again, that they can do that. But my point is that as a contributor to
52-week low on 10x. Thank you.
In response to the first question, let me ask you about the tight labor market because one of the issues in a tight labor market
Novavax
is parents with kids, including a lot of moms who would like to go back into the market,
crazy
but
as well.
are not able to do so because of lack of affordable childcare. The other issue is immigration, and I know that you've gotten some recent data on how some immigration figures actually have softened a little bit the tightness in the labor market. Can you just talk broadly about those two factors, affordable childcare and immigration, more legal immigration, and how they could affect labor force participation and therefore also reduce inflation pressures?
So on the first, we don't make recommendations or evaluate fiscal policy, but I will say there's research that shows that it helps keep women in the workforce when there's childcare available, which is, I think, kind of
sorry about the break under. Oh boy!
Sorry, the second was
impact of immigration.
Yeah. So what I talked about with you is actually as part of the January Bureau of Labor Statistics report, which comes the employment report for January, which comes out in early February.
Come up here,
There's a section in there about more people. The Census Department has increased its estimate of the workforce by something like 870,000, and a significant part of that has been immigration. So, and that has moved up participation by a little bit, but it may be part of why we're hearing. It may be part of why we're hearing from in the labor market that the really intense labor shortage pressures that we were hearing about in 2021 and 22 may be alleviating. So that would contribute to that. Clearly, more people. Clearly, the economy is calling for more people.
On 62 on Coinbase.
Essentially 2 job openings for every unemployed person. And this can be a source of those people.
Right, and that would reduce the tightness of the labor market and reduce pressures on inflation, right?
May already be doing so.
Thank you.
Senator
Bitcoin down, dropped 22.3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. And I can't resist responding to a few things that my friends on the left have said. For example, in his opening statement,
Shots fired.
Chairman Brown had a long list of things that raising interest rates won't do. Raising interest rates won't fill in the blank. I'm going to fill in the blank with a couple things. How about raising interest rates won't stop Senate Democrats and President Biden from overtaxing, overspending, overborrowing, overregulating. Chairman Brown said we should rebuild our supply chain by curbing offshoring.
Freshman lows on SPY 1 second after I sell my puts.
He talked a lot about corporate greed contributing to inflation. Okay. But how about regulatory greed contributing to corporate greed? How do you expect corporations to reinvest money if you overregulate their ability to invest that money right here in the United States of America? You want to onshore some things? How about energy policy? How about instead of looking to Venezuela or Iran for oil supply or Russia, or rather than looking to China for electric vehicles and chips and solar panels, how about we have a strategy that onshores those things by reducing regulation, reducing taxes, letting those corporations reinvest their profits rather than stock buybacks or
finger
dividends.
down to 129.
This idea that somehow the Federal Reserve is supposed to keep inflation in check while half of the government works against it is mind-boggling. Now, I know, Mr. Chairman, you don't like to comment on policy. You and I have been round and round about this. You were anxious to advise us to spend lots of money during the pandemic. I don't think a lot of people blame you for that. You wouldn't respond to efforts by the Biden administration after we were in a robust recovery from not spending so much money. Okay, I can appreciate the change. But now we're in this debate between Republicans and Democrats, between particularly the House Speaker and the President, on how to raise the debt ceiling. And you've made some pretty strong comments about raising the debt ceiling, absent from structural reforms that would actually help us get back to a reasonable growth. And so I warn you again, if you're going to make political comments, if you're going to advise us on policy, be consistent with it. Now, I want to get back to the greening of the Federal Reserve and these I call them stress tests. You can call them whatever we call them. But I'm concerned that now the Federal Reserve is starting down this path.
Trying to catch itself at the 48.
Maybe it's slightly at first about climate stress testing. I just want to ask you this. If we're going to go down that path, if the Federal Reserve is now going to become part of the Federal Climate Police Force,
trying again,
are we going to consider the ramifications of having entire communities and economies, factories and manufacturers, whatever energy entities, large server farms, leaving them susceptible to
recovery,
a very unreliable, very expensive energy source. Is that part of the stress test?
She's going.
No, those are considerations for elected people, not for us.
I sold my 401s and 403s for Monday. I'll likely re-enter later today, phasing in $285 plus on Amazon.
I would like you to, because again, if we're going to
really? Even against the
I guess stress tests for the 6 largest financial
Are you still in Rivian?
Related to climate, which really is more weather than climate, then are we going to consider the effects
I know you shared that news yesterday.
An unreliable energy source at several locations throughout
if that's going to have any impact on your trade.
Our only focus is on the safety and soundness of these institutions, and do they understand and can they manage all of the risks
58 cents on MMat
that they run in their business model. That's our only goal. We're not looking to be climate policymakers. Climate policy is
trying to establish a bottom there
on regions, on companies, on individuals, on countries. Disparate effects, and that is not for unelected people like us who have a narrow mandate. But I think it does touch climate, and you're right to be concerned that we find ourselves on a slippery slope. But honestly, I think the climate scenarios are something that the banks are already doing and themselves, And the climate guidance is something that they're looking for. They want to know how we're thinking about this, but we will try really hard not to get on a slippery slope and find ourselves becoming climate policymakers. It's just not appropriate for an independent agency.
Okay, and I completely agree, and I hope you stick to that. And I think you ought to, ask the banks to consider what the overreaction might, what kind of vulnerabilities that might expose. With that, with regard to what Senator Warren was saying on her
monologue, Senator Warren.
One thing about ideologues, they have the luxury of binary choices. You have a really big job, and you have a single, in my mind, one and a half, maybe two.
Down on cosm. Let's see.
I think the first one
This
handles
could
the
be
second
just
one
cool off
okay,
that RSI a
but
little
it's
bit.
got to be tough when
If we get
the White House
a
is
punch into
working against
400,
you,
I'll be
you don't have to
out.
comment. Thank you.
Word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tester of Montana is recognized.
Chair Powell, thank you.
Boy,
thank
on
you for being
605,
here today.
GNS doing
Thank you for
361
serving
still.
in this critical role at this critical
On
time.
CECL under 2,
I
Coinbase
have
red,
talked many
AI
times
under
in this
26,
and
NVOS
I,
still 33
especially
up.
right now, cannot overstate the importance of the Fed's independence.
goev is getting really tight right there. Really tight.
We cannot be playing
I like that entry.
with our economy, and that is a fact.
WW up 40%.
From a climate standpoint,
Trying to
I would
recover
just
on
tell you
WW.
it's entirely artificial right now anyway, because if you look at the hundreds of billions of dollars this country puts out every year.
Yeah, TRKA down.
Disasters.
I bought more.
Climate instability.
Well, actually, I made an original entry.
We ought to be asking
my
our
average is
question
64 cents.
Is that sustainable? Because quite frankly, it has to be done, and I don't think it's sustainable. So we've got to start looking for some solutions on the climate side sooner rather than later. The Reserve has a tough job, and I really appreciate how you've done it. Reasonable, working together, making hard decisions for the good of the economy. We have to get this right. So the question is, how much has inflation decreased since its peak?
AI
depends
still
on the
sliding.
measure, but it's
2588.
meaningfully, at least a couple percentage points.
Okay, and has unemployment gone down as inflation has gone down?
Unemployment has gone down. Yes, it has. To now a 54-year low.
Yes. So the question becomes, and I always think back to in 1998.
Might be trying here a little bit.
I bought some property, and the
Just under
interest
VWAP.
on that property was 10% in 1998, and I thought I got a hell of a deal. By the way, I thought it was just great. But the truth is interest rates have been artificially low.
Eyeing Netflix puts. Yeah.
20
Hold on a
years,
second.
probably. And the question becomes, as you look at the economy and as you try to make the determination whether the inflation is caused by demand or supply.
I might want to see what it does here at VWAP
Where does all
first.
that fall in to you, your decision making moving forward?
Well, you mean the level of interest rates? So
Ooh.
in theory, there's this thing called the neutral level of interest, and we know it only by its works. And neutral is the level that neither pushes the economy up nor pulls it down. And it changes over time. This is the thing about these important variables in economics.
What the fuck?
So what's happened until now was that the neutral level of interest went down and down and down to the point where, many countries had zero interest rates and very low inflation. Now we have this series of shocks
yeah,
associated
Randy,
with the
I kind of
pandemic,
like that.
and we have rates at 4.5%, our policy rate, and we have the labor market very strong, and inflation
that's almost a double top,
reacting
right?
somewhat, and it does raise the question of where's the neutral rate. Honestly, we don't know. I think
What
we
do you
look at
think,
the
down
current
to
situation,
301?
and, we see that
300?
there's not a lot of evidence that hard to make a case that we've over tightened. It means we need to continue to tighten. I think we're very mindful of the lags with which our policy works. We don't think we need a significant increase in unemployment. We're certainly not aiming for one, but we do think there'll be some softening in labor market
TRKA about to push, you think?
to get to 2% inflation.
Yup.
When you're looking at interest rates,
Yup.
I know we talk about energy prices here and the price of gasoline, and then if you go over and Europe is much, much higher. Are we comparable? I'm just curious. Are we comparable with our interest rates here as with, say, Europe?
We're very close to where Canada is. We're a little bit higher than where Europe is. Europe's traditionally had much lower inflation. They now have very high inflation, and they're still increasing rates, but they're a bit lower in terms of
So we're down 5.
So
Alti back to 12-ish. BLPH on another tear.
Control, and like I said, I think
this was up like 200% yesterday. Alan, are you still on BLPH or no?
If we don't get it under control, what are the impacts of that?
Well, the social costs of failure is one way to think about it, are very, very high. So if inflation were to continue,
little gap there on GNS.
At some point, it will become the psychology. People will come and businesses will come to expect high inflation, and that will make it more self-perpetuating. That will mean an up and down economy. It'll mean it'll mean something that looks more like what we've seen in periods of high inflation. Capital allocation is difficult in a world like that. It's not a good time for the economy. What we want to do is restore price stability firmly back at 2%, so that we can have the kind of strong labor market for a sustained period that we had before.
Once again, thank you for your work. Thank you for your independence. Senator Daines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tester. I'll be handing off to Senator Cortez Masto when I'm finished up as well. So, Mr. Chairman, good to have you here today. When I am back in Montana, the number one issue I hear, certainly across the state, is the high cost of gas, the high cost of groceries, and overall how their
coming up towards
paychecks are shrinking because of inflation. It's a crushing blow.
goev
stops at 7 cents. Impacts. It's top of mind issue for Montanans. It's also important to note the devastating impact it's going to have on our nation's economic future.
Are they today?
In fact, in October of last year, I sent a letter to Congressional Budget Office Director Swagel regarding the impact that high inflation and the elevated interest rates would have on the cost of servicing the federal debt. His response painted a less than rosy picture, but then we got the CBO's updated 10-year baseline forecast in February, and it confirmed the truly dire situation that we find ourselves in.
I feel like I should be buying more fucking
interest
TRKA.
Payments on the debt. The CBO now projects that cumulative deficits during the 10-year window, and I recognize where deficits come from. It's irresponsible spending here in Washington, but the cumulative deficits during the 10-year window will exceed $20 trillion. The cumulative deficits, not talking the debt, because it's going to grow the total federal debt to more than $51 trillion by 2033. Now, 2033 used to sound like a long ways away. We're 10 years away. 10 years goes by very, very quickly. Within 5 years, we're going to spend more on annual interest on the national debt than we spend on national defense. Think about that for a moment. And these are coming out of the CBO. These absolutely shocking, but quite frankly, predictable projections go back to a debate we vigorously had here in the banking community. I remember when Lawrence Summers, of course, the former Secretary of Treasury under President Clinton, economic advisor to President Obama, he warned us. He said, he was practically warning my colleagues across the aisle, says you can't move forward with these purely partisan, at that time, a $1.9 trillion spending extravaganza. We had $1 trillion of unspent COVID money in December of 2020.
WW.
And that passed on a purely partisan vote. We said it's going to start to ignite the inflation fires. So I certainly hope the president's budget, which we expect to see later this week, will propose pro-growth policies that can get us out of this
crossing the MACD
at
the 1 minute on mmat.
Almost an existential crisis as we look at what's going to come at us here, of course, the next 10 years with debt and service on that debt.
SINT trying up.
Unfortunately, as the president said in the State of the Union address, the president says he's going to raise taxes. That's a recipe for disaster. It's going to crush productivity, discourage investment, stifle economic growth even further.
Yup.
I want to turn to my questions now.
Fucking
Chairman
jackass.
Powell. You're raising interest rates to combat the inflation we've seen in the economy over the past few years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And although this is the domain of Treasury,
ouch, Christ,
a higher Fed's fund rate will mean higher borrowing costs. Is that correct?
Yes, all else equal.
So I just want to connect the dots here around inflation was sparked. One of the big reasons was massive spending here in Washington.
Snap, just under view up.
And now we're going to be bearing the challenges with higher debt service over the course of the next several years, where we're going to see debt service exceeding defense spending, which we see the threats of China, threats around the world.
Down to 48 on cosm.
Now, as a grandfather of 4, soon to be 5 grandchildren, there's things you think about more and more as you look forward. I want to
but it has no volume though, right?
Energy. When the war in Ukraine broke out, many feared that Russia would
no
cut
volume.
off
Volume's
natural
only
gas exports and
8.5
cause energy inflation to spike.
And it's a pharmaceutical.
Prices didn't spike as much as anticipated, due in large part to the fact that American companies stepped up to the plate. As of late last year, the European Union now receives more liquefied natural gas from the United States producers than it does from Russian producers. That's a good thing for the world to see more U.S.-produced energy. Chairman Powell, do you believe that European and American inflation would have been manageable if not for American energy producers?
I certainly think that particularly our natural gas assets have helped Europe make the transition.
Any sense of how much worse the global energy picture would be if you would imagine a world where we're not producing and shipping energy to other countries?
It'd be hard to estimate.
It's a price action across that MACD.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been clearly Europe has managed better than expected. And a part of that story is just US energy experts. Also, the winter wasn't as bad. The Germans made some good decisions.
Yeah, we made some prayers that says we need to pray for a warm winter for Europe, and I think they got one, which was something that's been helpful. I'm out of time here. I'm going to
GNS moving.
Send this back over to Senator Cortez Masto.
Oh, God.
Chairman Powell, it's great to see you. Thank you so much. I know it's been a long morning. Always
okay,
appreciate you coming
one.
To talk with us here on the committee. I want to first align myself with the remarks from Chairman Menendez
We're moving,
supporting a Latino nominee to the open seat on the Federal Reserve.
It's been more Q's trying to come back here?
And a Latino has never served on the Federal Reserve Board. And I know there are many strong Latino economists and economic experts who would capably serve. So I want to put that out there. Chairman Powell, I also sit on Senate Finance. Right across the way, we were talking about affordable housing. I think for purposes of so many of us across the country, including in Nevada, when we talk about affordable housing, it's also about workforce housing. It's about making sure families that are working so hard have an opportunity to keep a roof over their head. Right now in Nevada, if you're making minimum wage, you have to work 75 hours a week just to be able to afford housing. So I want to talk to you about this. I was distressed to see in the report that that activity in the housing sector has contracted as a result of the elevated mortgage rates, and you've been talking about that. I often hear from Nevadans who say, I don't know if I'm ever going to own a home, and many feel resigned being stuck in a cycle of renting. So, Chairman, how do the Federal Reserve economists and leaders think about the balance between keeping interest rates low to spur that affordable home building and home buying while addressing inflation?
We have a dual mandate from Congress, as you well know, which is maximum employment and price stability, and that's really what we take into account. We don't, and of course, interest-sensitive spending is the thing that gets the most support when we cut rates, and the thing that is most affected when we raise rates, and that means housing to a significant extent. That's not a choice that we make. That's just the way it works. And we only have really one tool, which is monetary policy. So, you know, we don't really try to use our tools to affect broader housing policy, but really just to achieve our statutory goals.
It happens to just unfortunately be in effect.
Do I buy this again?
As you try to achieve your statutory goals. Yes. Yeah. And so I want to have the opportunity to address Senator Warren's conversation with you earlier about the tools that you have and the impact it has on
I don't know what to sell.
Potentially more people to be unemployed, and this obviously has an impact on their ability to afford homes as well. Can you address that?
I'd be glad to. Honestly, dude, I'm not really looking for new positions. But what's the cap you're talking about? Or what's the company?
A very significant downturn in the labor market.
Wow, fucking TRKA.
It's not just hope. I think if you look at
reverse,
the situation in the labor market, you've got all these job openings.
298
in principle, you could reduce the job openings without seeing a really significant increase in unemployment. Also, you're starting from such a strong labor market. it seems as though you're a long way away from anything that looks like a recession, just looking at the labor market by itself. So honestly, we don't know that there will need to be a really significant downturn. Other business cycles had quite different backstories than this one.
People at China,
we're going to have to find out whether that matters
calls?
or not. But I do think that I've said all along, my colleagues and I have too, that we believe that there's a path to restoring 2% inflation with less significant effects on the labor market than have typically been seen in downturns.
And for purposes of the general public, people in Nevada that I know that are struggling, we have one of the highest, we've talked about this, and thank you for always
their earnings are today
talk
as well.
With me. We have one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. Our service sector was hit so hard. We're still at over 5%. Just in southern Nevada, we have high gas prices. We have grocery prices. We have housing prices that are high. So one of the things that you have commented on, and you just did again, but I know it was in your opening remarks that, and it's quoted right here, and let me just say, our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal.
Oh, TRKA,
and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. For the general public, for those working families and people, why 2%? Why is getting it to 2% so important?
So that has become the globally agreed. Essentially, all major central banks target 2% inflation in one form or another.
How does that help my Nevada families? How does that help people in Nevada?
I'll tell you how it does. And it's I guess it's obviously not it's not obvious how that is, but 2% inflation, to have people believe that inflation is going to go back to 2% really anchors inflation because the evidence is and the modern belief is that people's expectations about inflation actually have an effect on inflation. If you expect inflation to go up 5%, then it will. If everyone kind of expects that, because that's what businesses and households will be expecting.
I'm buying more
TRKA because they expect it. So having a 2% inflation goal, which we had for many years, de facto we had it. Then we formally adopted it in 2012. But for years before that, we were effectively targeting 2% inflation. And what that meant was that inflation, one of the reasons why inflation was low and predictable, is having a real target and sticking to it, not changing it, at convenient moments. So we think it's really important that we do stick to a 2% inflation target and not consider changing it. We're not going to do that. People will be better off if the whole question of high inflation is just not part of their lives. That's kind of the definition of price stability. It's if people live their lives without having to think about inflation all the time.
I had to. My time is up. Thank you so much, Senator.
I took a winner and I just I cut a little bit. And
thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and welcome, Chairman Powell. When you're setting these rates and making these decisions and seeking that 2% magic number, are you considering the
I kind of gotta watch this to see when it's gonna fucking stop.
Borrowing for the United States,
more TRK as well?
That Congress has.
I mean, it would make sense for them to want to scare people out after it ripped as much as it did. You know what I mean?
And that
I think it's a good buy.
National debt is
at level.
Now at least 97% of GDP, and that
let me see my averages now.
Going to face challenges of our
58
own making.
Cents. Ouch.
This is not about what the Fed has done. This is what about the Congress has done that you have to factor in to your decisions.
Die, right?
Do you think about the costs of borrowing for the United States itself?
No, we do not, and we're not going to. In other words, that would be fiscal dominance. If we were, constrained in our monetary policy by the budgetary situation of the United States, and we're not. We're clearly not. The path we're on is not sustainable, but the level of debt that we have is not unsustainable. Is sustainable. Put it that way. So we don't think about interest costs when we make monetary policy. We think about maximum employment and price stability.
It's your opinion that the level of debt we have is sustainable?
Yes, I mean we could clearly we have the largest economy in the world. We can service this debt. That's not the problem. The problem is that we're on a path where the debt is growing substantially faster than the economy, and that's kind of by definition in the long run unsustainable. And the way countries have gotten or fixed that is with longer term programs that have bipartisan support and that address the actual problem in the budget. That's really the formula.
Thank you. I'm going to switch to stable coins. Remember the President's Working Group on Financial Markets. The working group called for bank-like regulation of stable coins in late 2021. Then on January 3rd of this year, in a joint staff statement,
I think that this was like kind of a scare tactic
the
here.
federal banking agencies stated that
I bought
even
it once.
after the bank's capital, BSA,
I bought it once right
AML,
here.
and risk management, a
And
bank
I just bought it
issuing a
once in here
stable
somewhere.
coin on a quote open, public, or decentralized network is highly likely to be inconsistent with safe and sound banking practices. I'm going to say that again.
Holding 400 by thread.
Even after a bank's capital, BSA, AML, and risk management, a bank issuing a stable coin on an open, public, or decentralized network is highly likely to be inconsistent with safe and sound banking practices. So I'm a little confused about where we're heading on stable coins. Does the January 3rd statement mean that the Fed has decided that stable coins on a permissionless distributed ledger have no place in banks?
Oh.
So I think that there are real concerns about permissionless public blockchains, and the reason is that they've been so susceptible to fraud, to money laundering, and all of those things. So I think what you heard from the federal banking agencies in one of their reports was that they would tend to look at those as not consistent with safety and soundness.
And what about properly regulated stablecoins? Do you think they could have a place in our banking system?
I certainly think that in a world of appropriate regulation, where the same activity, where stablecoin activity gets the same regulation as comparable products in different places, then there certainly could be a place for stablecoins in our
dude, you got fucking no volume on this.
Thank you. The European Union, UK, Australia, Switzerland, Singapore, and others have all moved over the last few years to create a legislative framework for digital assets. The European Union in particular is attempting to be a standard setter again, like it was
I don't know, dude. You look late on this.
Rule. Is the United States in danger of being a rule taker, not a rule maker when it comes to digital assets?
I do think it would be important for us to have a workable.
It could absolutely tear, and you can make some good money on it. But
activities, I think that is important.
The buy was a couple days ago.
Something
obviously.
Congress, in principle, needs to do because we can't really do that.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand, and I agree with you. One area we've already seen is in the Basel Committee on Bank Supervision. They propose prudential treatment for crypto assets framework, setting forth banks' capital standards for digital assets. The Basel Committee's framework does not impose a capital charge for digital asset custody, whereas the SEC's Staff Accounting Bulletin 121 imposes a prohibitive capital charge through the back door and places consumers at risk in bankruptcy. Similarly, the Basel Committee framework allows banks to issue or hold digital assets on their balance sheet if the requisite capital is set aside. So back to January 3rd, 23, the Fed and other bank regulators have said that it is forbidden for a U.S. bank to conduct these activities no matter the capital. So my question is, what does the rest of the world know about digital asset regulation that we do not, that the Fed does not?
Option calls for those more advanced. Love it.
As we discussed, this is an SEC staff accounting bulletin, and it's not something that the Fed issued, and I'd be loath to comment directly on it.
TRK 50 cents.
The issue is, and what concerns me, is that the Fed and other federal banking agencies are not following international norms on digital asset regulation. That's just my comment. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. I now recognize Senator Smith.
Well, thank you. And Chair Powell, it looks as if Senator Britt and I are the last people standing at this committee hearing. Thank you for passing on the gavel to
Almost 20 cents flat on
Lummis.
SFT.
And I want to thank you for your service and for our recent conversation. And before I get into my questions, I would just like to note there's been a good back and forth amongst our committee around some of the big economic challenges and opportunities that we face in this country. And I would just like to note that the programs and the spending that the ranking member and some of our colleagues have blamed for inflation provided critical relief that kept working families and small businesses afloat during a global pandemic. And in fact, many of these policies were passed on a bipartisan basis and signed into law by both Republican and Democratic presidents. And I also just want to add that the laws that the Democrats passed to lower prescription drug costs and healthcare costs and to lower energy costs for Americans are helping to lower basic costs for families, all of which, by the way, was fully paid for. So I return, Mr. Chair, to what you have said to me privately and to all of us publicly, which is what we ought to be looking for is striving for bipartisan solutions to find a path forward. And in fact, Senator Lummis and I were just talking about this yesterday when it came to housing policy. So just want to put that out there. When you and I spoke yesterday briefly, we talked about the Community Reinvestment Act, and I know that I appreciated the chair raising this point earlier in the hearing. And so, but I want to just return to that briefly. I am very glad to see, it's been about a year since the Fed and the OCC and the FDIC issued their proposed rule to modernize implementation of the Community Reinvestment Act. I don't think that the proposal was perfect by any means, but it does make really important improvements to how, through the CRA, financial services organizations can serve and meet the needs of communities that are full of assets, but lack the resources to make it happen like wealthy communities can. So I think, Chair Powell, you indicated that you expect this new CRA rule to be finalized in the coming months. Is that what you indicated?
Yes, that's right.
And can you just tell us, with the departure of Dr. Brainerd, who will be spearheading the CRA efforts?
So I've asked Vice Chair Barr to be responsible for moving the project forward. Of course, it has to go to the whole board, and everyone gets a vote on that. But he'll be pushing it forward.
That's great. Thank you.
Boy, also read.
And I was glad to see that disaster preparedness and climate resiliency were added to the definition of community development activities that would be eligible for the CRA credit. And this is important, of course, because low and moderate income folks and the communities that they live in often face some of the worst impacts of climate change and extreme weather events. This isn't social engineering. This is dealing with the actual costs and challenges that people experience.
Again, please don't forget to like and sub, guys. It's free to help me out.
So, Chair Powell, can you talk to us a little bit about how you see that change and how it fits with the CRA's overarching objectives?
So I think it fits for the reasons that you said. Honestly, I'm a week or so away from getting a briefing on where the proposal lies, so I'm reluctant to touch on. I mean, I'd rather wait till after I'm fully briefed on where that agreement came out after the FOMC meeting. So.
Thank you. That's fine. I'll look forward to continuing this conversation with you and with Mr. Barr, and just appreciate this.
Slightly.
I think my view of this is that climate change and the economy are inextricably linked, and the reality is that climate-related action or inaction has a direct financial impact.
Yeah, that's nothing yet,
on people and our economy. I was wondering if you would just be willing to update us briefly on some of the next steps that the Fed is going to be looking at as you evaluate the resilience of financial institutions to with respect to climate risk. There's this pilot project that just was started in January, I think it was, of this year, and I'm curious to know how you see next steps there.
AI to 26.
So
AI
we're doing really
48.
two things. One is we are doing a climate stress scenario, which the banks are already doing, the large banks, the 6 that we're working with, and that's really just to begin the process of understanding the risks that are associated with this over the longer term. They're already doing it, and it's something that there's a lot of learning going on around the world, actually. The other thing we're doing is providing guidance. The banks want clear guidance. They actually want one set of rules globally. The big banks that do business around the world, they're hoping that they aren't in a world where there's just different regulatory regimes everywhere they go. So we're kind of working on that as well.
Nasdaq futures are down 0.67. S&P are down 1.03, and Dow's down 1.08.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, thank you for being here.
Carvana
In your
overnight.
opening statement, I was
Carvana
here
pushing?
for that.
Hit up
I
on
think
Carvana, guys?
you touched on some of the
Through VWAP?
interest rate
See if we carry
sensitive
that resistance
components of
line or not.
GDP and non-interest rate sensitive components of GDP. I think you said that
Q's
we
297.
do have a concern
70?
in the latter group,
Still under that
inflation
48.
expectations, labor market tightening, et cetera.
More
Can
than
you tell
21
me a
cents?
little bit about how you're
No,
looking at the interest
it's actually
rate
not that
sensitive
short,
and
but the
non-interest
float
rate
is so
sensitive
small, and on top of
readings
that, they
and
actually have
whether
government
the
contracts and shit.
What sort of Fed actions can take place to avoid a zero
It's a
landing?
micro cap, micro
Sure.
float.
So on, the housing sector, of course, is intersensitive spending is the thing that they're very directly affected by our policies
Got
almost
you.
right away. And the poster child for that is housing. And so you've seen mortgage rates now go up
TRKA
back
trying
up
to
over
twist?
6%.
Maybe.
You've seen housing starts come down. Activity in housing has declined as people are
Maybe.
reluctant to get
Our
out
size
of
of 44 and a half.
their the low rate mortgages they had before. So housing activity is slowing
ELPH
down.
up 21%.
On the other hand, housing prices went up in the aggregate more than 40% since the beginning of the pandemic. So
BBIG
we may be seeing some price correction on that too. So
Carvana
that's
unch.
coming along. And housing inflation, which is a big part of the CPI, a little bit smaller part of the PCE, the inflation measures we follow, where we rely on.
WW
that will be
43
coming
up.
down because of the slowdown in the housing market.
110 up.
I guess I would say the service sector is probably less interest sensitive than that, and that's restaurants, it's travel services, travel and leisure, it's healthcare, it's financial
608
services,
on AMC.
healthcare services, all those services, and that's a big part of our economy. This sector is 56.
Pub C, pretty much
54%. I
choppy
guess,
at the 200.
56% of consumer spending on
BBIO,
non-energy
yeah,
food.
it's nice little rip.
So it's very important, and it's about having a little bit softer demand and about having some softening
run
of
on
labor market
BBIO.
conditions. We think our tools will work on that, but we do expect that will take time.
Thank you. I know the chairman in his opening comments mentioned a belief, I don't want to misquote him, but a belief that we have too little capital in the banking sector. Maybe true of a couple of banking institutions, but how do you feel about the current capital
down,
that our broader banking sector, irrespective of where they are in size?
Trying to push VWAP
What
there on
concerns, if
VREX.
any, do you have
Remember,
about
that's already a
the
115 up.
capital that we see out there already?
So I supported all of the capital raising that we did. I joined the Fed in 2012, and we were in the middle of implementing all those Dodd-Frank increases, and I supported all of them after careful thought and discussion with my colleagues. I think the new vice chair is doing what new vice chairs do, which is to take a fresh look and ask the question, even though I think we all agree capital is strong, certainly the vice chair does. The question is it at the right level?
Yeah,
I think that's what happens with a new vice chair for supervision. We don't have any proposals yet, but at some point we will.
Yeah, I'm going to be meeting with the vice chair, and we'll drill down on that topic. But I do know, I was over in Finance Committee, so I wasn't here, but I do know that several members, well, first off, we know that Vice Chair Barr is looking at a holistic review of capital requirements. I think that that's a good idea. But I have to ask a question. Do you think, does the Fed consider the bipartisan pass Senate Bill 2155, which is currently the law of the land, superior to any of the Basel requirements or any holistic review process? In other words, it is the law of the land. How does that weigh into how these reviews go?
So 2155 was, I think you're talking about tailoring. So Dodd-Frank actually called for tailoring, and what 2155 did is it said changed may tailor to shall tailor, and it also changed the thresholds. But tailoring is an absolutely bedrock aspect of our bank regulatory system, and anything that we do is going to reflect what we think is appropriate tailoring between the different sizes and risks of the financial institutions that we supervise and regulate.
What we were trying to accomplish as a part of that, I don't expect you to respond, I know that we're coming to the end of the hearing, is that a holistic review of a financial services institution is going to reveal the fact that many of these financial institutions are very different based on the activities that they're most involved in. And those sort of holistic reviews may actually result in increasing capital requirements for two banks that look like peers,
Bitcoin.
but not for another because of the inherent risk associated with their business focus. Does that make sense?
To your earlier point, though,
Bitcoin.
the law, the Dodd-Frank language, and as amended, actually requires that we take those things into consideration. So we certainly will. We will.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Bitcoin might be trying to wrap.
Warnock is recognized from Georgia.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions, I know that this committee will soon consider a new nominee to serve on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. And while it has not historically been the case,
VREX 117 up.
It seems to me that the
Pushing
board should reflect the
Can we see
diversity
top
of our
5 short
nation.
stocks in Ortex? Yeah, the first one's EVGO.
Things are connected.
Circuits
Policy
in there.
and,
QuantumScape is number 3.
representation,
I forget 1 through 5, so I will pull it up.
that we will see sitting before this committee a nominee that pushes us closer.
AMD ready.
towards
EVGO,
our
Tattooed
ideals
Chef,
that we
Circuit,
focus on
QuantumScape,
our
Beyond
committee.
Meat.
One, and I support Senator Menendez and others who have called for a diverse nominee, specifically the fact that we've never had a Latino person serve on the Federal Reserve Board. I think it's a huge oversight.
The 4-hour MACD is in position on this,
in that direction.
and the chart
That said,
looks pretty fucking
my state
nice.
of Georgia is in a housing crisis.
Just saying.
Like much of the country,
Not
the Federal
financial
Reserve
advice.
Bank of Atlanta has designated owning a home in
TRK
Atlanta
does
as
not want to stop
unaffordable
dropping here on us.
to the average home buyer. But this is not just a city problem. Harris County, Georgia, with a population of
Spy
less than
about to scalp down.
35,000 sitting on the border of
Don't say
Alabama,
that, John.
is also rated as unaffordable. In the midst of this housing crisis, the Federal Reserve continues
TRK
to
trying
raise
back.
interest rates. This makes mortgages a lot more expensive for families, especially young families looking to buy a house. According to the National Association of Realtors,
ahead,
the
give me
share
short and
of
double.
first-time home buyers is at an all-time low, while the average age of a purchaser is at an all-time high.
Boil down again.
Chair Powell, you have said that
Snap under my
there has
level of
been, quote,
importance. Trying to
an
spin back though.
imbalance in the housing market. But if you're a Georgia family,
Boil.
parents in the mid-30s, young children, and all you want is to be able to afford your first home
Still has 6.
and place and build
63.5
equity
on
one day
Coinbase.
pass that
AI
equity
has
onto your
26,
kids.
26,
How are
25.
the Fed's actions
AI trying to spin
helping that family
up
afford a home?
across the MACD as well.
Our mandate is to provide maximum employment, use our tools to foster maximum employment and price stability. And we're using those tools really now to restore price stability at a time of the highest inflation in 40 years.
SPX coming back up.
I think that the same people who are having high mortgage costs, if they have a floating rate mortgage, are also experiencing high costs for all the basic necessities of life. And one of our most fundamental roles at the central bank is to keep price stability. So we have to prioritize that in what we do.
Yeah, I understand the tools and the mandate, but my concern is that we could have a cure that's worse than
Vana 920.
the
Vana's
disease.
moving nicely.
It doesn't do families
Vana trying
any
to break.
good if
Gold
we
crossing as well.
stabilize housing prices while mortgage rates continue to skyrocket. It doesn't matter to me why a house is unaffordable. Maybe the house is unaffordable. Maybe the mortgage is unaffordable. Unaffordable is unaffordable. How does the Federal Reserve continue to consider the total price of home ownership, including costs of mortgages, in executing that mandate to keep prices stable?
Housing inflation is a very important component of various inflation indexes, and the way that's calculated is it's
grinding higher.
The economists look at rents,
higher lows,
and then
higher
for
lows.
people who own a home, they impute a rent depending on the value of the home. So it
Just up
actually does
298 on
factor
Qs.
in, and I would say measures of new leases that are being signed and new housing prices show
Tesla under
significant
190
declines in inflation, not in price, but in inflation. And that will play through so that overall inflation over the course of the next 6 months or a year will decline.
Try and catch itself.
If we're seeing mortgage rates go up, yes or no, does this discourage folks who may have a low interest mortgage rate from putting their home on the market and then possibly paying double the cost of the mortgage for their new house?
It certainly could. People who are in a low mortgage,
over
fixed
50
rate,
cents on
low
TRKA.
rate mortgage,
TRKA is
many of
48.
them are not moving.
Yeah, does raising the federal interest rate change the cost of borrowing for a company hoping to develop new housing?
Yes.
Unusual
Does it make
wheels
it more
alerts
expensive
coming out
for
on this.
suppliers to
TRKA is
finance
spinning. Yeah,
expanding
TRKA is
production
looking
and
nice here.
supply needs?
It does.
Does it give
Short and
businesses
double
less
bottom.
wiggle room to offer higher wages and attract qualified workers?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Let's get vertical.
So all of these actions have to be taken into account. Federal Reserve does not control housing supply, but its actions do have a massive effect on housing supply. And some of these supply effects, it seems to me, will be felt for many years, well beyond when interest rate hikes have slowed.
BBIG under 48 cents, mmat under 59 cents.
And I know you got a difficult job and a tough situation, but I just hope that the Fed
AM just up 23% or down, excuse me. GNLX,
and how they affect housing
VWAP
supply,
12.4 up though.
to control housing demand. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Warnock. The last question, I believe, questioner is Senator Sinema is remote from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Powell, thank you for being here today. In raising interest rates last month by 25 basis points, the FOMC cited Russia's war against Ukraine as a key contributor to elevated global uncertainty. The war has serious implications for global energy and agricultural markets. And as you know, energy inflation in particular can appear in the form of higher prices of other goods and services. This feels like a substantial driver of inflation overall.
I can't really look this second. I got
can't
too much shit on my
understand the global
phone.
economy fully without assessing the range of possible outcomes in Ukraine. As we've also seen, the war created new supply chain problems overnight and has caused abrupt price swings in select committees. How is the FOMC assessing the economic impact of the war and the range of potential outcomes in order to inform how it sets monetary policy?
So the principal, I guess there are two things to say. One is that the principal way that the war has affected our economy is really through commodity prices, grain and particularly energy prices. That's the main thing. I think really, and those have both flattened out. Energy prices globally have settled down and they're at a higher level, and food prices as well to some extent. So the second thing I would say is that it represents a significant risk. So the war in Ukraine, the outcome is uncertain. Developments there are uncertain.
The timing of that video was so fucking close.
You have to think of it as a source of potential risk to the global economy and to our economy. We don't, and we look at alternative scenarios and things like that. We don't really do it from a geopolitical standpoint, but we do, of course, model scenarios where commodity prices are higher and things that would look like what could happen from Ukraine.
A whole lot of fucking sideways bullshit.
Thank you. At home, Arizona families are struggling to navigate this economy. Higher prices are making it more difficult to afford groceries, gas, rent, and airfare. But on the other hand, rising interest rates are crowding out investment and making it more difficult for first-time homebuyers to buy a home. Inflation has also slowed housing development to a halt in Arizona, and as you know, Chairman, housing is a major economic contributor in my state. It's also clear that more spending comes with trade-offs, and it's why tackling inflation has historically been so difficult, and yet it's more important than ever that we get it under control. There's been much debate about a soft landing, where we get inflation under control without triggering a recession, versus a hard landing, where inflation comes down but triggers a painful recession. Some economists are currently saying they see no landing right now, that growth is actually accelerating, and that more aggressive actions will be needed to get inflation under control. If true, that would be problematic. What do you think about that assessment?
NASDAQ is down 0.76,
Well, as I
S&P
mentioned
1.12,
earlier,
Dow 1.2.
I think if you look at the data that's been coming in since earlier this year, you have seen stronger labor market conditions, higher inflation, stronger consumer
Tesla
spending.
190.
And also we saw some of the
200.
low inflation readings from the fourth quarter of last year.
Tesla pushing 200.
Away.
Tesla through the 200.
They kind of all, they may be to
Tesla
some
up.
extent related to things like seasonal adjustments or a warm January, but nonetheless, they all point in the same direction.
All
And they
right.
do
Here
suggest
we
that
go.
the possibility
carry.
that we
Super China test?
ultimately would need to raise rates higher than had been expected. Of course, we have 2 or 3 more
very
important data releases to analyze before the time of the FOMC.
AI,
Those are going to be very important.
AI starting to rip
in
here.
The assessment we have of this relatively recent data, we'll be looking carefully at that. And all of that will go into making the decision, which we have not made, but making the decision that we'll make about what to do at the March meeting.
438.
Well, thank you. On February 23rd, the Fed, the FDIC, and the OCC released another joint statement on crypto assets and liquidity risks posed to banking organizations. It's clear that regulators see undue risks for banks in the current environment and are taking a more conservative approach. Do you believe these risks are inherent to crypto assets and how they behave, or are some of the risks a product of the current regulatory and policy landscape for crypto assets in the U.S.?
So we're seeing, really, in the last close to a year now, we've seen just a remarkable set of events in the crypto space. Lots of companies collapsing. We've seen massive fraud. We've seen all kinds of things. I think, we have to be open to the idea that somewhere in there is technology that can be featured in productive innovation that makes people's lives better. However, in the near term, we see in crypto activity lots of things that suggest that regulated financial institutions should be quite cautious. And that's in doing things in the crypto space.
Double bottom off.
We've issued 3 or 4 releases to the banks, along with the OCC and the FDIC, the Fed has. And they essentially say, you really need to be careful here. You need to be careful. It's early days with crypto. There isn't the appropriate regulation. We're learning lots about the risks. And there are many of the same risks that run in other parts of the financial system, but without appropriate regulation.
Thank you, Senator Powell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sinema.
We
conclude the hearing. The Fed must make sure that workers and families are at the center of every decision it makes to strengthen our economy. We've heard a lot today about the role that Wall Street plays in our economy too. As you've said, Mr. Chair, we know that higher capital requirements make banks safer and stronger. It allows them to make investments in their workers and their communities and our economy. That's what they should be doing instead of
trying to cross your
spending billions on buybacks. I look forward, Chair Powell, to working with you to strengthen our economy. For senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record, these questions are due 1 week from today, Tuesday, March 14th. To Chair Powell, please submit your responses to questions for the record 45 days from the day you receive them. I thank my colleagues for the very, very good attendance today. Only one member on each side was not here, one for health reasons, the other just because he's doing 12 different things. So I appreciate all that, and thanks for your testimony, your public service, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Cool. That's over. Very good. Elizabeth Warren's fucking clueless, isn't she? Absolutely fucking clueless. Coming up on 299 IQs. Is Alex Jones there? Wait, I don't think so. I don't think Alex Jones was there. Sounds like... It kind of did sound like him, didn't it? Kind of fucking did. Let's see. Ooh, drop below the 200 there on UNCI. Cabana up to 930-ish. Oil 602. They seem to not like the stock market. They seem to probably not care about the stock market all that much. I mean, okay, wait. Let me rephrase. They definitely do care, but they kind of have an idea that we wouldn't have prior to going into these meetings. So they could position themselves to be just fine. Crossed on TRKA on the upside of the MACD. RSI is at 56. Got some room there. Tesla back up. BLPH, 20% up. TRKA, super trend on TRKA. Can we see TRKA around 60 cents at close? I hope so. I hope it's even higher. I'm looking for a bang. Q is at 299. AI 2650. And VOS 24% up. SINT moving a little bit. Not really. 48% on WW. Chad, excellent call, bro. Powell speaks again tomorrow, yes. VRAX on top of the MACD and on top of the VWAP as well. ETAL up 9. TRKA trying to continue. I have to open Mafia chat real quick and see what they're talking about, because Alan apparently posted DD. 1 second. All right, Alan posted goev, FSP. Oh, cool. I can't open all that shit up because people will just leave stream. So if you guys want to break it down for me, that'd be awesome. Otherwise, I can't read that. If you're in Mafia chat, though, you could go read it. If somebody wants to copy and paste into Discord, too, that'd be clutch. But I just can't dig through that shit right this second. GNS 370. TRKA starting to roll a little bit. 192 on test. Coin over 64. Vana to 940. Let me look at this real quick. Nice movement on Vana there. Sorry, let me pull up TRKA for everyone. Hey, babe. Oh, the doctor. Fuck. Guys, I have to mute myself and call the doctor. I promise, Anna. Alan, what's up? I'll call the doctor after I talk to you. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to tell you that I found that I can pull some of this stuff.
I can't hear you. All right, go again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Go again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I found that I can pull these reports with one of my brokers,
and
it doesn't cost me anything. So I wanted to post just a couple of sample ones I had pulled, just so that people can see the kind of data that's in them, and if they want those, if they let me know, I will pull them and put them in Mafia chat for whatever one. And so different, they don't always have the same ones. So like I
don't know what you're talking about, buddy. Can you?
So basically they're just a breakdown of the entire stock. That tells you the sentiment, like what the different people think as far as the rating agencies. It shows their earnings. It shows like just a breakdown of everything going on with it, like on a detailed report. Some of them are like 3 or 4 pages long.
That's kind of dope.
It's a lot of graphs.
And who's that from?
Like pie charts. It's through Fidelity.
That's kind of cool.
And so I can really see a ton of data. Now, they're not all the same reports. So some of them are Ford and some of them are these other companies.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't always do every stock. So I might open one up and there might be 2, and I might open up a different ticker and there might be 12 available.
Okay. And who's writing these reports? Fidelity's writing these reports?
They basically have them available. They're being run by other companies.
Okay.
Like one of them is like Ford, and I don't know who the other ones are, but basically, if you just quickly open one and look, when you get a chance to just scroll down fast, don't read the information.
Mm-hmm.
It'll just give you kind of an idea of what's there. But if anybody wants those type of things, I'd be more than happy to pull them and see what's available for whatever ticker somebody's looking at.
Well, thank you, Alan. Can you pull TRKAs and cosms for me?
Yeah, I will pull TRKA and cosm.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
You the man. Appreciate you.
All right, later, bro.
Bye. Guys, I'm gonna be here, but I gotta call the doctor real quick and set an appointment. So, hold on one second. I'm gonna put my shit on mute. Bear with me. 1 second. It's fucking lunchtime. What the hell was I thinking? Hey, babe, will you remind me at, like, I don't know, 1:30 because it's lunchtime and I just called, so I didn't get anything accomplished? Thanks, love you, bye. All right. Cool beans. Let's see. TRKA, 57 cents. Can I call out a possible play? Of course you can. Would like my thoughts? Would like me and Sean's thoughts? Okay. Absolutely you could. VREX. DBG. That's actually one of Sean's. Sean's been talking about that for quite a while. He likes it. I haven't looked at it in a minute. They had a reverse split not too long ago, if I'm not mistaken. Again, please don't forget to like and sub, guys. It is free to help me the fuck out. I mean, you're basically just trying to put in a bottom. You know? But yeah, I'm pretty sure that they had a reverse split not too long ago as well. He really likes them, though. And again, I'm at a point where I'm just focusing on, you know, like the plays that I've done good research on. So, I don't know. To me, it's just like not really a point for me to, like, heavy DD something I'm not going to play. You know what I mean? Test slit, off 192. Of course. Carvana. TRKA coming back up now. Yeah. Let's fucking go, huh? NVOS 23% up. Tesla to 192 still. 26.5 on AI. Vana 940-ish still. BRM 1.5 up. Not where I want it to be. Scott, it will drop if it gets to 65. You think? $7.16 on Novavax. Top C 148. I'm gonna pull that back up in a second. Oh, ape just went green. Fuck did that go? There it is. Not much. VRAX 120 up. SINT 266. SINT could get crazy, guys. Tesla 192. Trying. TRKA back. Ooh, this is actually a pretty cool report, Alan. It is pretty cool. Price and volume charts. I feel like I'd have to fucking break this down in after hours, though. Alright, sorry. Snap, trying back up higher. 13's on the 48. Coinbase 64, Tesla. She's a moving. Tesla's a moving. We get above 60 cents, we're looking good, you think? I thought Cosm would have taken off by now. Jimmy, EPAS going good. Will drop before Air Force demonstration next week. Good flipping. Atta boy, Jimmy. Atta fucking boy. Oop. What the fuck am I doing wrong here? $2.99 on Qs. 372 on GNS. A little bit more price action there. We could pull gold cross off on Qs. Oil at $5.99. Vana $9.34. And oh wow, WW still fucking climbing. Look at that trend. Coinbase 6420. Coinbase intraday high. Nasdaq is only down 0.19, S&P down 0.72, and Dow is down 0.87. Man, oh man. VRM. Right side of the 200. VIX up 0.9. FIE down 5. TBLT to 185. GBTG slightly down. GSAT to 120. IoT to 21. 192 on tests. Apple down $1.20. Microsoft down $1. Amazon's up. Google's down. Nvidia just off 240. Rig slightly down. Still at 749 though. Cosm. The ape just chilling at VWAP. Dollar strength. Thought that was gonna fucking fall. $370 on GNS. 855 on Lucid. Lunar up. We saw how explosive this has gotten before, guys. Not saying it's going to do it again. I'm just, bringing notice. Lucid 854. TRKA, how are we doing over here? Yo.
Hey, how you doing, my buddy?
I'm doing good. Those, what's it called? Those are pretty cool, but they're just too big for me to review right now. That's kind of like an after-hours type thing.
Yeah, no, I get it. All I was saying, I just wanted to let the family know that, just so everybody knows, the GoPro, for whatever reason, had all 7 of them listed, and I don't know if there's more than that. That's just the most I've seen.
All 7
so
what?
If all 7 reports from different people, from like different companies.
Oh, what, analyst ratings or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like different, just like tech reports basically. And if there's a specific one that somebody likes, they're like, hey, I like company's one or this company's one. Keep a lookout, for this specific security for this type of report. I can do that too. So if it helps.
Wait. They have different kind of reports? What do you mean?
Well, it's different people that are doing them, so they have different layouts, different breakdowns, different types of information that each one of them collect. Like I saw one of them was just like an environmental thing, and it breaks down like how green the company is and how much waste they have. So there's just a lot of different, and that was just for me just looking at it for a second. So I didn't read the whole report like that. I just wanted to show the different ones that are available. That can pop up on any ticker at any time. So basically, if there's a specific ticker that somebody's like, hey, I want to read, what everybody thinks, they can hit me up, through chat or whatever, and I can post those either in Discord or in the Mafia chat or in both. So it's just something extra to have, and I just think that the more information we have, the better we trade.
Seconded. Thank you very much for that, dude. Absolutely, you're not wrong.
Whatever anybody needs, just feel free to hit me up, and I will do as much as I can.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate you.
All right. Later, brother.
Bye-bye. Fucking Cosm. Come on, baby. I see an enormous fucking cup and handle. I don't know about you guys. SPX. Uh-oh. Double top. Boy. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin looks like it wants to do something here. 48's crossing 200 to the up. TRK looks like it's trying to make a new one too. Yeah. We still have the 200 and the VWAP in front of it, but yeah. Up to 59 cents. Oh. Skirt. Again, anybody just hopping in, please go ahead and like and sub. It's free to help me out. Sorry to be repetitive. People just don't do it, so I gotta. You feel? AI just off 27 bucks. goev still under 67 cents. mmat under 59 cents. Luminar under 10. Oh, at about 950. AM 24.5 down. GNLX off the highs, still doing pretty well here. In between the 200 and VWAP. Top screen, Ape just made the red green move. Bitcoin 22,320. So that's SPX quick. SPX. I wonder if I can get a fucking nice curl. I don't know. Q's just off 299 here. Q's trying to handle maybe. Again, we have a free Discord as well. Feel free to join. Dope AI tools for Fiddy on Cosm. Again, volume is much higher than like the last 2 weeks. Much higher. 372 on GNS. Boy over 6. Tesla just off 193. Tesla lifting. Tesla to 193. Memes trying to push. The whole market's trying to push. Tesla with that lift. VRM to 94 cents. BBIG to 48 cents. What's TRKA doing? TRKA to 60. CFRX, okay. GNS 373. You said what? CFRX? CFRX. Nice move. Still light volume. Nice pressure though. Just under the 200. Coinbase 64. Carvana 945. More calls and puts are being bought on Vana. Tesla 193.20. TRKA up to 200. Yeah, I got my first TRKA position too. My average now is 58 cents, I believe. Hold on a second. I'll tell you. Yeah, 58 cents is my average now after I DCA'd. GNS 375. I'm stuck in at 68. Okay. Ooh, just lost 60. Bitcoin 22,300. Love our bots, me too. Talal, what's going on there? What's going on? Let's be nice, right? $4.49 on Cosm. Wow, look at that trend on Coinbase. Fucking rip. Rip, city bitch. AI, trying to follow suit. A while. Carvana. Holding 12 odd snap. GNS 376. Mullen back to 21 cents. Boyle green. Tesla just under 194. Tesla to 194. What the fuck just happened? Okay, that was weird. Should I 27 on AI? SPX, how we looking? Ooh. Wow, Netflix. Aggressive. Over 450 on cosm. Q's just off 300. Xella down slightly below 6. Boyle 609. Tesla back to green. Super trend on Boyle. NVOS 20% up still. Vana 951. Vroom 96 cents up 4.5%. Ooh, VRM heads up, guys. A lot of good stuff in the works here for cosm. A lot of good stuff. Q's 299.15. Going for the gold cross right now on Q's. Oh, we have it. Barely, but it's there. Nice trend there on EOS. CONL to 10. On C way off the highs, still up almost 40% though. VRAX headed down. Still up 100% though. GNLX super trend trying for view up. Bitcoin, how we doing? Here's a gold cross on top of the MACD, RSI 52. How are the Qs? Where the fuck did they go? Let's see. Q. Thank you. Boys, what percentage when you're up per day do you say I'm being greedy? It's not so much me being up. It's more so like how does the chart look? Does that make sense? Like if the chart starts to feel heavy, I'm probably gonna get out. So it's not like a an individual percentage. PX, oof. Oh, Jan's trying to move. What's causing? I can't give financial advice. I'm in cosm pretty heavy, and I don't plan on selling it at the moment. Snap at 12. Carvana's slowing down a little bit. Two-hour chart. 4. On the 4 hour, it's on top of the MACD as well. Tesla 193.73. And oh man. SC to 80. SC is just fucking tearing. Look at that trend. Whoever got on GoPro when I called this morning at 5:20, very nice. It is reversed and moving nicely. Good shit, guys. BLPH still up 16.8. Not much happening right now, huh? Snap just lost 12. Watch 80 though? Wait, watch 80 on what? I don't know what you're talking about. What chart? Rev B. March OPEX was heavy into the... I don't know what you're talking about. 80 calls on what? Please. No volume there. 55.80 on TRK. I'm fucking lightheaded. It's balls. I see. Thank you. Hard down on cosm. I'm not on SE anymore. I didn't know. VRM. Our size only 58. $262 on SINT. $176 on 8. AM's down 26%. AMC is 615. See how this looks. On top of the 200 at VWAP. Hellbiz at 13 cents. Rumble just off $10. What a trend. Nice trend up on Rumble. Remember, I'm like 99% sure that the warrants on Rumble were up until 11:50. Could be wrong. You might want to double check, but I'm almost positive. WW still trending up nicely, 50% up. NVOS still off the highs. AI just off $27 with the gold cross though. Boyle to 612. You are the shit. You are the shit. Cool. 370 on GNS. Wow, TRK back to 55 cents. Christ. goev is looking very good to move north. Yeah, I liked it when I was looking at it. Oh, man, why am I so fucking dizzy? Tesla, 193.5. ETAU is going nicely as well. Beautiful. So I got the Qs. Qs, just at VWAP right now. Boyle could go hard. Yeah, it could. Snapback 12. GNS 371. Tesla 193.5. Fonda to 48. Still trying on test. SPX. Trying to push back again. NASDAQ is down 0.32, S&P is down 0.88, and Dow is down 1.07. SINT cap is 1.4 mil. $1.9 short, 378 cost to borrow, average. Snap still struggling, dropping 12. GNS, heads up, guys. Netflix down a little bit. Zella 7% down, 7.3 down. muln 21.23 off of its lows. Man, oh man. SPX trying to hold 4,000. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Boil 611. SPX is sliding. 176, slightly green. Nothing really to write home about. Cal off of its lows, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, never mind. Maybe it's Calo that I'm thinking of. Novavax 716. Qs just dropped to 98. Hit it down on Qs. Snap. Still under 12 now. Boil 610. Bitcoin just dropped 22.3. SPX at 4,000, pretty much even. We want to bounce off this right here. Oof. Sub 4,000. Back to 4,000. See, what's Bitcoin doing? Tight. How about DXY? Oh boy. Ruh-roh. Unsee down. Tesla trying to save itself? Yeah, DXY is fucking ripping, bro. I'm a Chris Angel mind freak. Ooh, 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 ooh. DX fucking Y, huh? Cosm off the 200. GNS 372. GNS looks like it's fucking about to pop. Just saying. AI super trend down on the 200 though. $535 on SI. MTC 192 up. GameStop just under VWAP. AMC 613 off the lows. Just under $4 on ARDX. WW off the high, still 48% up though. Carvana 931. goev 67 cents. Carvana trying to curl maybe. Looks like DXY is rejecting the monthly. Okay. BLPH up 23%. Heads up on BLPH. Jesus. Looks like the retest. Hoping she gets rejected, huh? Just off 298 on Qs. Still under 4,000 on SPX, just under. TRKA to 56.5 cents. Snap still under 12. About ready for a move there in TRKA. VRAX 109% up. GNLX 14.3 up. SI 532. AMV down to 93 cents. Ape still hanging out there. 176.5. Man. TRKA, what are you doing, you whore? Fighting for 4,000 on SPX. TRKA. It's so fucking boring when volume slows down and, like, I don't know. Room to 106.45. I hope not, Wiki. No, thank you. No fucking thank you. VRAX trying to curl up here. BLPH still moving nicely. ETAL I saw flying up a little bit. Okay. Bitcoin just off 22.3. Q's 298. Trying back for 298, I should say. Rev Q, 52-week low. And boss, what are you doing, you slut? SPX still falling. Yoast still staying up. 1 second. Okay. Coinbase is above the 200. Ooh, SFT, hard down. Hard down. Oh, man, that might be a fucking half-decent SFT entry. Hold on. SFT. Wow, 72.8 short yesterday. Man, oh man. Down on tests. Roblox looks strong. Big old cup right there. Today's been... in the beginning, it was fun. Now it's just kind of like, you know, grind sideways, chill. Dollar strength is kind of killing us. Repo is $2.17 trillion. That's fucking crazy, bro. That's literally fucking insane. Every single day. It's a ludicrous number. Like, I keep scrolling, but nothing's really changing, you know? Hard down on tops. Good news. KAVL holding gains for now. There you go. SPX under 4,000 still. Rivian? What is Rivian doing? Do you think the EXY is at top? I hope you're right about that. Ooh. I mean, if it holds this, then yeah. But if it gets rejected off this, then obviously, you know, it's good. Man, oh man. Rum's still ripping. They can't bore us out of the market. They can't do it. One second, I want to call and see if the doctor's there. No. The fuck? Dude doesn't want to answer his phone. TRKA, what are you doing? TRKA. Come on, baby. Trying to push off that 48. TRKA trying. Rumble spreads are a bit crazy, aren't they? What are they? I'm not looking at Rumble right this second. LiDAR up 3.7. Snap still off 12. GNS at 365. Boyle unch. Man, oh man. Boring fucking day so far. 177 on 8. Here goes TRKA. At least hopefully. NWTN sub 11. 1080. Need some rum right about now. Today is a fucking snooze fest so far. BLPH 28% up. ETAL 14.8 up. Rumble 10 call March 24th bid 50S. Oh yeah, I hate that. Just not enough what's called not enough activity in there. Sub 58 cents on MMAT. 265 on SINT. TRKA starting to move a little bit vertical though. Just the way we like it. SPX still sub 4. Man, oh man. Coinbase 63. I keep fucking sliding this watch list, but nothing's fucking happening here. Let me know if you guys see anything. I'm not seeing anything worth fucking following at the moment, other than TRKA here. Dollar strength still sliding up a little bit. GNS 364, Boyle 606. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing going on. Hard down. Oh, TRK is fighting right here. BLPH is on a tear. Remember, this was up like 200% yesterday. So, it's hot. Whole lot of nada. Oh, that's why it dropped. SFT 1 to 10 reverse split. Holy fuck, it's gonna be effective tomorrow. Foxo's trying? Okay. Foxo. Yeah, late volume though. 450 on BLPH. Just lost it. Just off 60 cents here on TRKA. 60 cents. TRKA to the 2. Just shy of 298 on Qs. You seen the tide? No, I didn't. What was the tide filing? I'll look at what's it called. I'll look at it when I see what the fuck this does. I'll pull it up now. Fuck. BlackRock. So BlackRock bought a million shares, looks like. TRKA trying 200 again. Bitcoin 22,260. Hey, babe, I'll call now. Oh. Hey, hon, I'm gonna try now. Thank you. I gotta try the doctor's office again. Still out to lunch, apparently. WW starting to crawl as well. Dollar strength, how we looking? Still fucking going up. Hopefully that breaks down. Q's at 298. Just off 22,300 on Bitcoin. 61 cents on TRKA. To the 200. Oil new high of the day. Pushing at this too. BLPH still fucking tearing, guys. Up 31% now. And that's after it just ran 200%. To the 200. Or so slightly. Rumble just off $10. Schindler Elevator Corp plans implement through its fleet management. Oh, use of the 2023 canoe. Nice. The first in its industry to announce its intent to use EV light-duty vans in the U.S. Thank you. Hard down on TRKA. No bueno. ETAL up 13.5. SPX just off 4,000. Boring day. But I know as soon as, like, you know, I would, like, not pay attention, something would happen. Or I'd have to be, like, vigilant, you know what I mean? I need to cross back on top of that MACD. And Voss. Still with the gold cross on SINT. Remember, micro cap, micro float, so this thing could absolutely fly. DXY. Ugh. Ouch. Q sliding as well. TRKA, trying again. Let me see if this doctor's going to answer yet. Holy fuck. This guy's annoying as fuck. You guys are my witnesses if Anna comes on here and asks me if I made an appointment. Just saying. GoPro on. Super trend with no follow through. Still on the rip. TRKA dropped 60 cents. goev still getting tight there. Man. $440 on cosm. Excellent volume on it today compared to like the last 2 weeks, though. Excellent volume. EMAs are so tight on TRK. Yeah, they are. Man. You guys don't see anything entertaining up right now, do you? Rivian just off the all-time low. BLPH. Oh my fucking god, dude. Pick up your phone. Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate you, bub. I'm about to start looking for another fucking doctor. Because this guy's supposed to be, like, I was going to go to him as a new doctor. But if he's going to fucking not answer phone calls like this, like, bad impression, you know? We are sliding a little bit. Bitcoin on top of the MACD, in between the 48 and the 200. Rumble Fibs 595, 850, 1010, 1138, 1266, 1301, 1681. Thank you, sir. Coinbase just At lunch, pretty much. Tesla, oof, down through the 200. $0.48 on Big. 158 cents on mmat. SINT guys, heads up. We have the what's called. We have the MACD going through the signal to the upside, and on the 4 hours on top. I don't know. Do as you will. She looks interesting. What up, Mr. Fairfield? Yes, sir. Cosm is cute as fuck. You're not wrong. Not wrong. The rest of the market just fucking, like, stagnant, though. Whole lot of nada. Hold on. %40 up on BLPH. Yeah, what time do they get back in the office? I feel like every single time I call them, nobody's there. 10:15. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, 10-15 minutes. Still sub 60 cents. Did you buy more TRKA or did you exit? I guess my first question should be, are you in TRKA? Bitcoin. On the slide. Hard down on SPX. Bought back in the 49. Nice fill. Nice fill. My average was 58 cents. It was 64 cents, and then I had to buy the dip. Tesla down to 190. SE still on the trend. Cosm to 444. 48 is trying to come through VWAP right now. $1,500 out of EPAS and 3,000 shares of TRKA. Free money. That a boy, Jimmy. Sounds like you had a trading plan. It sounds like you executed upon said trading plan. That means it's a dub. Man, oh man. Go ahead. I saw that flash. You know you wanna. BLPH is fucking ripping. 37% up still. Rivian just off the all-time low. Boyle 612. I've been noticing that, now I don't know if it's going to happen right now, but I've noticed nat gas has been moving up a little bit right before we get a market push. I don't know if that'll happen again, but it's happened a few times now. And I just saw Boyle a little bit higher than where it's been. Carvana to 906. SFT to 18 cents. $57.26 on mmat. TRKA. What are we doing here? A little bit of a pennant, maybe. Well, maybe not. It's a little bit too steep. Close. Zeller 6 cents. Man, oh man. Q's hard down. Booby has a gold cross. Averaged up a little bit on TRKA. Filled at 49 cents. Average 40. Nice average. Nice average. TRKA, where are you, slut? Man, it's just cranking that 200 down tighter, you know? I gotta call that doctor again. If I put you guys on mute, that means that they actually answered. Yep. They actually answered. Let's see. Yeah, hi there. I was wondering, are you guys looking for what's called? Are you guys open to new clients or no? My bad, I forgot that had you guys muted. I'm calling my old doctor. Give me a sec. Alright, might be you guys. Sorry about that. I finally got an appointment, though. Alan, what are you messaging me, bud? Yeah, I know. Ooh, Coinbase red. Tesla trying to twist back. Q's just off 297. Trying to swing that. Oh, guys, tomorrow I'm gonna have to take a break somewhere around like 12:45 to 1 to go see the doctor, and then however long I run after that, just so y'all know. I don't want it to be a surprise to anyone. $0.57 on mmat. AMC 610, GameStop 1822, Hub C 148, dollar strength. Ugh, yuck. Sliding on SPX. BBIG under 48 cents. WW still up about 50%. VREX just off 100%. GNLX hard down. AMV 92. Fucking still barcoding there. Oh, that's Cal. Oops. GNS 367. Boyle, nice little rip there, huh? Muln, 21 cents. BBBY, 137.5. Man, oh man. TRKA, where are you? Fucking sloppy slut. There you are. Man, oh man. Shoot a twist here. Man. Where'd the demand go? When you work during the day, you have to take care of break to take care of business. You're all good. Yeah. I guess I do. Boil. Booby. Literally just had booby up. I wasn't doing much. Booby. She's getting ready. Carvana, 2 cents down. Pretty much unch. BBIG off the lows. Man, oh man. TRKA, trying. Powell really took the wind out of our sails. Yeah. I don't know. Just fucking dried up on demand, huh? Dried right up. I think we're about to get it though on TRKA. $0.59. Man, oh man. Come on, you fucking thing. Lead the way. $13 on 48. Just under it. $3.70 on GNS. GNS trying. Have you up? Cosm 440. Man, I wish you'd do something. Dollar strength. Can this fucker go down? Oop, dollar strength. Hopefully that's a tipping point. Thankfully, Elon Musk has done the math on a sustainable electrification economy. KULR is happy to be a part of Tesla's vision by building a world-leading energy management platform to accelerate. Whoa, really? It's called KULR. Well, that's interesting. VIX 5%, still under 20. Okay. Since still not getting that lift, need some demand. Vana slightly green. Need lift. Carvana, Eviwap. One second, guys. I want to grab some food. So grab some fruit out of the fridge. Mangoes. Market's trying, you say? I saw that. I honestly don't have any free cap. That's my issue. Don't freak out. You're in? Jimmy's in. Just off the all-time low on Rivian. dollar shrink back up, though. Bitcoin is trying to twist back. Back above 2 on EOS. And Boswell off of its highs. BSFC, I believe that's the high of the day. Pushing. Maybe it's just off the high of the day. SPX coming back up towards 4,000 maybe? GNS 368, not doing much of anything. TRKA volume 524. Average volume is 46 mil. Oil 624. Tesla 191.5. Carvana green 915. KULR is in wave 3 of Elliott cycle. Watch out. It is most likely overvalued, my thoughts. I just scooped another 1,000 shares of TRKA. Let's do this. Yes, please. SYTA up 15. Literally fucking nothing happening right now. Q's trying to crawl back on top. Whoa, 373 on GNS. It's been a minute. DXY, what are you doing? Need that down. Like really, 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 really bad. SPX still off 4,000. Tied off 17 cents. You guys don't see anything moving fucking like radically right now, do you? Like, it's the whole market doing this, correct? Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. Hold on, what are you doing? It's crab walking slowly, okay. TDUP. Alright, hold on. TDUP is moving, says Sean. I mean, we'll see if it carries right there. Are we about to drop 22.2? Bitcoin down. Fuck. HLBZ finally green for the second. Word. PTGX. Yeah, BLPH. Look for a handle right there. Yeah, I know. I know you did. PTGX, you said? Watch out that it doesn't get heavy here, though. EFOI, really? Like volume. Okay, I'm in. Wait, what are you in? You're in KULR? VIX pushing for 20? Fuck. TRKA just under 48. MACD trying to twist? Maybe. ARDS some volume, okay. ARDS. Sean. It's at 61,000 on the day. Man, oh man. Bitcoin back to 22 too. Hopefully that's a double bottom. TRKA with the twist. Finally, hopefully we move off of it. SINT has 50% turnover. Yeah, turnover's been worse though. $6.27 on Boyle. $62 on Coinbase. MMAT 57 cents. SINT 265. AMV 92 cents. Naked Shorts. Wait, what? Naked Shorts, MMTLP, GNS, TRKA, CLNV, GTII, BBIG, CRTD, cosm, AMC, GME. But, alright, so if Roger Hamilton's posting that, where the fuck did he get that TRKA is a part of that? I seriously just don't fucking understand. Yo, yo, yo.
Yo.
What up?
He's calling for a roundtable with Gary Gensler and the CEOs of all of those tickers.
No shit, really?
Yeah, that's what the whole thing is. It's a time we had a roundtable with Gary Gensler, SEC Gov, and the CEOs, investors by market manipulation. So they're not technically all on the CEO block, but those are all tickers that he says that are heavily naked shorted. So if he's getting that, that means he's getting that info from Share Intel too. So.
Oh, that would be dope.
So just keep an eye on that list there.
We shall see, right?
Yes, sir.
Shit's getting boring today, dude.
It's crazy, dude.
It was nice this morning, then all of a sudden, like, it was just like no volume.
We said that was gonna happen. You got another day of pow tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like you talked and then he was off the market for the rest of the week. He's coming back tomorrow. So.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Sir, look at Boyle.
The Boyle looks nice. I mean, there's a lot of things that are fucking set. Right?
I know, dude. There's so many things that are just at price tags where it's like, I need some of that and some of this.
Hey, I'll take a little bit here. I'll take a little bit there.
Yeah.
So. All right. I'll let you know if I see anything else.
All right, buddy. Bye.
All right, brother. Bye.
Boyle's going? Yeah, Boyle's ripping. Look at poor Boyle. Slideways. Boyle, another leg or what? Our side is 65 though. Bitcoin, can we lift? HLBZ green candles, thank you, sir. Ooh. Something to actually look at, huh? No movement. 20 cents on the day. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe if we have some demand hop in. Super trend on cosm. Cosm. SPX still under 4,000. Rivian still just off that all-time low. Rivian trying to wrap. That might be a decent entry on Rivian. TRKA. Wow, sub 57 cents on mmat. AM 24% down. A fucking barcode. AMC 605. ARDX to green. One second, my sister messaged me. You the best. Okay. Rumble underneath view up. Dollar strength still moving up. Ouch. TRKA under 57 cents again. GNS 373. Double bottom right there, though. LiDAR down. Oval. Tesla sub 190 now. 38,000 in stock twits watching SINT word. I think that SINT is going to be special. Obviously not financial advice. But I think that SINT could be very, very special. Like, here's a 4-hour on her. And as you can see, we're on top of that MACD, just underneath that 48. And then there's a gap all the way up to $6. Oh, TRKA down. I think my next entry, I have to do something with this TRK. All it needs is like a little bit of demand, and the fucker moves. Just because of the like the low cap, low flow aspect. Man, oh man. Dollar strength still fucking tearing. Q's 296. Fuck. Key level here at 296.05. Hopefully we don't slip that. 55 cents on TRK. GNS at 376. He tweeted on the TRKA covering, guys, awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Roger Hamilton's a fucking man, dude. Absolutely. No homo, though. Yeah. Shiny Bright. How far behind does Boyle lag to the future net gas price? I think it's 1 quarter. I think it's 1 quarter. I could be wrong, though. It might be 1 month. You might want to double check that, actually. Maybe it is 1 month. Fuck. Let's just Google it. Mark's fucking dead anyway, right? I think it's... I don't know. We'll find out. It should be, what's it called? It should be actually a month, I'm sorry. After reading that. Bitcoin sending? Whoa. Whoa. GS green. TRKA. Wow. Holy fucking God. Oof. Well, I read that wrong. I thought you said fucking Bitcoin was sending. Shot. Might be. Hard down. Mulling off 21 cents. Peep Altis trend. I mean, yeah, and you have low turnover. Above average volume compared to usual, but usual volume is fucking in the shitter. GNS. CONL down to 934. What's Coinbase at? Luminar 923, or excuse me, 929. VREX off of 100%, 129, still 94 up. GNS to 385. Rivian still off, or just off all-time low. Also, this was shared in Mafia chat yesterday. They are going to deliver a metric fuck ton of vehicles to Amazon as well, coming up. That's Rivian. GNS starting to move here. Might be a really nice entry on TRKA if GNS is starting to move. All right, GNS, let's get it. Let's fucking go, GNS. 448 on cosm. AQSC is going well. Yeah. I'm up a little. Word. I've made good money on GNS as well. GNS. Hello. Okay, people are saying the tweet doesn't have anything to do with KULR. Wait, why? Wait. Whoa. How does the tweet not have anything to do with KULR? You literally copy and pasted it. That makes no sense. $4 on GNS, just off. Is Cosm doing anything with this going like this? Let's see. Ooh, Cosm, hello. DXY still up. Bitcoin says 22.2. $61.84 on Coinbase, $26 on AI, Vana to 9. Wow, WW up 70%. Cosm. Yes, sir. What up? How you doing, man? Yo, 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 yo.
Hey, brother.
What's up?
If you're, for anybody watching Cosm, just remember 508 is the pre-split or post-split level that it opened up at.
God,
So
we want to fucking clear that range. Easy. We want to clear that. We want to clear that and hopefully put pressure on any shorts on Robinhood that like didn't exit.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
But you need to. You can't lose this in the last half hour here. You're at the off of Pedro's theory, 1, 2, 3 grain days that they may try to push this down at the very, very end of the day. So just keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I can see that.
You want to keep as much pressure up as you can so you hold this 80 cent push.
I mean, ideally we'd fucking close above 508, but that'd be a perfect world.
Ideally, you are correct.
Yeah.
So, just wanted to push that out there because you're getting really bullish on this now. RSI is fucking
extremely bullish. Yeah, the RSI is an 83.
So just keep an eye. SPY's still fine. I closed that fucking spread way too fucking early.
Did you?
Oh yeah. I sold. I mean, I had 4 of them
Mm-hmm.
that I took from 2 cents all the way up to 6 cents or 7 cents.
Mm-hmm.
But they're trading at like 11 cents now.
Word.
But profit's profit.
Sir, yes, sir.
All right, brother. I'll catch you later on.
Appreciate you as always, my dude. They said the CEO was just referencing Tesla. What an asshole. He knew what he was doing. Hey, Jimmy, you hear that? Uh-oh. Q's slipped a cut line. Cosm. Hopefully we get the keys to swing here. Let's see. Dollar strength still headed up. Thanks for the info. Thanks for hanging out. Yes, it's all good. No worse than mmat. I mean, that's a good attitude to have, though, at least, right? Cosm. It's not that far off from normal trading. Wait, what do you mean it's not that far off from normal trading? Which part? Wow, TRKA is getting fucking hammered right now. Goev down. Oh, buy-in price. Oh, clear word. $3.99 on GNS. $4. GNS and what's called GNS and cosm moving up make me want to fucking or like buy more TRKA. I don't know why, they just do. Uh-oh, Chad's calling for 420 on GNS. Oh shit. I mean, dude, it worked last time, right? Mullen selling at 21 cents. Zell at 6 cents. ETAL about 14% up. Cosm 480. GNS 401, 403. Uh-oh. On a potential parabolic line. DXY still sky high. GNS fighting for $4. It's windier than a motherfucker outside. Pop it. RSI's hot too, and it's moving nice. GNS up. Up, 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 up. Cosm just at 480. GNS. Rip, baby, rip. Mullen going down, unfortunately, but good if you want to scoop up some long shares like you. Word. Beautiful. TRKA just off 52 cents. Just off the day high here at GNS. New intraday high, 415. Cover handle setup on the 4 hour on GNS. Just saying. Banana squeeze. Let's go. All right. I know what this has to do with bananas, but I'm with it. Go ahead. Still not establishing a bottom. Rivian is on a new all-time low as well. Up, James. I wish I grabbed GNS in the 2s. Yeah, I did. Excellent entries. I'm currently up 30% on my entry. Cosm, what are you doing? Dollar strength, what do we got? Man, look at that fucking uptrend. Snap 1180. Up $1 on JFBR. Can't decide what to do with it. Obviously not financial advice, but you could take a win and then go ahead and, you know, buy TRKA at a fucking 33% discount. Again, not financial advice, of course, but I like taking my gains and buying dips with them. Just an idea. I mean, it kind of works for me. I just, like, I take a win and I buy a dip. I take a win and I buy a dip. Take a win and buy a dip. Sometimes I have to, like, part ways with it a little bit sooner than I'd, like, you know, hope to. However, it's kind of like how I roll, you know. No volume there. Hell biz, pretty much unch. Super trend on Qs. Push that, you fucking... I do not want to stay below this cut line. Not at all. Ruh-roh. Totally want to finish green. Abso-fucking-lutely. Goev to 65 cents. What Ortex saying for TRK8? Can you please Ortex this? That's how we roll here. No worries, though. You're new. Well, you don't comment much. But we roll with the, can you please check this type vibe. It is... Let's see. If it would load, that'd be awesome. 73.28 short, 130 cost of borrow average. Free float on loan, 127.4%, pretty much. Let's see. Cosm. 68% on WW. Wow, TRK8, sub 50 cents. Christ. Wow, ETAU's up now 21%. Tesla, not liking that 48. Mm, 49 cents on TRK. Again, please don't forget to like and sub, guys. It is free to help me out. I appreciate y'all. And sorry to be so repetitive. You guys already know. People just don't do it, so. Gotta keep asking. Dollar strength. I wish that would get a little bit heavy. Trying to swing back on MACD, maybe. Thanks for... Yeah, no problem. Wait, Sean, why did you do that? There we go. He's unhidden. Beautiful. Wild. My bad pocket. No problem. Snap trying. Still love you, James. For real. For real. Oh, down to 22,000 on Bitcoin. Ruh-roh. RSI is 27. ETAU to $3. Up, cup, looking for another handle. Go ahead, you fucker. Genus down. Coinbase sub 62. goev down to 65 cents. That's goddamn near their all-time low. Explosion here on WW. Oh, that trend on PTGX. This might not be done yet. It's already up 60% though, so be careful. Pay attention to that MACD. We need that back up. Oil 627. AI 2624. TRKA curling. Sweet. Thank you, Greg. Hopefully. I think that's a fucking excellent snipe. Let's look at the Qs. Trying to stay above that cut line. GNS trying to push back. RF size of 50. Bitcoin saw 22,000. Man, oh man. Tesla sub 190. Ooh, Tesla trying to come up though. Nice little wrap. TRK back to 50 cents. HLBZ's flagging out. DXY slightly down. Hopefully I can fucking fall off a cliff. That'd be dope. TRKA. Amen to the cliff fall? Yeah. For real. Trying to push that 48. Carvana, over 9, still red though. MMat, 56 cents. Man, oh man. Oh shit, it's power hour. Has anyone else noticed above average TRF orders like the last, I don't know, 3 trading sessions? 4 trading sessions? I just feel like there's a fucking lot. Super trade on TRKA? It's about that time. Netflix 309. Snap 1180. Rumble well off of its highs. HLBZ. Just at 55 cents. Go ahead. Let her rip, Tater Chip. But more TRKA. I have 11,000 now. Somebody stop me. Ooh. Heads up on Cosm. She looks poised. Q's still off 297. High of the day on SYT8 word. That was up like 15 last time I looked at it. Hello. Starting to move. Cup, looking for a handle on that. Cosm. GNS 390-ish. Booby 136. Dollar strength off the highs, still fucking high though. SPX just off 4,000. Ooh, there we go. I like recovery. I like that recovery, excuse me. ETAL. Ooh, hard down on GNS. Hell yes, she is, Bodie. Back to under 21 cents on Mullen. 9% down, 9.7. goev just off an all-time low. Remember, SFT has a reverse split tomorrow. Cosm 462 down. TRKA did not like that 200. Come on, TRKA. It's your time to shine. 190 on test. Cosm trying to recover off 48. GNS. Need some price pressure there. Down on SYTA. A little gap there on Cosm. iBio. iBio. Oh, what are you doing, Cosm? Hold on. Yeah, we'll check it real quick. WW post on. Alright, cool, thank you. Is there a reason why this is moving like this or no? I like ISPO chart. Okay. ISPO. No volume on it. Kenny G is being interviewed live. Oh my god. Where? Oops. Ooh, no. Hold on, I'm trying to get this up for everyone. SINT. SINT.
You're using it for parties.
So I took my son to the Four Seasons when we were doing this. I wanted him to see what 200 people working at midnight looked like, because this is how you make things happen. And when we finished that trading floor build out, we put 100 and some of our colleagues and their families there, shut the doors, no one allowed to enter, no one allowed to leave. So to the
SYTA, trying back up.
And this is how you do
nice
it
little
fast.
cup right here, looking to handle out.
And that served us incredibly well. We were able to handle our trading in the U.S. equity market flawlessly throughout the pandemic. And I would say that
flawlessly, you hear that?
Gratitude to the leadership of Palm Beach, the city, the county, and the state for their willingness to help us make that happen in 5 days. I mean, in New York, we'd still be filing paperwork to do this. And it's a real testament to the get things done mindset that goes with leadership in Florida. It is so palpable when you meet with the government leaders.
Super trend down. If you're holding Solana, be careful. It slipped to $9 last time when Bitcoin dropped to these points.
They want firms to be successful here, and they want people to have a high quality of life here. Now, it's not a secret. I have some property here in Palm Beach, and I have this rolling dream that one day I'll build a house here and I can retire here one day. It wasn't me who drove the decision to come to Florida. It was the hundreds of some people that lived in that bubble who said, why would we trade the anarchy in Chicago for the tranquility in Florida?
Oof.
So let me ask you the next question then. One thing I'm fascinated with is that you're relocating a gigantic company with more than
TRKA
4,000
58
employees
cents.
around the world
TRKA
to Florida. Obviously, not all of them are going to live here, but how many employees you plan on having here in Miami? Or you plan on having in Miami? How many you plan on having in Florida? Like, how's the planning of moving people to Florida going?
So it's going, well, here's the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge right here, right now is getting office space. Because we're not the only people who are saying you want to be in Florida. And the migration of
BLPH 40% up
to this state is just mind-blowing. So I would say that by sometime late this year, we'll have 250 people in Miami. I would think 3 to 5 years out, we'll have between 700 and 1,000 people in South Florida.
Carvana at 9.
I'm really excited about that. Many of my most senior leaders have either moved or are moving to here from our offices outside of New York City. And that's important to stress.
59 cents on
New York
TRKA.
is one part of the United States where people are very optimistic about the future.
Seems like we got a little bit of a kick in the ass in the market, huh?
Understands clearly he has to address the issues of crime. It's a big focus of his, and I applaud him.
Crime. That's funny that he says that.
Lori Lightfoot was defeated as mayor in Chicago. And we have a really big commitment to New York City because a number of my senior team members, that's been home for their careers. That's where they want to be. So in the United States, our two premier cities will be Miami and New York. And then, of course, in Europe, London's an incredibly important city for us.
Are you still gonna keep an outpost in Chicago or no?
I think you picked the right choice of words.
Outpost.
There'll be an outpost. No, I have a number of colleagues in Chicago from Chicago's home. And for a litany of reasons, they're not going to leave Chicago. And I'm grateful for them being on the team here at Citadel. We're going to have to move offices in Chicago to a safer location. I mean, where our office is literally not where we want to be because of just pure safety concerns.
Talking shit on Chicago.
Lining the street, throwing things at ongoing cars outside the front door of your office, you know you're in the wrong part of town. The challenge is there's not many right parts of town.
Him coming on was like the buy signal.
And it's
obviously not financial advice. Yada yada yada. You guys know. Just kidding.
America.
Since you brought up Chicago, I have to ask you about the mayor run. Obviously, you just mentioned that Lori got defeated, but do you have a candidate for the runoff, or you're not following it at all?
Of course he does. He just won't tell us.
Chicago politics, like a salmon swimming upstream to die.
You brought it up.
I've had enough of Illinois. I will tell you, I really admire my colleagues who have supported Paul Vallis.
Listen to Kenny G.
With their voice and with their money. I hope that Paul Vallis becomes the mayor of Chicago. I think he's the best choice for the city.
SINT.
It really does. Until
That's an aggressive little move.
And prioritize jobs, education, and public safety, I think it's a lost cause.
Let me just get us back a little bit here to Miami and to Palm Beach, actually. So you mentioned that you have property in Palm Beach, and you also have commercial property here in Palm Beach. Can you tell us a little bit more about your plans?
390 on SINT. We're gonna get another little push here probably.
We have commercial property on Worth Avenue, and we will be redeveloping it to have a fantastic storefront experience, restaurant experience, and office space on the second and third floors.
Mm-hmm. You already have the tenants or no?
How fitting. Just got a hood notification. A hood notification about what?
Do we have tenants? It's picking who we want as a tenant. I mean, you cannot believe the number of incoming phone calls of people looking for space here in Palm Beach. In a building that's not that well known that we own publicly. But it seems that people that are in retail or in restaurants they want space here.
How long that redevelopment is going to take?
I'll be updating that actually in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So that's on our list of development projects right now. And that one's important to me. It's right here in Palm Beach.
Yeah. Well, it's important to all of these people, actually.
Yes, the Neiman Marcus store needs to be returned back to its place of grandeur here.
Definitely look for that twist.
And since we're talking about real estate, you actually have plans to build what's going to be a standout tower in Miami. You have plans to build a standout tower in New York. How is life of Ken Griffin, real estate mogul now?
Oh, God.
How is being a real estate tycoon?
Well, I'm not. I have land. Between land and buildings, a lot of work. But let me tell you why we're going to build these buildings. We have been committed
to return to the office from literally the early days of the pandemic. Mm-hmm. So we spent an incomprehensible amount of money to bring our people back to our offices right out of the gate at the start of the pandemic for whether it was COVID testing or robots with UV lights to clean the bathrooms, social distancing requirements.
Heads up on Cosm here.
I felt like I was running a healthcare institution for a period of time. But why would we do that?
DNS
I think there's just incredible value in people collaborating together, working together, innovating together. And come
TRKA
summer
trying to
of
fight
2021, we brought everybody back to work
5 days a week. Still at 40%. Rivian, that's got to be damn near close to that all-time low.
Not common yet. What we have found
Q's at 296.
Our team has embraced this, but we want to make sure that we have facilities in our two primary cities that represent the commitment that we want to make to our team members.
Carvana sub 9.
In terms of their sense of health, safety, quality of life, working environment.
TRKA says 0 short shares.
Incredible commitment that they make to each other and to the firm.
Okay.
And therefore, we're going to be building a new skyscraper in Miami and a new skyscraper in New York, which will fulfill that goal of ours.
How easy it is to get people in Miami?
Okay, I'm ready for TRKA. Got buy order at 53
cents. Back to the office 5 days a week.
Well, since they all came from Chicago, they didn't know that life. And you know, there's no signs of a different work ethic in Miami than there was in Chicago. I mean, my colleagues love what they do. They enjoy working with each other. You know, people talk about, well, if you go to Florida,
off the bottom here,
committed to their work. Look, if you go home and it's blue skies and it's sunny, and your kids come home from school, and you know what? They're happy. And it's amazing how a school devoid of woke ideology leads itself to happy children. I think people are much happier in their lives and in their careers when their personal life is
Voss.
So here, the audience, I'm sure, has one big question that they want me to ask. A lot of people here have their own charities, and I know that you've been ramping up your charity givings here in Florida. What are your priorities here?
Education, then education, and a bit more education. So that hands down is the biggest priority. Both supporting the schools in Miami that support the community. That's really important to us. You know, we can see the impact of so many people having moved to Miami on the education.
That's why TA is still grinding higher.
And then how do
watch them all and make it a hard
institutions of higher education? Because for us, that's such an important source of talent. You know, in Chicago or in New York, your Columbias, your NYUs, your University of Chicago's, these are really important feeder schools of talent. How do we make sure that Miami has strong programs in areas in STEM?
SPX, let's go.
So that's really number one is education. And that's not just at the upper echelons. You know, one of the things that we supported during the pandemic here in Miami was broadband access for children of lower income households. Mm-hmm. How do we help to cross the digital divide such that every student in Miami has a chance to realize their full potential? So education, hands down, number one. Number two is public safety. And you know, this is why Miami is so great. In Chicago, we had real success with creating facilities that integrated predictive analytics so that the police force could better deploy their resources to improve public safety. And when we did this in Chicago under Mayor Emanuel,
back to green.
who I think the world of, it brought crime
GameStop just over $18.
down by remarkable double-digit percentages in many of the communities.
Just off $4 here at GNS.
Now, all that value was lost in the J.B. Pritzker, Kim Fox, Lori Lightfoot days, but Miami embraced that. And we're going to support that build-out across metropolitan Miami as Miami continues just to bring its crime rate down. I love the commitment that they have to the streets being safe, where you can walk outdoors between a restaurant and your house and just not worry. It's hard to imagine in Chicago. You know, I have friends that would take Ubers to go 4 blocks. You just didn't want to be on the streets.
Yeah, that might come right off the bottom.
And if it sounds melodramatic, like I had 4 colleagues robbed at gunpoint at
I think after I was going to be funky. Talal, I was actually thinking that myself, bro.
The office. I had 2 colleagues with bullets flying through their car. I had roughly 25 bullet holes in the front, or the first story of the building where I live. The store across the street from me, they drove a van through the window to help facilitate stealing all the goods from the store. And my favorite is they tried to carjack my security driver from the front door of my house. So if it sounds like a third world country, I actually think it's unfair to most third world countries where the respect that people have for their neighborhoods and one another seems to transcend what is now tolerated in Chicago.
Then what would you say is that you really mentioned
What's up on SYTA? That's aggressive.
What would you say are the downsides?
So
TRKA.
Well, Miami in particular has had to deal with affordable housing. Now, because they have good zoning laws here that will facilitate builders building, the housing issue will address itself in due course, but due course can be years, and there's people struggling with the increase in price in
like
housing.
Listening to the yuppie people on the Hunger Games.
All these people moving here, that puts a demand in place for
yeah, he's
real
an
estate.
asshole.
And the locals just, they're now competing with people that have moved from New York, they've moved from San Francisco, they moved from across the country. That has really led to a dramatic level of housing inflation. And the faster that we can build housing in Miami,
is that like code for you guys? Like you guys probably shut it off,
and
or no?
Frankly, credit to the government for being very on top of this and for working with the development community to help address that problem.
Okay.
That's shovels in the ground. That's getting buildings built. That's really.
My bad. It was Ken Griffin. $0.56 on TRK. Yeah, he angers me too. $2.70 on SINT. And oh man, NVA still trying just underneath the 200. 54 cents now on TRK. But for real, he sits there on his high horse, yet his white-collar crimes are so much worse. Yeah, absolutely. Dude's a douche. TRKA, dust yourself off and get back in the game. I fucking hope so. GNS, give me a fucking handle, please. Ooh, Bitcoin's wrapping back. That explains a little bit. Man, oh man. TRKA at the 48. Go ahead, right now. Still 30% on SYTA. Let me pull the Qs. Bitcoin to 22.1. Trying to cross back on top of the MACD. What's VIX at? VIX. VIX to 19.5. $0.53.5 on TRKA. Bodie. I think TRKA gonna chill and wake up in the 90s again. I hope so. I fucking hope. NVOS is 17% up. NVOS on a rip. Bitcoin pushing across the MACD right now. GNS 391. ETAU over $3. GoEV 65 cents, 65.5 cents. Fucking Barcode City on 8. Mullen, or not Mullen, Nova, NVOS still trying to move. $0.53 on TRKA. About 18 minutes left if you're dealing with PET, guys. And again, please don't forget to like and sub, guys. It is free. I appreciate y'all. And sorry to be repetitive. Hellbiz. Trying to stay green. Inside candle on Exela. I can't believe you didn't fucking take profit when I went fucking 40% up. Definition of balls to lol. Hellbiz down. Little profit. Word. Oh, down on SYTA. Heads up on SINT, guys. I think you guys heard me fucking talk about it enough. I did take profit, and then I doubled down. You ballsy motherfucker. That's so funny. And Voss still rolling. Trying to spin on TRKA, maybe? SPX still under 4,000. HKD to 8. It's been under 8 all day. HKD. And Voss 13 to the 200. Take us to the fucking promise zone. 1936 on VIX. GNS 386, SINT 271. TRKA sub 54 cents. 502 on BLPH up 42%. DXY off the high, still pretty fucking high though. ETAL. Nice little day there. Only 400,000 volume here. Super trend down on GNS. SEC charges muln financer with insider trading. That's a cutest group, I bet. Right? That's why I was so pissed off in Mafia chat about what's called. About that filing. The CEO of Cosm had to give up warrants for fucking like the dumbest reason. And then like they literally just talked about exercising warrants, which really didn't make sense at all. Threw me way off. TRKA trying to swing. TRKA filled at 53.05. Let's go TRKA. I hope so. I hope so, bud. HLBZ stayed green. Off 5 on BLPH. Bitcoin sells 22. How's she looking though? Anyone else's YouTube app bugging? From Sean. Bitcoin on top of the MACD. Hey, Sean, will you do me a favor and look at the, what's it called? Look at the level 2 for me on SINT. Pretty, please. TRKA to 55 cents. Yes, it is. I knew it. Fucking knew it. GNS onch. Down to 200. 200's going through the VWAP there, though. Coming up on the 200 for TRKA as well. Ten minutes left if you're dealing with PDT. Wow, WW is still up 74%. Great day for that, huh? Hey guys, back for close TRKA Ortex, please. Because you said please, absolutely, buddy. Crash to close. 72.73 short on TRKA. Cost to borrow average 130, almost 131. Utilization 98, and free float on loan 127%. Heads up on SYTA, trying back up, trying to cut that MACD signal. 55 cents on TRKA. Just underneath that too. Wow, shorts have big cojones, or there's no fear of legal intervention. Or if there is legal intervention, then they might be so fucked and they know that they're so fucked that at this point it doesn't really matter. That's the only, like, you know, alternative that I could think of. That's a good point. Thank you. The White House has backed the bill to strengthen U.S. powers to ban TikTok. Cool. About fucking time. They should have done that like a year ago. SINT. Gotta love how the Fed always tanks. Yeah. It's not them though. It's the what's it called? Well, I mean, I don't want to say that. It's more so these like financial institutions that we're up against that are then, you know, throwing their money around and, you know, they're throwing their money around and fucking handling it. MMat scalp opportunity? What's it at? Ooh, 56 cents. $2.74 on SINT. Come on, baby. TRKA still sub 54 cents. Just sold 20 ETAO. 37% gain. That a boy. That a boy, Alan. Yeah, we just looked at it. It is 72%, and somehow 127% of the entire free float is on loan. I think that could be a problem. Now, keep in mind, though, we have to deal with, like, the T+2 aspect. So it might not be, you know, that much on loan. However, there's got to be something wrong with that. People have to know that there's something fucked up with it. Like, you can't duplicate, like, more than the entire float to short it. That, I don't know, it fucks up. That fucks me up. I'm tempted to sell AGFY for the major loss and get into TRK. Maybe, bro, I can't give you fucking advice. I mean, you could fucking piece it out if you wanted to. You know what I mean? That way, it's not taking the entire loss, and you have like a chance to fucking make up for it. But I get the idea of, you know, needing fucking money. About 19.5 on VIX. Yeah, but what if they're really good? Like, what if they're, like, surprisingly good? I don't know, man. That's a really tough scenario that you're in. That's why I don't full port things. And I don't want to, like, you know, make you feel bad about it. It just, you know, it's a learning lesson. Guys, I gotta look at this SINT Ortex super quick. SINT. That float. 367,000. Cost to borrow average 378. It's only short 2.74. Float's so small I could fill up quickly. Ooh, cosm down to 446. 2.5 minutes if you're dealing with PDT. GNS trying to curl in the close. Hard down on cosm. Zella just heated up. Guys, this is just going to fill orders down to the 200 in the VWAP. Just saying. Explode off that. Come on, baby. Explode off that. Minute and a half left if you're dealing with PDT. What are your honest opinions on AGFY technicals? Can I look after close, please? That VWAP touch, sexy. I hope it fucking swings right back up off that. Alright, you got it, buddy. Hub is back to green. Literally sitting on VWAP. Okay, I'm back in the green on Zealot. That a boy. LiDAR 4.8 up on LiDAR. 20 seconds left. TRK at 54 cents. All right. Good shit. Again, please like and sub if you have not already. Let me go ahead and look at AGFY here for antics. Well, good luck to all in after hours. Let's do it. What's going on with Zella? Is it going bankrupt or delisted? As Talal, I haven't been paying attention to it. Look at cosm. Let me look at AGFY real quick for you. AGFY. All right, antics. Let's take a look. I mean, man, on a daily, you're just starting to wrap. That's really all. Let's see. Where's that MACD at? You're just underneath. Like, just. The MACD's on the right side of the signal. On the 4 hour, let's see how you look. cosm up after hours. I mean, you're right where... Fuck. So you're at, what, 3720 right here? That's pretty much where this shit is. Just above. You know what I mean? If anything, I would assume for it to come down, tap that, and then start to move up. 4 hour on cosm, starting to swing through the MACD. And 13 through the 48, just under 200. Let's see. GNS, whole lot of nada. Healthy little move there on Xella. Huh. Big old cup. Big old cup. Man, oh man. Bitcoin, what are we doing? This little push would be fucking awesome. Bitcoin teeter-totter. Smack. Wait, you slapped the ask on Envos? Word. Word. Guys. The float is fucking 367,000 shares on SINT. That's all. That's it. They have government contracts. Cap is 1.4 mil. Fox at 3.5 up. No volume on that. DXY. Man, oh man. I'm gonna give it like, I don't know, handful of minutes. Just a handful. ETAL. What a fucking space case, huh? Wow. Tesla down to that fib level, 187.40. I bet you we're waiting on Bitcoin right now. Hate to say it, but I genuinely feel that way. Rivian slightly down after hours. Again, that's got to be damn close to the all-time low. Do you think the market's going to go up or down? You think that the market's going to go up? Then I expect Bitcoin to go up. It's fucked up, guys, but they're literally just fucking, like, scalping fucking liquidity and then going ahead and using it throughout the day. Over and over and over again. Like, notice how Bitcoin pushes and then all of a sudden you just see the Qs fucking shoot. You know what I mean? They're too close. And watch out for $5 on... Wait, why are you saying $5 on Lucid? There's something that you know that I don't know? Good old CrowdStrike. Benzinga guy said if we keep dropping... I do like what's called. I do like cybersecurity. Just saying. Holy fucking what did it do? Wait, to the top here. I thought it was at the top. Hold on. Mmat. Oh, okay. Alright, you scared me. Whoa, that's aggressive. PRKA, what are you doing, you whore? Last candle. No, I saw it. I saw. Ruh-roh. I want to see a fucking handle to Pluto. I wouldn't mind at this point Bitcoin going to 15,000. I'll buy all the comp and Polygon and SOL. Yeah, I hear you. Maybe a whole coin, just maybe. I wouldn't. I just fucking load up on like Polygon. Polygon, XRP, XDC, Quant. Probably what I'd be all over. Trying to get to 200. I just want to see if we get some follow through here. Second MMAT candle could be crazy. Let me know if it is. SFT has that reverse split tomorrow, and they're up 6% after hours. Hope it's a $3 candle. That'd be dope. Be careful. Why are you saying be careful? Oh, Bitcoin. What's that whore doing? Getting close to 22,000. Hopefully it doubles off this shit. All the markets are stuck with the same or liquidity moving around, and the pension funds don't want the risk when they can get the good interest in the banks. You're not wrong. GNS trying to tighten. Dick's Sporting Goods set to continue outperformance, says analyst. Cool. TRKA. What year do I believe crypto will be 100? What crypto? Honestly, I think that there are some there are some big some cryptos that will be more expensive than Bitcoin prior to Bitcoin hitting prior to Bitcoin hitting 100,000. I think that other things will hit it first. For instance, I think Quant could hit at that 100,000 before Bitcoin does. Call me crazy, but I do. Do you know what Quant does? It does everything. It connects everything to everything. That's what Quant does. So with that being said, their fucking float is minuscule as well. Cal is becoming attractive. Okay, let me pull her. I mean, your risk reward is, if you use the 52-week low, is only, 5 cents away. Is anything popping? Popping? Yeah. Cosm hard down. Hey. Alright, guys, that's what I'm going to call it. You boys got to eat. Oh, yeah, tomorrow at 7:45. Remember to do what's it called? What? Something's going on with whose warrants? Wait, whoa, whose warrants? Pause. CTRMV. Okay, hold on a second. CTRMV. What's going on with them? I don't think so, man. CTRM. It's a spinoff. I don't know the terms of the spinoff. I have no idea. But anyways, I'm a jet. Love y'all. And I will catch you guys tomorrow at like 7:45. But remember though, like I said, I'm gonna have to go to the doctor's at some point. 1:15-ish. Adios, fam. Appreciate y'all.